Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, members of council and staff. I would like to call this special meeting of the Committee of the Whole for Thursday, December 12th to order. Mr. Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now. We see Councillor Yamada online as well.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Clerk, we have quorum. Members of council, declarations of pecuniary interest, and I just want to remind that some members of council have made pecuniary interests related to departmental operations in the past, so declarations. Councillor Crawford?
I have a declaration, I think under finance. My son works in finance.
Okay. Councillor Wu?
Yeah, Chair Henry, I have a declaration of interest. I have a member of the family that is employed by the region in social services.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other declarations? Sorry. Councillor Wu, you've pushed your button again? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to, I need a motion to alter the order of the agenda to move consideration of the strategic property tax study presentation 3.1B and report 3.6 to the end of the agenda. Somebody say it? Moved by Councillor Shahid, seconded by Councillor Anderson. On doing that, I will call the motion now. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. We'll move on to presentations. Our first presentation is Elaine Baxter-Traherne, our Chief Administrative Officer, Nancy Taylor, Commissioner of Finance, Nicole Pincombe, Director of Business Planning and Budgets, Stella Danis-Papagostino, Commissioner of Social Services, and Bill Holmes, General Manager, Durham Region Transit, on the regional business plans and budget for property tax purposes, including general purpose solid waste management and Durham Region Transit. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair Henry. Good morning, Chair and members of Council. Firstly, I would like to thank all of the department heads and their staff for their dedication in putting together 2 budgets in 1 year. Also, many thanks to Nancy Taylor and the budget team and the finance department led by Nicole Pincombe. The information before you today required months of intense dedication by teams across the organization and led by Nicole and Nancy, so thank you very much. As you hear from our residents during these uncertain times, we have been challenged in both providing a budget that meets Council's September 2024 direction and also reflects the significant demand on our essential services that are driving the pressures on the budget. Over the next slides in this presentation, we will focus on the specifics of the proposed budget and summarize major priorities. As noted in the report, Council has requested a budget at a cap of 4.9%. This budget meets the approved guideline for all areas except the Durham Regional Police Services Board, which you will hear details about later in the presentation. This presentation combines an update on the budget priorities, including hearing from the General Manager of Transit and the Commissioner of Social Services, and then walks you through the details of the proposed 2025 budget, Report 2024 COW-53. All commissioners will be, with the appropriate staff, are here to answer any questions that you may have. As you have read in the report, the recommended property tax increase for 2025 is 4.9% of the regional portion of the total property tax bill. This represents an annual increase of approximately $163 for an average residential property owner. As the region is on average 53% of the total property tax bill, the 4.9% translates to an approximate 2.6% increase in the overall tax bill. Included in the recommendations is a 5.96% increase for regional departments and agencies. This translates to an increase of 2.72% on the region's portion of the property tax bill after assessment growth. This increase includes investments in transit, paramedic services, housing and homelessness supports, and other critical investments required to advance Council's strategic priorities. We will discuss these investments in more detail in the dedicated slides. Also included in the recommendation is 9.25% increase for Durham Regional Police Services. This translates to an increase of 2.1% on the region's portion of the property tax bill after assessment growth. We will provide additional details on Durham Region Police Services Board's 2025 budget ask, as it has additional challenges this year. Lastly, the increase includes 2.5% increase for conservation authorities plus or minus the current value assessment adjustments. This translates to an increase of 0.02% on the regional portion of the property tax bill and is consistent with previous years. As you will have noted in the report, the recommended increase is based on a projected net weighted assessment growth of 2%. As discussed in the property tax strategy report, growth was lower than anticipated, and a portion of the Seton growth allocation was utilized to prop up the growth for budget purposes. Staff continue to advocate for additional funding opportunities to advance the region's priorities. Significant senior government investment in transit, housing, and homelessness supports is needed in order to advance a number of the region's critical infrastructure projects and priorities. Lastly, to achieve the guideline approved by Council, we continue to draw significantly on reserves and reserve funds and development charges. Debt will also be strategically employed, resulting in debt payment obligations that Nancy will discuss further in the presentation. And with that, I will now turn it over to Nancy.
Good morning, Chair Henry and members of Council. So the total 2025 budget subject to approval today and ratification at Council will be $2.7 billion. Of this, $659 million represents the water and sewer budget that's on today's agenda later in the day, and the balance of $2.1 billion is the property tax supported budget for 2025. These two pie charts provide greater detail on the property tax supported portion of the budget, so it does exclude water and sewer. As I say, we have that separate slides later in the day. So on the left side here, you can see the largest gross areas of expenditures. So you have social services at 35%, police at 15% based on their guideline, regional transit at 13%, and roads and bridges at 12.5%. On the right side, the $2 billion property tax supported budget is funded from numerous sources. And I always like to emphasize only 47% comes from the property taxes. We have about 27.5% from provincial investments, 5.8% from fees, charges, and transit fares, just over 5% from reserves and reserve funds, and for this year, debt proceeds of 4.5%, and that's for new DRT facilities, zero-emission buses, construction of a new paramedic station in South Whitby. We get 2.7% from federal investments, and the budget proposes to utilize $202 million from reserves, reserve funds, and development charges. So this slide represents the breakdown of the tax bill for the region of the property for the region's property tax supported services. The largest component is police services at 30%, but as I often mention, it's because they have no others, typically not many other sources of funding. So when we drive down to the tax bill piece of it, that's why they show up at 30%. It's followed by social services at 19.8%, who does receive supports for a lot of their programs that are shared funding. Then you have roads and bridges at 11.9%, transit at 11%. And so these percentages will shift for our final bill purposes, depending on Council's decisions today. So the 4.9% represents an annual increase of $163, as Elaine mentioned. If Council does approve the entirety of the levy request from DRPS, that would change it to a consolidated 7.19% increase, or $237 for an average single detached home. So this slide reflects the impacts based on the proposed 2025 budget. As you know, there's no reassessment impacts for 2025 due to the postponement of the 2020 reassessment. So it still remains at 2016, and I'll excite you with lots of tax strategy policy late in the day as we adjusted the agenda to save that excitement for later. For the average residential property owner in Durham, with a CVA of $483,000, 2016 dollars, of course, their tax bill will be $3,181, and that shows that $163 or a 4.9% budget increase. For a commercial owner at $500,000, they'd be looking at $5,222, which is a $243, again, 4.9% increase. And an industrial owner at $1 million, their tax bill would be $14,631, and that's again a $677, which is a 4.9% increase. Interestingly, the education portion will remain frozen for the business education taxes, and for some of you will recall in 2021 they were frozen, and that was a one-time savings in the base for those taxpayers of about $3,500, and that's remained as that stayed frozen since that time. So a break was had for industrial taxpayers at that point that carries through. Many locals, as you know, express your tax increase as a percentage of the overall bill, not just their share of the bill. So we've tried to duplicate that exercise for the region as a whole. So we've tried to do it in a similar fashion so you can get the feel for that totality of the bill. We have had to use averages across municipalities for the local share, and we had to pick a point in time. So some of your numbers, as you have cemented your budgets, will have shifted somewhat. So the region's 4.9% on its own portion of the bill is about a 2.6% of the total bill. Locals about 1.8%, and so ultimately it would be about a 4.4%. Now again, that's subject to change depending on the final local decisions and your DRPS decision. So there's four main drivers that are impacting the budget before you today. Of course, we have the base pressures that reflect increased cost to provide the same services that we provided in 2024. And so that includes annualizations of budget decisions, anything approved in year, incremental debt servicing costs for debt approved last year, inflationary contractual pressures, that sort of thing. So that generally equates to about 3%, 2.3% on the overall levy. Secondly, you have investments in critical frontline core services within the region, so paramedic service, transit, housing, and homelessness supports. The third are the strategic investment pressures for DRPS with the priorities of the board and the region's strategic plan, which has priorities of regional council. Last, there's a number of provincial and federal funding impacts and legislative and regulatory changes impacting many of our health and social service programs, police, conservation authorities, and they're all described in section 7. And there was a question yesterday in a different context about perhaps changing political landscape at provincial and federal levels. From a big picture perspective, sometimes there's opportunities, sometimes there's not. So typically what we mostly find is that there's a gap. Some programs will sunset and new programs will be announced depending on the decisions of those. And we just stay flexible and try to adapt what we can and maximize any opportunities in any scenario or outcome there. So on that note, I'm going to now turn it over to Nicole to provide some of the details of those significant investments. Thank you.
So good morning. As was highlighted in the September guideline report and presentation, the fiscal sustainability of municipal government is severely challenged. The region's proposed 2025 budget allocates about $270 million, or about 28% of our tax levy requirement, for health and social services. The tax levy funding of health and social services has increased by about $103.7 million, or 62.4% over the last 6 years. This is not unique to Durham Region and is a trend that we're seeing across all single and upper tier municipalities in the province. One example of this is the recent announcement around provincial public health funding. The province has increased that funding by 1% annually, which is less than our inflationary increases that we're experiencing in the public health portfolio. So as a result, the tax base, regional tax base is increasing. proportionately to fund those costs. Durham Council has been proactive in advocating for additional supports from the provincial and federal government, specifically through AMO's call for social and economic prosperity review and FCM's call for a new framework for raising municipal revenue. AMO has indicated that it will be evolving its advocacy through its upcoming 2025 pre-budget submission, and staff will advise how the region can support this work. In addition to supporting these important sector advocacy efforts, the region continues to raise these calls for actions through its various ongoing government relation efforts. So we're now going to switch and talk about more investments in critical service areas, and we'll start with paramedic services. So the 2025 proposed budget before you today is aligned with the 10-year strategy that Council approved in 2023. It provides an additional 36 hours of additional paramedic service daily, 7 days a week. That includes the hiring of 14 additional paramedics, 7 advanced care paramedics, and 7 primary care paramedics. In addition to support this increased service delivery, there's new full-time management and support staff positions and capital investments in new paramedic response stations, including construction costs for the new South Whitby station, land for a new station in North Oshawa, and design costs for a station in North Durham. In addition, there's ongoing maintenance costs for the region's existing stations that have been provided. In totality, the region's portion of the recommendations before Council support a $3.3 million increase or 7.9% increase in paramedics services budget over 2024. And this translates to an overall impact on the levy of 0.4%. I'll now turn it over to General Manager Holmes to talk about DRT.
Good morning, everyone. Consistent with the approved guideline for September, or from September, the DRT proposed budget includes $108.4 million in tax levy funding, a $15.6 million or 16.8% increase over the 2024 budget. This increase represents 1.74% of the region's overall tax levy. As we've discussed before, DRT remains laser focused on enhancing revenue service levels to improve access to a reliable, convenient, and sustainable transit service. We started this journey in 2003 from a position where Durham was last amongst our comparators in the amount of transit service available to our residents and visitors. As we advance through the transit 10-year service and financing strategy, the region is making progress each year towards a more competitive transit network. 2025 will continue the record levels of investment into DRT, including $5.7 million net costs for an increase of 69,625 annual revenue service hours, or a 12% growth in service levels. Although we had to take a pause in 2024, DRT remains committed to zero greenhouse gas emission fleet, and in 2025 we will purchase 18 battery electric buses and the supporting infrastructure. We have planned investments of over $70 million for infrastructure projects, including the rebuilding of the bus barn at the Oshawa Depot, continued design work for the new bus garage at 2400 Thornton, and advancing work for the Windfields and Harmony terminals. We're very pleased with the additional $5.7 million in projected fare revenues for 2025, which is resulting from continued strong ridership trends. This increased revenue is and will continue to be crucial to supporting funding of service expansion and the unprecedented capital pressures that lie ahead. As DRT continues to mature and grow, strategic investments are also required in 2025 to advance and optimize maintenance operations and expansion of the battery electric fleet, continue to advance our analytics program to support data-informed decisions, and enhancing our ability to improve delivery of regular and real-time service information to our customers to meet their expectations and their diverse needs across the region. Next slide, please. With this record level of transit investment in mind, DRT will need to navigate an ever-changing and increasingly complicated industry, political, and social environments. As transit grows in the region, it will need new buildings, customer facilities, and buses, all of which are likely to increase debt repayment and servicing costs. As you know, through the first 3 years, the 10-year transit service strategy remains underfunded. And so far, there's also been a lack of funding to DRT from other levels of government to support the planned growth and transition of the fleet to a zero greenhouse gas emission technologies. However, the new funding programs through the federal government is a great opportunity, and it consists of 3 streams in fact, we've already been informed that starting in 2026, we'll receive predictable annual capital funding for 10 years through the baseline stream. We also continue to manage our risks, such as pressures of an aging fleet and the facilities required to sustain growth. You may not know this, but there are just 2 transit bus manufacturers in Canada, and one of which also supports the US market. And therefore, for the first time, we're actually resuming a bus refurbishment program in 2025, starting with 4 buses so that we can extend the life of our assets, considering some of the instability in that bus manufacturing sector these days. There's also delays and uncertainties across the industry to initiate fleet transition programs towards zero-emission vehicles. And it will not come as a surprise that currently there is continued uncertainty regarding funding from other levels of government. But perhaps our greatest risk is the potential for people to move away from DRT and public transit. If it's not reliable, if it does not expand to keep up with the population, business, and industrial growth in the region, or it doesn't meet the increasingly diverse demands of our customers, we can expect a fast spiral of declining ridership will have significant impacts to our transportation network and contribute to further inequities across the socio-economic spectrum in the region. Before I pass it off to Stella, I want to share that we also have many exciting opportunities supporting the planned growth of transit in Durham and our transit revenues. We're experiencing record level demand for public transit in all areas of the region. We have a world-class Presto electronic fare payment system that enables customers to pay by their choice. We're optimizing our business processes to realize efficiencies, and we're pursuing initiatives such as potential employer-supported transit program as just one way of enhancing our revenues. Stella, over to you. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you to Director Pincombe and Commissioner Taylor for supporting us through all this budget process. I'd like to thank also Chair and our committee members for opportunity today to present on the social services key priorities and challenges and risks for the coming year. So some of our key priorities for 2025 include an increase of $2 million in our rent supplement program. This increased investment is really critical. It will assist those in need of affordable housing, representing approximately 235 households with support for their housing costs. And people who would be eligible for something like this are people coming out of shelters who might be ready to live independently, or others on our wait list who are ready to come off the wait list and receive a rent supplement to be able to move forward in their lives. In housing and homelessness, we're seeing an increase of $5.9 million plus $8 million for our at-home incentive program. These additional investments are critical for the at-home incentive program. As you know, it has supported us to be able to work with our community developers to develop affordable housing in various local area municipalities. We needed the extra homelessness supports with the additional part-time hours in our outreach team for the 24/7 model that we currently have, and of course to continue to support the Durham Regional Local Housing Corporation operating our housing for our tenants. We have a wonderful opportunity with a new early learning and childcare center, an additional $0.4 million for North Glen Early Learning and Childcare Program. This program will be in municipality of Clarington, and it represents an additional 73 childcare spaces in our system. The Community Social Investment Program for 2024, Council approved $500,000, and for 2025, we're looking for an additional $0.3 million to continue to support the nonprofit sector. As you know, the donations are down for this particular sector, and they play a critical role supporting the needed programs in our communities, particularly helping those with who are living in poverty. In 2024, we supported 12 local agencies with up to $50,000 under our Thriving Communities Fund. And in long-term care, we're looking for an additional $0.2 million to further support our emotional model of care. In Durham Region, we're calling it Caring Connections Durham. It is an emotion-based model of care designed to create a home-like environment that fosters relationship building, social interactions, and a sense of purpose of belonging for residents. In our long-term care home, we're looking to do a pilot in the new year in our Lakeview home in one of the resident home areas. And for health and social services, we will be bringing a presentation in the first quarter of 2025 so you can learn more about the expectations of this program. Next slide, please. Some key pressures. There are many, and I'll just highlight a few here. Of course, we've talked about it many times, lack of affordable housing in Durham Region, lack of affordable housing options, transitional supportive housing. Those are key to helping us move along the housing continuum from homelessness to transitional supportive and eventually independent living. We've seen an increase in our homelessness across our Durham communities. Our by name list is at 832 today, and we know that about 430 of the people on our by name list are chronically homeless and present with high needs. We are seeing not only in with our outreach program, but additionally we're seeing intensifying high acuity support needs in long-term care, in our counseling areas, and of course in social assistance. In long-term care, we are seeing people coming to live in our homes who have lived unsheltered for many years, and they've aged, and with their mental illnesses, now they have dementia and they're coming into our homes. This is causing certainly many challenges for our staff who have to learn how to adjust to this new, to our new residents, and this is their new home. In our shelters, we're seeing people coming to our shelters who should be in a hospital. They're coming with many needs, and they're staying in our shelters. And our staff in our shelters are almost doing PSW work right now to help support them because our healthcare system is not able to, or there's no room. So I'm just giving you just some highlights of some of the pressures in that particular area. We continue to see individuals living with low to moderate income who are at risk of poverty. It's quite frightening that they're a paycheck away and they could end up on our social assistance system. And of course, we also have learned from our food bank leaders like Ben Earl from Feed the Need that today people who are using the food banks are actually employed, they're educated, and they're having to make a decision between, food for their family and other things. So certainly it's other things like paying their rent, I should add. So we do have programs in-house that we've had to create to help support people so that they can stay out of homelessness and try to lift them out of poverty. And of course, we're doing some work with our health department with a poverty response program, as you're aware. And our service providers, our community providers are all challenged with this increased need. I did mention us earlier, but I know we heard from DRPS yesterday their challenges. Our local hospital, Lakeridge Health, and other healthcare areas, our emergency rooms, and of course our counseling supports. However, there are some opportunities identified as well through all this. I don't want to sound negative only. Our affordable housing, our revitalization work that we're doing is wonderful and will move us forward. We have Malega, Christine Crescent, Center Street, Ritson Road, just a few projects, and those are just the ones that you've approved, and certainly we'll be bringing more to you in the future to continue to increase our affordable housing and mixed income communities. Coordinated efforts are continuing to increase. We do great work with DRPS on the senior safety model and our Monday night program, and we're doing some work with with Lakeridge Health as well. It is critical that we continue to work joint efforts, because this will help us with our advocacy and ultimately for some of the folks that really need it, establishing crisis beds for addiction treatment and mental health. Our community social investment program, the additional investments will certainly continue to help sustain our nonprofit sector. They are critical, like I said earlier, and working with them is needed. They're in your communities, and they do wonderful work to help your residents. And end of mortgage, initially I thought this was a risk for us because I do worry about people leaving our system and not wanting to support the affordable housing world, the community housing world, but it does pose an opportunity for us with improved partnerships in this area by moving away from the historically legislated and prescribed funding formulas that just often aren't suitable for our housing providers. There are too many rules, and it's hard to keep tenants, to house tenants or to keep them housed. So this new framework for community housing allows us to create new service agreements that better meet the needs of our providers to ensure the community housing sector in Durham remains sustainable and vibrant for the coming decades. We continue to look at how to address our wait lists. We have wait lists, as you know, across our program areas. Family services for counseling, which is counseling for our families who are living with low income in our community. We've had major wait lists the last few years, well over 100 people every year. We've brought that down to about 50 through enhanced services and a different approach to managing. Doesn't mean it's going to stay there. The need is great, but it was a good news story to share. And of course, our emotional model of care in long-term care is really critical. And we just learned last week that the Ministry of Long-Term Care is actually looking to invest in a program of an emotional model of care for long-term care homes. So they're looking for, I think they've identified some pilots. It'd be nice if we were able to be one of them. And the risks. Risks that we've identified include limited childcare spaces in our Canada-wide early learning and childcare program. The demand exceeds the allowable expansion spaces. We've been given the expansion spaces from the province, and we've been advocating for the past year to get some additional spaces because we are ready to move forward if we do have them. And we've heard from the province a couple of weeks ago that we should be hearing something in early 2025 as they're looking to recalibrate, as they said, the spaces they have across the province. We're concerned with the upcoming elections. Unlike Nancy, who sees this as an opportunity, we've seen what happens when there's a change in government in our social services sector, and we are concerned with any change at the federal level, particularly when it comes to housing and homelessness. They have been investing on the light side, but they've been investing with us, and certainly concerned with the Canada-wide early learning and childcare program and what's to come of that if there's a change there. And of course, the provincial election is coming, and we will see the outcomes of that. We continue to struggle with the unmatched capital funding. So we get the capital funding from the other levels of government. We still don't get the operational funding. And that continues to be a challenge, and that we continue to advocate for. We can continue to use the existing homelessness prevention funding. I'll just give that as an example. For the operations such as we do have Beaverton and our supportive housing, we want to continue to do more of that, but we definitely need to see some operational dollars come our way. Ontario Works and ODSP rates, they are just far too low, and just you can't imagine being on Ontario Works and living on $733 a month. And then we talk about how are we going to get people out of poverty? Oh, how can we help people pay for their rent? It's just not manageable. So we have advocated. We do continue to strive to work with our ministry counterparts, and I know you have also advocated to the minister's office. We do understand that there isn't a plan to increase these rates. That is very concerning. They have increased ODSP. It did go up somewhat. A single person will get $1,308, while an ODSP, which is fine and is indexed to inflation, but still not enough for somebody who's living with a disability and trying to support themselves in this way. So this is an area of concern for us. And finally, the job recruitment and retention pressures in social services in long-term care, it's real. There's burnout. It's a challenge working in our areas. I did talk about the high needs of our client base in our long-term care homes, in our shelters, outreach. It is a challenge, and we do continue to work with our staff to ensure that they have what they need, their supports, and debriefing opportunities for them to continue to work with us and to be healthy and safe. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions later. And I'm passing over to Nicole now.
Thank you, Stella and Bill, for highlighting the investments in the 2025 budget for transit and social services. So in addition to those targeted investments, there's also investments to support the strategic initiatives of the region as well. And many of these initiatives are multi-year initiatives. They've been initiated in prior years, and they'll continue to, their continued investment requirements in 2025 as well as over the forecast period. So this slide itemizes details rather a number of these initiatives. I just want to highlight a couple of them for you. The first one being advancing the region's cybersecurity plan. Also, there's an investment of additional $3 million in property tax funding for road rehabilitation projects. And there's proposal to increase that on an annual basis over the 10-year forecast period as well. And in addition, there's a number of initiatives to support the region's corporate climate action plan and community energy plan. I'll now turn it over to Nancy to provide an overview of the police submission.
So the Durham Regional Police Service Board submitted their 2025 budget request to council, and it's outlined in correspondence item 3.3B on today's agenda. The submission reflects a total 2025 budget ask of $313.33 million, which is a $45.4 million increase, or 16.93% over their 2024 approved budget. As the chief has identified in his discussions with council, there are a number of pressures facing the service in 2025, along with implications of the final approval of the Community Safety and Policing Act regulations. So this slide provides a very high level of the various pressures that are summarized. However, given that the chief will speak after me, I am not going to go through all of these items. He will speak far better than I on the pressures on the police issues. One of the things I wanted to note, as council is aware, DRPS has completed a facility needs assessment, and the results of that study are significant. And from my recommendation is that requires some time to incorporate it into a multi-year operating and capital servicing and financing study. So we're recommending that this be done in conjunction with DRPS in 2025 and hopes to incorporate that in 2026 budget years. So the proposed budget before you today is at the 9.25% guideline, which was 2.16 of the regional's overall levy. In recognition of the pressures facing DRPS, staff did review other financing scenarios and commenced this year to allocate a portion of the assessment growth directly to DRPS rather than applying that amount to the overall comprehensive budget. So that did reduce the DRPS impact a little bit on the property tax bill side. Again, should council approve the DRPS submission with no change, that would be 4.45% on the levy, which would translate to a total 7.19%. But again, I will leave details of the police budget to the chief and the chair to speak to. A little bit of a shift to our capital side of things. So the 2025 major capital program totals almost $345 million. So there is additional information on the 2025 capital program and 2026 to 2034 capital forecast in attachment 5 to the budget report. And you can find details of every single one of those things in each of the books that you see by department that the links were provided. So you can drill down to as much detail as you wish. The forecast total for the property tax supported budgets is $4.8 billion, with roads, transit, and police representing the largest components. And we continue to refine those each year, particularly if any funding opportunities arise from other levels of government. So one example of that this year was the Municipal Housing Infrastructure Program for roads. Highlights of the financing side of it, which is really where the challenge lies. So general levy financing for 2025 is $43.5 million. Reserve fund financing, including development charges, is $183 million. This year, we're looking at debt financing of $92.3 million, and then grants and other at about $26 million. The forecast, as we've talked about a few times, there's general levy financing of $506 million. You can see on the far right side of the screen. As you see in the table, that does require a relatively steep increase in tax levy funding. DC reserves and reserve funds needs are there, total about $3.3 billion. debenture financing of $428 million, and then other financing on around about $600 million. So lots to digest there. As mentioned, we try to strategically utilize debenture financing to deliver the 10-year capital program, where we're utilizing all of the available reserves and reserve fund financing, so there's a balance there over the 10 years. So the table on this slide illustrates the projected debenture requirements on the 2025 capital budget and the 2026 to 34 forecast before you. So this initial forecast projects about $1.5 billion in borrowing from 24 to 2034. In addition, it's anticipated that these debt requirements will increase when we look at additional priorities requiring financing, such as housing and homelessness investments, the DRPS capital program work that we'll be working through, potential implications for Go East, and implications, for example, on TOD and bus rapid transit requirements. So debt servicing costs are projected to increase by approximately $128 million over the next 10 years, and that will be something that we'll have to grapple with as we look at each budget year. Looking forward is perhaps one of the most challenging aspects, as we've just talked about on the capital forecast side. The pressures are significant and widespread across all the service areas, and is one of the reasons that we ask for advocacy with the new municipal fiscal framework. And AMO is putting out some very interesting information that we've been consulting on with respect to pre-election information for councillors. So for 2026 budget, we know that there's going to be annualization of new positions that are proposed. There will be pressures that the police will speak to you about on that multi-year side that's critical to their board. There will be continued work on the paramedic and transit service and financing studies commitments. Over the forecast period, there's some additional items to think about that we're working our way through. So that includes things like climate change initiatives to achieve GHG emission reductions. So that's things like GHG pathway studies for each facility to look at what capital improvements could knock down the GHG numbers, district energy feasibility, those kinds of things. The social housing redevelopment and ongoing operating for the increasing those number of units, homelessness crisis supports, incremental debt carrying costs, roads and bridge forecast requirements, facility expansions, the new long-term care home in Seton. Provincial, we don't have necessarily any guarantees of the gas tax funding on the provincial side, which is direct support to transit. And then, as Nicole mentioned, the cap on public health funding. So I'm going to turn it over to Elaine to close.
Thank you, Nancy. This presentation, the budget report, its attachments, and the links to the various budget booklets highlight the significant financial pressures facing the region for 2025. Addressing the complex issues that are impacting our communities today requires a strong partnership between Durham Regional Police Services and those delivering critical regional services, specifically in the areas of housing, homelessness, and community safety and well-being. This requires that both organizations be adequately funded. Building a stronger partnership in these areas, including the relaunch of the Durham Connect table, would enable both organizations to maximize the impact of limited resources. Staff will try to achieve this as part of the recommended joint long-term DRPS service and financing study. In addition to the funding requirements from the new multi-year DRPS services and financing study and the housing 10-year services and financing strategy, there continues to be incremental funding required for paramedics and transit services. Council has approved the construction of a 5th regionally operated long-term care home. The regional incremental operating costs required for this new long-term care facility is projected to require an overall tax levy increase of between 3% to 4%, which is being phased in. This includes a greater level of debenture financing. In addition, the impacts of an expanded housing portfolio and support to housing providers to accomplish the at-home in Durham priorities are being felt. Staff will pursue all opportunities for provincial and federal partnerships to offset as much capital and operating impacts as possible. This concludes our presentation, our formal presentation for the morning, and we can now move to questions. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you, Elaine. Questions to the presentation only. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, and thank you very much for the presentation. Could you go to the debenture financing slide, please? The only thing I noticed was that DRPS doesn't seem to have anything forecasted over the next 10 years for debenture financing.
So through the chair, because our recommendation is that we need to take a look at their new 10-year requirements and work on a plan and strategy for that. So we have not added that in. The totality of what they put forward is $930 million. So if it's entirely debentured, then that would be an additional draw there. But as I say, we'd like to look at that in the context of that multi-year plan and bring back, that would go to the police board as well as come back to this council.
Can you give more insight as what this multi-year plan, this multi-year capital plan?
Yes.
So is it a matter of, in the future, DRPS will own their buildings and just finance through the region, or what's the vision for that?
So through the chair, and certainly, could be a different opinion of council, but through the chair, regional facilities at this point are owned by the Region of Durham, insured by the Region of Durham. The police maintain some. There is discussion around maintenance of those facilities and ongoing requirements for upgrades, those kinds of things. But regional property is regional property from my perspective.
Okay. Obviously, I'll have more questions about that to the police presentation. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Stella. I'll just wait for you to get to the microphone there. Just one question. I'm not entirely clear on the point you made about end of mortgage opportunities. And is it possible to give us an example so that'll just solidify my understanding, please?
I certainly can through the chair. I'm actually going to ask Director Valent to step in, and she has a few examples of successes with our end of mortgage. Go ahead, Erin.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, currently, the Housing Services Act has a prescribed funding formula that we are required to use to support community housing providers. And what happens when a provider has reached their end of mortgage, it changes that calculation. So most providers end up in a funding arrangement that is not helpful for them. So signing new service agreements allows us to work with providers on a financial plan and create a new agreement that provides them with more flexibility in multiple areas, as well as a more appropriate funding agreement and reporting agreement so that we can continue to work with them to build capacity in the sector.
And how does that relate to the cost per individual for what they might have to lay out in order to have accommodation?
Sure. So it doesn't have an impact on the tenant. So tenants will still pay rent geared to income. So they will still continue to spend 30% of their income on their rent.
Okay, thank you very much. That's clear.
Thank you. Mayor Schumer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I guess this is a question to Commissioner of Finance and partially a follow-up to Regional Councillor Lee's question. And in the presentation, you mentioned the police services with their limited access to funding. I think it was something like that. Can you explain the region's development charge issues with respect to policing?
So police, through the chair, police are a component of our development charge background study, and certainly part of the review of this 10-year, multi-year plan would be to try to emphasize what would be eligible for development charge collections. The challenge with respect to development charges is it's only for the growth-related component, and the police are struggling with a significant replacement issue. Now, certainly, we would hope to identify through that as much as we possibly could that would be expanded footprints or enhanced service levels that could justify development charges collections there. But once that study is done, then we would refresh our development charges background study and bylaw at the next reasonable opportunity, and then we could address some of those issues.
Okay, thank you. Because the reason I ask, and maybe I'm getting a little ahead here with respect to their budget, is that they have various capital acquisitions in their current budget. They had it last year. And I didn't see any capital financing from development charges. And I can only presume that some degree of what at least they have in their budget has got to be growth related. As this region has grown, so too are the demands on their services. Part of their services, of course, as they hire officers, I understand the officers are an operating expense, but there's certain capital expenditures which they've identified for these new officers. There's no doubt, vehicles, what have you. Am I wrong? Was there nothing in there for development charges, and is there a reason for that?
So we have applied development charges, for example, to the Clarington Police Complex phases, but there is only a limit to how much development charge funds were collected from policing during the previous rounds. So the one benefit to having a new 10-year plan is that we can really enforce in defending the bylaw what would be truly growth related. So that's always a challenge, and so this would give us a much better footprint to do that. But certainly we have used development charges where they're available. Typically, they have not been substantive enough in dollars to really assist, but the Clarington Police Complex facility was quite a large one and did utilize pretty much the extent of what development charge collections were in the bank.
So is that more or less the reason there's nothing in this budget for development charges is the account is empty?
So for what's in the capital plan for 2025 for DRPS, there's nothing that we've deemed specifically growth related, because most of their capital isn't really reflected. As we mentioned, we want to deal with a modernized capital plan, and so that will then allow us to in future maximize. But each year it changes very much depending on, for all the departments, what project is in that's identified in our DC background study that we can utilize that funding for. It's not a sort of generic allocation. It has to actually tie right to what's deemed growth related. So we certainly want to work aggressively on that going forward.
Okay, thank you. I'll reiterate the point that I would think a lot of some of the items in that budget are growth related, because as they speak to in their budget, as the region grows, so do various services, and police services would no doubt be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shahid.
Thank you so much. Through you, Chair Henry, just a clarification question with the Transit Commissioner on the fact that when he had said that there is federal funding starting 2026 regarding some sort of a predictability of buses, I believe. So we know that there is an upcoming election. How are we going to strategize if the promise is here, will the promise sustain?
Through the chair, I don't think that's a question that I can answer in terms of any potential change of government and what any new government may or may not do. We're very excited that the current government is announcing funding through this program and getting those established. They have publicly announced Toronto, for example, receiving $1.2 billion through this program. So they're just starting to roll out now. We have been informed we are getting funding from the baseline stream. We can't comment on that amount yet because it's not made public. However, all agencies are receiving that notice. There are two other streams, a Metro Region stream as well, which is a tripartite funding through the three levels of government. Also a targeted stream, which is very much focused, and the baseline stream is intended to be that annual for 10 years, predictable, consistent capital funding that we'll be able to leverage. And we'll be looking to that as we develop our 2026 budget.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Henry, all I wanted to know is that we fiscally plan of what ifs. That's what I'm just thinking of, and that's what it is. I mean, what are the guarantees, and will they sustain for 2026 is this my thing. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. That is something with the government relations function we are very aware of. We are certainly trying to ensure we have all the contribution agreements signed and in place, and continue to through Strategy Corps and ourselves, advocate for the importance of this funding that we're getting federally and provincially. Unfortunately, though, with the change in government, there are no guarantees. We're just taking all the actions we can to try to minimize the risk.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. This question may be answered potentially by either Commissioner Taylor or our CAO. Currently, if there is a large capital facility plan for, let's say, our Works Department, where is that funding located? Is it located in the works budget or is it located in the overall regional budget?
So through the chair, everything rolls up to the regional budget. If you want to look at the details of the breakdown, you'll find it in the departmental pages. So the booklets that are defined by department, that's where you can look and drill down and find, but it all rolls up to the totality of the regional budget.
So thank you. So could you clarify for me, how do we do that for Durham Regional Police Service facilities? If there's a new capital expenditure plan, is that located in the police budget or is it located in the overall regional budget?
So again, it all rolls together. So the police has a booklet that you can see that was attached. As we work out their new capital plan, it obviously needs to go through their board process. I'm hoping very cooperatively we can find some good solutions, hopefully. And then it would come through a council process as well, like the other servicing and financing studies. And then we would incorporate that into future budget documents. The debt I'll use as an example if that's where you're going. So if we borrow for a roads facility, the debt repayment goes into the roads category because for performance measures and reporting to the province in our financial statements, it goes in the category. So it's charged to those budgets, but it still rolls up into the overall summary. So police would be the same. Any debenture debt that would be incurred from a police perspective would be reflected in their detailed pages, because then when we're reporting on the police expenditure, for example, in our consolidated financial statements, it would include everything that relates to that service delivery area.
So the financial modeling for what happens within DRPS is commensurate with any other department in terms of capital facility expenditures?
That's correct. We just need to make sure we acknowledge that there is a board that has decision-making in between there, but from the budget and the financial reporting perspective, to some degree, they are another department to me, but as I say, with respect and acknowledge that there is a board and administration there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stay on the same subject, Commissioner, if you don't mind. So if we, let's say for example, because I know we're looking at this type of stuff, let's say we're going to build a new works depot, right? And we have to have a debenture of, pick a number, $100 million, doesn't matter what it is, because we know the debt servicing comes out of operating. Is that included in the works budget for their guidelines? So when we say works can have this much increase over their last budget, would that debt servicing be included in there?
So yes, with the proviso. So when we look at the guideline allocation, that 5% for 4.9% that we have now, we don't just go to the departments and say, here's your percentage share of 4.9, here's your percentage share of 4.9. We actually take a look at these things that are out of their control and adjust for that corporately, and then give them the remaining number and say, here's what you have flexibility for. So the debt charges still show in their section, but we don't penalize them, I'll say. So we try to sort out a way of acknowledging in that broad percentage, we need to pick up these things.
Yeah, so I understand, like, we get to the totality of the regional budget, everything is rolled up there. But when you look at how what your explanations just were, we've got departmental stuff, which is everything except police, basically, and you got conservation, which is usually always about the same and comes in at the same level, and then we have police, right? So if we build a new depot, and as your explanation was on the debt servicing, and we sell the old depot land, where does that money go to?
So that money would go into regional reserve funds for future land acquisition needs. So again, that part is looked at corporately. It doesn't go into a customized reserve fund. And so we look at everything across the board, particularly within the departments. There is a great collaboration amongst the department heads, for example, in understanding what pressures are key in any given year, and we work very hard together to make that happen. I'm hopeful that those same things can happen with some very fruitful discussions with police as well. Certainly, when we look at, one of the reasons why I want to do a multi-year strategy with police on capital is that clearly if you look at $930 million over a window, that's going to cause a significant impact upon the room that police has. And that's one of the reasons why I'm suggesting we also need to do an operational forecast. Because, again, I'm sort of uncomfortably talking police, but they're also going to need operational and, you know, it's not just about, well, we'll just pay debenture this year, we won't hire anybody, we won't. It's going to be, so council will need to figure out what is that balance and is there staging of capital replacements in order to try to find some way, because the board has to be satisfied, but so does council with what they're approving.
Right, yeah, I understand it's a complex thing and how we develop it and do forward. But as you said, within their operating, because debenture debt payment comes out of operating someplace, which is almost totally tax levy, right?
Unless we can get development charges. So if we can, to the earlier question, and you're familiar with that, but to that question,
I understand. Well, I mean, if we had the development charges, though, chances are we wouldn't borrow money to build something unless the development charges were short, i.e. we do the 10-year background study and it says over 10 years we're going to have this much development charge that we've applied to roads, and now we're building a road and we haven't collected 10 years worth of development charges, right? So we have to make up that shortfall, which might be added into a debenture, right? Or capital project.
So we actually often debenture specifically for growth-related, and the growth-related DCs would pay for that. Because we never, you know, if you're going to look at whether it be a significant police facility or a new roads depot, whatever percentage is growth-related, we would debenture for the entirety. We would split the charge of the payment between tax levy and the appropriate DC share. So in the reports, you show us talk about how much of future annual DC commitments get chewed up by debt. And it's one of the things we track because, of course, it's not a guaranteed income stream every year. So there are upper tier municipalities who their debt ceiling is being hit by all growth related. And then you have a year like this year where there's no collections and you don't have enough to pay the mortgage and you're borrowing from reserve funds. So we do have to track that permanent support to debt from development charges.
You're certainly much more an expert at that than me, right? You know, like I can balance my bank account, but not $2 billion worth of a regional budget. But anyway, the other side of that is though, is so if we build a new police station someplace, did you hear that, Councillor Neal? If we build a new police station somewhere, right, and we have X amount of dollars for development charges, whatever, we end up with a debenture. That debt servicing goes into the police budget though, correct?
It will, because from a financial reporting perspective, and all of the data that we're forced to coordinate it and report on it by service delivery area. So you can see our financial statements are that way, the financial information returned to the province. So we're forced to report it on functional area.
But it does limit then when we're looking at operating or guideline budgets for the police, if they have to have a new facility someplace, right? It does limit that from the other things that police might need.
It will certainly provide financial challenges for them in balancing how they're going to address operating and new staffing versus that's why I think that's multi-year plan is critical for them to give a shot at that.
I think a multi-year plan is a great thing. We just did one with Chief Treesborough on the ambulance stuff, and it's a great idea. But the other side of that is, what happens when we sell a piece of property? So let's say we get a new works depot and we sell the old one, the land, the building, the whole enchilada. What happens to that money?
So again, those monies go into regional reserve funds, and maybe I should be clear here because I'm thinking I'm missing a step of what you're asking me.
I think you're understanding where I'm going, right? Okay.
When we look at the entirety of the capital program for police, I am not suggesting that there will be no non-debt related contributions from, like, we will have to look at regional reserve funds as well.
Okay.
And some of those are created through various means. Sometimes it's from, you know, historical surplus perhaps in the police. So when I'm suggesting that I really need to look at a plan, if I have the opportunity to do so as Commissioner of Finance, those are the things I want to try to figure out what I can maximize.
Okay, and that's good. So like, for example, let's just pick it out of the air. So we're let's say we're building a new police facility for $50 million to replace an old police facility, right? So $50 million for the new police facility, and let's be small c conservative, and say we're going to get $10 million for the property in the building we're saying because it's a piece of crap and that's why the police need a new one, right? But we're going to get some money for the land. So would that $10 million help with the $50 million before we get into a $40 million worth of debentures and development charges?
Sorry, my apologies. You're not bringing me to tears.
Oh, I'm glad that's the case because I hate to do that.
So what we would do is look at, and as I say, that's why I know often the question is had, and maybe I'll say it bluntly, the question is sometimes asked to me of the facility across the road and, is the region going to buy it
Yeah,
from
by the way,
police?
that facility across the road, I was in charge of facilities at the police when we were sorting that one out, so go ahead.
So that's where, from my view, I'm not looking at a dollar for dollar. I want to look at the entirety of the program and say, we can only afford so much from the taxpayer, whether it's a police facility or whether it's so what else can I bring to the table in order to look at the totality of what we've got as a financing mechanism? So I don't look at it divided that way. So that's why, to be honest, I'm not looking at doing the math of saying we owe or don't owe. In my view, we need to put together a program that taxpayers
Okay.
can handle, and we need to look at as many
you're-
resources as I can find.
You're hoping this multi-year plan is going to do that because the impression that is always, capital budget facilities for the police gets charged to the police budget. To me, within the guidelines, we sell an old police building and it doesn't appear anywhere that money comes back. Now, maybe it's one of those accountant things that I don't understand, but I know where you're going with that, and thank you very much for the questions, the answers, and I'm glad I didn't bring you to tears. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Anderson, push your button again, please. Your mic is now on.
Thank you, Chair. And my first question is to Commissioner Taylor. Police budget, we know the constraint on it, and it's basically funded by tax levy. Have you ever looked at places such as casinos, etc., so that they pay for themselves, they pay for the police service that they receive? The casinos come to mind, but I'm sure there are other facilities that require police services.
So through the chair, when we bring on, when something like a casino comes on stream, and the police did help us quite a bit in trying to determine this, we did look at what the additional policing costs are, same as additional transit costs, those kinds of things. And we tried to negotiate with the municipality in which a casino is located to have some cost recovery. But the region has no ability to dictate to either OLG or the local municipality, that's the host community, to share any of those monies. So certainly we have done every time something like that comes up, we certainly make an attempt to say, this has a bearing on police, it has a bearing on ambulance, it has a bearing on transit, but we don't have any ability to force something. We do also try to keep a very close eye on any opportunities. So as you'll note in the report, there was a lot of outcry over OPP costs for those municipalities that pay for those, and the province has announced that they're going to subsidize to the tune of 77 million. So you see a recommendation in the report to say, the current environment for policing is not what it was many years ago. And if that's changing because of provincial directives on how the police needs to operate, again, my apologies, I'm kind of, then the province should be coming forward with funding so that it all isn't on the property tax base. So I have a recommendation on that in the report to try to start to, at least from and we've talked about it, the Ontario Regional Single Tier Treasurers, society is changing, and so we need our funding model to change to match that. And property taxpayers can't fund the cost of international issues that, say, a police force would deal with. So, it's a complex issue across the board, and it's a sort of a magnet on the police area, particularly for that.
Yeah, I wish there was a way you could figure that out so they pay for that. I haven't done any research. I don't know if that's done in any other jurisdiction, and I don't know to what extent or what the cost. Have you ever done an analysis of the cost of providing these additional service to?
So certainly, when the new Pickering Casino came on stream, we did work with the DRPS at that time to calculate what the impact for them would be. But again, we were grateful in the end to, with the CAO's work with the CAO Pickering, to get a negotiated agreement for funds for housing at least. But again, those municipalities that are host of those facilities have their own pressures to make their decisions with respect to where they would see that funding flow.
Thank you. I have a question for Stella, I believe, as well. So, through the chair, during your presentation, you talked about what someone in Ontario Works receive versus someone in, I think one was $700 and something per month, which that's per week. I don't even think you can live on that. So when that happens, and we have to provide housing, what's the cost to us or to the taxpayers of the region, for instance, when you have to make up the shortfall in that? You have an idea what it would cost?
Yes, through the chair, I'm just going to, I'll just sort of highlight, while my team sort of thinks about an overall answer. Through the rent geared to income, we are certainly support, because all of our Durham Regional Local Housing Corporation units are all rent geared to income. So the residents there are typically Ontario Works or Ontario Disability Support Program recipients. So we do cover, it's not much of a, there is a difference there. And I look at rent supplements as well. Those are coming from us. So we top up. We fill the gap between what the rent is, what they're able to pay at 30%. We fill in the gap in between. I don't have an overall number. I can't imagine we can get that very quickly here. I think we'll have to come back to you on that front. Sorry.
So have you ever provided that number to the province and say, look, it's not sustainable?
Through the chair, we do, through our advocacy, Councillor Anderson, request additional funding like the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit, like additional money for rent supplements to be able to support the individuals who need that support. And I'm going to just highlight as well, these benefits I just mentioned are really critical if someone's going into independent living where they have to pay that higher rent. We are looking for additional sort of funding to support those who need the supportive housing, which requires not only roof over their head, but also the supports to wrap around.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Chair. I think these in part might be Nancy questions, even though they might be specific to other departments. And part of my question refers to policing, and if you want to leave that to the chief, that's fine. You were speaking to, I guess in answer to Councillor Anderson's comments about, I'll say, incremental costs of policing due to provincial initiatives. I think you were speaking to the casino, but the Community Safety and Policing Act was updated or came in 2024. And I understand that through that there was a number of provisions that required police to have certain new equipment, whether it's for breaching doors, for protective gear, and training and some other things. In some cases, it's replacing equipment that we already have, and perhaps it's better equipment. I'm not going to quibble about that. But is that something that through the initiative you spoke to about trying to acquire either one-time or ongoing funding for additional policing requirements? Would that be included in discussions or initiatives that you're undertaking to try and recover or offset some of those costs?
So from my perspective, and perhaps I'm a painfully optimistic person, just I think many of you know that. From my perspective, any avenue we can find to advocate, to support all of our services that are heavily tax-base funded, which includes police, and anytime legislation costs us from that taxpayer perspective, then I'm all in on advocating to try to get other levels of government to recognize the implication that they have driven by that and to find funding options from them. Will we be successful? When I look at the police model, and certainly they can again speak to it very much better than I, there is very little ongoing support. There's prisoner support transfer, like there's sort of, in my view, one-off initiatives, but unless I'm wrong, I don't see that there's an ongoing operational support grant for however many years simply for policing. Those kinds of things, I don't see them existing.
So you don't have a specific lane or process or initiative or discussions underway at this point that are heading in that direction?
Yes, nothing beyond the advocacy that we've talked about. And the only thing I will add in is that when we talked at the Ontario Regional Single Tier Treasurers, AMO was present, this was a little while back, and they had been aware of the OPP side of things. They had not been aware of the implications for the rest of the police forces. So they have taken up that challenge and added it into their advocacy work and their pre-work with respect to the next provincial election. So, we try to bring awareness everywhere we go, and I know certainly that Elaine does the same at all the tables that she's on to talk about the totality of issues that regional governments are facing, and certainly policing is a key one.
Okay. I would ask you if you knew what the bill was for the new act, but if you might rather refer that to the chief, would you?
I'll let the chief speak
Okay.
to that if he even has the ability to try to carve off that impact, because I would suggest that would be quite challenging. But
The other question I had is, it's a transit question, but it's kind of along the lines of what Councillor Chapman and Councillor Kerr were talking about, sort of who pays what for infrastructure. So the bus rapid transit along Kingston Road, and I'm probably more familiar with the Pickering and Ajax portions, has the middle lane with bus shelters and amenities in the middle lanes. Where ultimately is that? Is that a transit item? Is that a roads item? Is it somewhere else?
So
The cost.
So cost-wise, that's the roadworks themselves would be a road project. So there is for the funding for that was through the Investment in Canada Infrastructure Program, which was a joint funding. It is ended, and we've told that there's going to be no more funds for completing that. So that's going to be an issue that we have to grapple with. So it's where we get into when we capitalize an asset and sort out where it goes. The road and infrastructure works would be roads. If there's a significant shelter facility or a transit related, then that would be allocated to transit. So that's a huge amount of work that happens behind the scenes when we're doing our financial reporting to sort out what asset categories finally find a home.
Okay. And I'll ask you this question, but it might end up being a roads or a transit commission question. So my understanding is we have funding to move ahead with a number of the BRT projects and enhancements. Again, I'm more familiar with the Pickering and Ajax ones, but not the complete route. So we have funding to do certain work over the next couple of years, and then the funding runs out before the work is completed.
So we have specific funding, and Bill can nod at me if I'm correct. We have specific funding based on the ICIP program for defined projects within the BRT. When those projects and funding is done, there is nothing else on the horizon to fill in any gaps that weren't covered under that funding program. I don't know if, Bill, if you have anything to add to that, to elaborate, that would be helpful.
Thanks through the chair. And Nancy was correct. The ICIP funding will construct those segments that we've talked about previously through Pickering and Ajax. The Canada Public Transit Fund, and the one stream we talked about, which is focused on a metro region across the Greater Golden Horseshoe. That would be an opportunity where we will be able to apply for funding. It's tripartite funding, very similar to the old ICIP. And I would expect that the DSBRT will be one of those projects for us to seek funding for the remaining sections of that. But again, that will be happening through this year.
Okay. And if I might just ask then, when do we expect some shovels in the ground on the part that's been funded to get going in 2025?
It's my understanding that the utility work is starting now, and bigger shovels will be in the ground as throughout 2025.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wu?
Yeah, and through the chair, and before I ask my questions, and I want to echo our CAO Elaine and thank Nancy and Nicole and staff for putting this together and all involved. So quite comprehensive, something to certainly discuss amongst members of council. One thing that has been brought out, and I want to start, with regional council and our support. We have two members on AMO representing on AMO on the call for social and economic prosperity review. And if I can, amongst those within the province of Ontario, what is that gap that, and if I recall, is it $400 million that municipalities are carrying the province?
So through the chair, I do not have that number off the top of my head. I do know that AMO has been doing some pre-work and working with we've submitted lots of information from the region of Durham. I can't quote what the number is. It is a very, very large number, but I could find out what it is for you, but I certainly can't quote it off the top.
I think I can help, and I'll look to a nod from Mayor Roy, because she sits on the big city mayors. Mayor Cam Guthrie from Guelph, his team did a research, and I believe it's 33% we pick up 33% of the costs related to the other levels of government. Mayor Roy? Here.
According to Cam Guthrie and with his research, and especially with his budget that he has brought through this past year and how he's broken it out, yes. And we're seeing that across the other municipalities as well. London just did very similar, as well as Barrie, and we're seeing other municipalities. And we've had the same dialogue around Whitby, not that we have the same pressures, what's taking place within the regional government, but I think it's very important that it's apples to apples and not apples to oranges. That's the comparison, but also understanding what we're paying for.
So, Councillor, to give you an idea, the region of Durham's contribution would be over $400 million. You still have the floor, by the way.
Yes. Well, thank you for that. I just wanted to, and if I could, through you to Nancy or Stella, when did, and I think we're the only province, and correct me if I'm wrong, that social housing has been downloaded to the municipalities?
That's correct, yes. We're the only province that carries the cost of that on the property tax base.
Yeah. And when did that happen, or do you have a rough idea?
Oh, 2000?
No, 1998.
Okay. Now, some of that, as far as providing social housing, with the housing stock that we have, and I can remember somewhere, I guess maybe 8 years when I was on council, regional or more, just the housing stock that we have, the main maintenance, I think $200 million.
Certainly, what I will say, and then I would turn it over to Stella or her team for any details. The average age of our facilities is something like 50 years. So you can do the math on the state and the needs and the condition of those. But for anything more specific, I'd have to, if you want further details, I'd have to turn that over to Stella.
Through the chair, yes, our stock is from the 1960s, so that's why we're seeing the problems that we're seeing today. They're not accessible. We have a lot of seniors. many senior buildings, and we have lifts instead of elevators. The doorways are not wide enough for a walker or a wheelchair. Yeah, they do need a lot of support. The financial piece, I can turn to Director Valent to provide us additional information. Erin, would you like to add?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, just to add to that, the Durham Regional Local Housing Corporation is the oldest community housing stock in the region of Durham. But all of the community housing stock, when it was downloaded to us, was quite old. So all of the properties are in need of significant investment for capital repair, not just to maintain the buildings in a good state of repair, but as Stella mentioned, there's new requirements in terms of accessibility standards that are very, very hard to retrofit old buildings and take a considerable investment to do so. Same with energy efficiency initiatives. In terms of the Durham Regional Local Corporation, the capital in the 2025 budget, and you would see that in your budget book, is just over $10 million. And part of the maintenance and unit turnovers. And those costs would be included in the operating budget, which is just over $19 million in 2025.
And that is from our taxpayers?
Yes.
Or are we getting any funding from upper levels of government to support that?
Go ahead, Erin. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. We do receive some federal investment, but the vast majority of it is regional funding through the tax base.
And if I can just add to that, we just heard some announcement this morning. Within that, the COCHI funding that we do receive typically supports our housing providers with the ability to use that money towards repairs. And it looks like there's a change in approach with that funding, and it'll be used only for new development. So that'll have an impact on us and our ability to support the community housing system.
Sure. Have you had any discussions, it probably comes from the political level, of uploading this back to the province?
Go ahead.
You know what? It is a political question, and there are a lot of things that should be uploaded to the provincial and federal governments, but they somehow don't want to come to the table.
No, thank you for that. Nancy, on slide 4 and the regional property tax average home, $88 represents 30.4%. Now, social services right behind us. Now, you did mention Durham Regional Police. We really do not get, well, I should say the board, the police service, do not get much, let's say, funding from upper levels. If social services did not get the funding that they do get, they would be much more than the Durham Regional Police Services. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, so if you look at the page before where it shows the pie charts on the gross amount, and it shows there that social services, I think it's about 35%. Again, I'm going by memory, and police is lower. The translation to that next slide is exactly what you're getting at. You subtract off all the funding, and it means that social services drops less on the tax levy side, and the police then moves forward because they don't have anything to subtract off.
All right. Now, we get back to housing stock, and the police service is no different. And there are 3 facilities that are aged: downtown Oshawa, Pickering, and Scugog. They're aged. They should be replaced. I think that's the future plan. Now, if I look at when it comes up for sale, obviously Pickering and Oshawa are prime locations. When they, if the time comes that they are up for sale, it won't be just land value, it's certainly location, land value. Where will that money go?
So through the chair, any sale of regional property will go into regional reserve funds. And then, as I mentioned, when we're looking at capital plans, we have to look at the totality of regional financing available. And maybe I'll say to the heart of it, the $930 million capital program right now that Police Board has brought forward, if it was simply a matter of saying we're going to borrow the whole thing, you wouldn't need me to do a financing plan. So the whole point is for us to try to figure out staging and timing and comparing to other priorities, recognizing that the totality of what a taxpayer can handle is also going to be a limiting factor. But if it was just a matter of saying we were going to borrow it all, you wouldn't need me to do anything because you'd simply put it all in as debt and do the math on what that means. So we have to figure out some resolve. On the other hand, clearly we can't perform miracles either. There is a lot of needs, as you just spoke to, with respect to social services. We have a number of areas where the condition of regional assets are not appropriate any longer for the service delivery that they provide. And Works is an example of that as well with respect to the condition and state of the depots. There are a lot of needs across the organization. So I have, as regional treasurer, I have to keep all that in mind. But it is a matter of trying to figure out how creative we can be and where we can find resources from any avenue.
And I just wanted to expand on the use of development charges in the replacement of downtown Oshawa, if it comes, or Pickering, or Scugog. So development charges could not be used for the full amount
So
of
that's
the replacement?
So development charges can only cover the size or service delivery for new growth.
Right.
So depending on the service area, sometimes you take it simply as an extrapolation of square footage. So if it's 10,000 square feet today and you're going to build a new one with 20,000 square feet, then 50% can be growth related. That doesn't necessarily, that's not necessarily a standard formula. Each service delivery area, we would look to try to sort out whether we could maximize it any further. So for example, for the Scugog facility, if police built exactly the same size somewhere else, it's not guaranteed that there would be no growth related, but certainly it's harder to substantiate. So we'd need to really look, that's part of the work of a long-term plan, is to say, are there components that we could justify as relating to growth? And that's where we'd have to be able to defend that at the OLT, because as you know, development charges are a hot topic these days. So, but that's the whole point, is to dive into it to the degree that we can maximize any source of funding that's theoretically available. How much can we actually leverage?
Yeah. Well, as a follow-up to that, the language, we are probably we are the only police services without its own standalone headquarters. So how would that factor in with the development charge? Even our association has their own office. We are the only ones without an actual head office, standalone building.
Off the cuff, and this will involve a lot of work of experts and assessments, but generally speaking, administrative facilities are not necessarily eligible. Now, sometimes by service category, there's ways to justify. So that's where we'd really have to utilize the work of experts to try to determine how much we can maximize. But I couldn't commit to anything without us trying to do that work, looking at how other successful development charge background studies that have leveraged police facilities to a greater degree, how have they done that, how have they justified it, and then that could be work perhaps that we would request through the Police Services Board to undertake, so that we would have the necessary studies to justify whatever position we were going forward with.
Okay, and I just pretty well want to wrap up, and we get back to the request from the police services and what is before us, the recommendation. So 7.19% if the request from the Police Services Board comes, and you said $237, that would be?
I believe so, yes. Yep, Nicole's nodding.
It is.
Yes.
So right now, as it stands, we're looking at, to the average household, at a certain amount, $163, $237. So that's an increase of, that would be an increase of $74.
I'll rely on your math, yep.
I'm doing the math here. So that's what we have looking before us, you know. And what is 1% on the, I think it's 800 and some, or,
So 1% is just shy of 9 million, 8,999,000 and change. So just shy of 9 million is 1%.
8.99.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Counselor Crawford?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for taking the hard questions this morning. You'll need a nap afterwards, I'm sure. I just wanted to say, when you state that all of the buildings around are owned by the region, and they're all occupied by regional staff, essentially, are they paying rent?
So through the chair, to an external third party, we have leased facilities that they pay rent. For the police in this building, it's not rent, it's cost recovery. So they're allocated a cost, that's charged out to works, it's charged out to finance, it's charged out. So the cost of the security, the utilities, the snow clearing, all of that's allocated across everybody that has a footprint in the building.
So we pay them, they pay us back?
Essentially.
Or is that part of the?
Essentially, I mean, we work it out, but yes, essentially, there's a specific allotment in their budget booklet for regional headquarters.
And does that happen also like social services, works, everything, all regional buildings, every employee, that happens?
Yes, because it comes back to what I mentioned about financial reporting and performance measures and the cost of providing services. We need to have the full cost of providing those services in the right buckets, so it does get allocated.
Okay. I did want to say that AMO board meeting a couple weeks ago, they were very happy to announce that the OPP were going to get, any municipalities that had OPP were going to get extra money because of all the hardships that were, cast upon them. However, when I asked about our own local police, they said the province said that they did not believe that that was their responsibility. So all of the money, all the changes, the same equal changes to the OPP to local police are now not being funded through the province on local police and are going to be directly paid through the tax base, which I don't know, but I think there should be many letters going to the province saying that these changes are your changes, whether they were needed or not, but that they need to be funded through the province. I know you can't comment.
Yeah. So so would you agree is not the appropriate, or did you know it doesn't work either, by the way, members of council? You did, and I'll have our CAO respond.
We are already advocating for that through our government relations function. You will see when we bring forward our government relations priorities in the new year, I believe January or February, that we will have advocating for provincial investment in policing costs high on the list. We know it's an issue. It's going to be a long, challenging discussion, I'm sure, but it's something I plan to raise with the regional and single-tier CAOs that will ultimately come to Marco as well. That's right, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Gerard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Nancy, and I've only got one, Nancy. When I look at the macro slide, the one that shows the gross expenditures, we look at planning and economic development being 7.1. We know there's significant changes going on within that operation. Are we projecting into 2025 what the impact will be of those changes?
So if I may, I'm going to apologize on behalf of Brian. That pie chart, we need to change the words around. So it's administration and all of the others, and planning and admin. So we changed it on one of the other charts, but we must have missed it on that one. So Brian's team does not take up 7% of the totality of the regional budget. So my apologies to Brian for insinuating such a thing.
So even with that, with the changes coming at planning, do we see that affecting the levy?
So with respect to that, I will turn that over to Elaine and perhaps then Brian.
The impact of the planning changes were relatively minimal on the regional government because most of our services had already been downloaded to the urban municipalities, the 3 northern municipalities Brian continues to work with. There will be a report coming directly to council that talks about the renaming of planning and the various divisions within planning, but it's also important to know that the vacancy rate within the planning department is already at 40%. Staff have been moving on ever since the announcement was made over a year ago, or I think it might even be more than that. So any savings to be realized have been realized through the budget.
Okay, fair enough. I may drill down a little bit more closely, but I'll leave it at that level for now, so thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts the questions, so I just have one. It's important for council to understand the changes related to development charges. Every provincial and federal minister that I've met, that is their topic is about development charges. Is it possible for you to explain how the region of Durham, unlike any other municipality in Ontario, is in a challenge because of the development charges and decrease also related to Bill 23?
Thank you for that opportunity, because people have assumed because a lot of things in Bill 23 were rolled back that we were done with problems with development charges. But we are absolutely not, because we now have to fund the freezing. So when a developer comes in at the date of their application, there's rules around it, but their development charge is frozen. We have to deal with paying for the cost of the incentives for no DCs for rental and affordable units. So the bulletin was released on that. So that presents a challenge for us. So there is still, when you're in a high growth municipality that has significant water sewer assets that need to be expanded upon, those numbers start to magnify greatly. The other challenge we have, and I think it's in my speaking notes for the water sewer budget, the federal government has announced Canada Housing, it's a CHIF, but their position is, the requirement is that you have to freeze development charges in order to be eligible for that funding. And you have to freeze development charges as of April 2nd last year, which was before our bylaw came into play. So the freezing of the development charges, when you do the math of having to freeze that for 3 years, we would pretty much have to get, a third of the entire country's worth of allocation in order just to break even for the lost development charge monies. So clearly that's, and we're specifically listed, Durham, in the application guide. It lists those municipalities that would be required to freeze their DCs, and the region of Durham is specifically listed as one that would be required to freeze their development charges to access any of that funding. And it's matching funding. So not only would we have to freeze our DCs, we would also have to come up with, I think it's 40% of the cost. So again, you do the math on the sheer magnitude of a project that would even break us even, then we'd still have to come up with 40% of our share of that, which would decimate all of our funds for any of the other programs. So it's just not in any way viable for us.
Okay, thank you. We have one more counselor, Councillor Marion Pietri.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, everyone involved in the budget process. Really appreciate all the work that's been done. It's a lot of work. And we have and through you, the responsibility of asking questions, but also understanding the realities that we're, obviously faced with. So I wanted to ask through you, Mr. Chair, if you could expand on the conversation revolving around DCs, and I'll just tell you why. I've been reviewing, maybe because I'm a nerd a bit when it comes to this stuff, the comments made by colleagues that I respect that work with at AMO or FCM or in other initiatives in the City of Toronto. It seems to be another world. It's almost alien. Some of the suggestions that, we move to forgive DCs entirely or give discounts. And I get it, because that's, what, through you, Mr. Chair, I guess I would define it as rhetoric in the campaign that some organizations are casting. But the reality is much different here, in the sense that without those dollars, and I know that ours are aggressive, I'll admit, ours are aggressive, and we've been appealed and it's been reduced. But without those dollars, where would we get the money in order to provide for the services, the infrastructure, and the expectations of the residents in our community, in our region, in our municipalities?
So a couple comments, if I may. The one thing I'll say is, ironically, we have not been, we're generally mid-range with respect to DC charges. It is seems to be out there that Durham is expensive for these things, and sometimes I think it's the nature of the community because we're so large geographically that there gets to be misunderstandings around that. So that's certainly one issue. People also forget, and I know you're very well versed in this, development charges isn't a revenue stream. It's not, it's not a value we collect as a charge. It is a recovery. So it is very mathematically structured directly to only recover the costs related to needing to put that servicing in. So without development charges, you have to, number one, you'd either have astronomical tax levy increases, or you have to have astronomical debt that gets paid by those tax levy increases. Because we can't choose to not do those projects when they are essential for housing. So, and not to belittle other programs, but there are some things you could choose not to do if there's no funds. Council is faced with that dilemma all the time. But if you want to build a house, you can't choose to not have the water tap turn on and the toilet flush and a driveway, a road driving up to it. So those aren't optional capital programs, and they're without development charges. We only have tax levy, whether it's debt and then tax levy or whether it's straight up tax levy.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think when in that context, it's brought to, I think, light and the attention of the general public, because I think there is a misunderstanding when it comes to those charges and what those dollars mean. Excuse me. The rhetoric is often that growth pays for growth. That's not the case. I think many of our colleagues today, particularly Councillor Chapman's comments about if you've got a project that you've had development charges set aside for, that may have begun maybe a decade ago, those dollars aren't enough to be able to execute. So you're incurring debt then. So on one side of the equation, through you, Mr. Chair, in the organizations that want us to significantly discount or reduce the charges, the rhetoric is, well, growth doesn't pay for growth. And on the other side, the expectation of the general public is that growth must pay for growth. So the question is, backfilling, because we're in the middle of all this, right? So we're in the middle. How do we backfill without having to jump through all the hoops that others do for provincial and federal funding? Considering a lot of this stuff, Councillor Crawford's comments about how many of these, sort of downloading pressures have occurred, we don't download on ourselves. We're downloaded onto. So I'm wondering whether, through you, Mr. Chair, the analysis has been performed. I ask this every year as to, how much we need in order to facilitate those programs that we are incurring from the tax base that property taxpayers, can't, bear any longer, because it is pretty intense now.
So we've included two things in the report, and certainly work is ongoing. I do thank you for your comment up front for acknowledging how much work this has been, because across the organization to produce two budgets in a year and the like has been round-the-clock exercise. We did include in the budget report two things just to note. So we noted that the health and social services combined has increased, the tax support to that has increased by 100 and some million in the last 6 years. That's a huge, massive number that's been downloaded. The other reference you will find, and Dr. Kyle and I were chatting about this before the meeting, if you take the amount of funds that Dr. Kyle is required to do the mandatory programs that is funded on the tax base, and you extrapolate to that, if the province paid 75% of that, they need to give us an additional $9 million. If they were even to fund 70% of that, they'd need to give us an additional $6 million and change. And that's just on an annual, and that's not factoring in the 1% cap that's going to diverge that funding. So we are working on trying to comprehensively better answer that question. We also had to devote time because AMO is doing some great work and they wanted capital analysis and a whole bunch of work. So we are working to be better defined, but we did put some metrics in to at least help in the understanding a bit there of what those implications are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's going to be more questions, but just the last one of this sort. You alluded to AMO, FCM. Obviously, there's that question that I was asked about prorating some of the money that we've had flow down to us from before, like the gas tax dollars, maybe having a new financial deal framework that works for us. But let me ask you this instead, because that takes time, and obviously it takes legislation and government support and so on from other levels. But from our own end, through you, Mr. Chair, have we looked at in those dollars or in those programs or services that we've been downloaded, what ones would be able to send a signal to the federal and provincial governments and that we not provide them?
So I think I will answer partially, then I'll perhaps give the CIO a chance to answer. My view of the region of Durham is that we are a human services provider. We take care of people.
Sure, but
So
before
I
we go there,
have trouble saying,
through you, Mr. Chair,
you know, don't do
before we
this.
go there, that's not what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
okay, go ahead, please.
Zero about what I'm talking about. There has to be some sort of an understanding as to some of the nice things that the province and the feds want us to do and have versus what we can actually pay for and the taxpayer can actually bear. Is there an ability for us to say, yeah, that's nice, but we're not doing that because we can't afford it. We just can't afford it.
So I'll give you a couple of examples. I mean, obviously, the housing targets are a clear one of that. The capital costs related to, and it's referenced in the report, that the amount of our capital program is higher because we've had to advance forward water sewer asset requirements, for example. And it's on the asset management side as well as the expansion side, because you can't expand without certain things that are required to provide stability to the system that's going to take greater pressure while you're expanding. So there are a number of things like that. I would suggest to you, we were in quite a discussion on policing earlier. You know, they've brought it in regulations that require certain changes. You know, I don't, what they often do is put us in the position of making us legislatively responsible. So then that limits your ability to say, I'm just not going to do this. I mean, from again, my apologies, from a police perspective, if they had said you have a 5-year window to meet this, then that would have been perhaps more manageable.
Sure.
So often they make us the service system manager, for example, in many of these areas. Well, that means we have to comply with their mandatory standards. Dr. Kyle's team, as an example, spends a lot of time submitting performance standards based on all of the things that he's required to do. So many of us aren't in the position of saying, well, I'm just not going to do that, because they make it mandatory and required for us to do that.
Okay, and I appreciate legislation. If it's legislated, we have to do it. But you know, through you, Chair, maybe, and I'm not going to ask the question because it's one that, you know, probably requires us to really bear down and think about how we're going to, you know, advance it. But would we not be better suited to say, yeah, okay, I get it, it's legislated, we'll do it, but here's how much it's going to cost for you to help us do it before we can do it? Because ultimately, the intent is to do it. You've legislated it. We can't afford it. So here's the amount that we need. And let them answer. Sorry, you're going to have to go to the property tax base, but get a response back from them. And I'll say this, and it's not facetious, through you, Chair. It's because I think, honestly, the reality, and that's why I began with that question, is it's night and day in the city of Toronto versus us, because whenever they flush a toilet or shed a tear, there's money that flows to that city. There's nothing that comes here aside from, you know, the expectation to deliver on property taxes.
So I'll have our CAO respond.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think Nancy hit the nail on the head. Many of these programs are legislated and require us to act as the province's delivery agent or the service system manager. The reality is, under this government, provincially, the cost-sharing ratios that were followed in the past have really been eroded. So more and more is falling on the local municipality or the service system manager. The choice before council really would be to cut service levels. And as you know, that is very difficult to do when you're dealing with social services and health programs, but that would be the predominant cost. If you look at the report, on page 20 and 21, you'll see some of the tough decisions that were made by staff across the corporation to bring us in on target. So we are doing our best to try to ensure that we are, stretching programs out as long as we can, reducing service levels where it is sustainable and doesn't have a significant impact on the community. And as you know, we do continue to advocate provincially and federally for additional resources, especially in the human services area.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nancy.
That exhausts the questions, so thank you for the presentations. Members of council, I'm going to suggest, we're going to go hear from police next. I'm going to suggest a 10-minute, Councillor Chapman, moved by Councillor Chapman, 10 minutes, seconded by Councillor Miriam Pietri. On a 10-minute recess, I'm going to suggest that you top up your coffees, and I'm going to look for a nod. I'd like to continue to work through our lunch and not take a break. So once lunch is delivered, I'm going to ask that you take an opportunity, but not. I still need 15 people in this meeting, so we'll have to continue to work through it. I'm getting nods from everybody. Okay. On the 10-minute recess, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, we're in recess for 10 minutes. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Councillor Judd and Councillor Kerr just walked in. Mr. Clerk, we have quorum. Members of council, I'm going to ask that somebody put a motion forward to waive the rules to bring Mr. Glass forward now. Otherwise, he'll be here for the rest of the afternoon. So a move by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor McDougall to alter the agenda to bring Mr. Glass forward. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. Mr. Glass, would you come down now, please? Mr. Glass, it's my understanding that you have two presentations.
Who's got the trigger?
I just get a nod from Roger. Roger, you're okay? So, Mr. Glass, you have two presentations, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you have, when you start, you have 5 minutes to do each one. And
Great.
questions at the end or in between. Okay? When you're ready.
Great. I come at these two presentations as a resident today. I know I value all the work that you guys are doing, but I'm coming from a resident's perspective. So today I'm going to look at Durham's financial statements from 2023, but it ties in 2023 obviously because we don't have the 2024s yet. I cite the 30-year 2051 plan repeatedly because of the population and housing growth elements of that. And for the record, I'm not anti-growth as long as it's done fiscally. I commend the counselor who said growth does not pay for growth, taxpayers do. And for the, just for the record, I had a chance to go through this presentation with Nancy Taylor in November. So how are we doing on the population and household front based on your 2051 goals, if you sort of annualize those? Population is ahead of pace, just under 1%, but households are below goal, roughly 3%. The balance sheet is strong. Assets since 2020 have grown 21%, but debt has grown almost 41%, weakening the debt to equity ratio. Now, assets clearly dwarf that of liabilities, but you can see that there is a trend that's going the other way. And how's that? 2017 to 2020, we added $287 million in liabilities, but over the most recent 3 years, it's $687 million. This level of growth in liabilities cannot happen indefinitely because the cost to carry it is going to be a burden. And Nancy Taylor said as much in her presentation today, but also on September 12th. And let me repeat it. The tough message here is that debt servicing costs are projected to rise by over $175 million over the next 10 years, and this alone is going to translate to an average incremental 1% tax increase annually just to support the debt. That gets my attention, and that's why I'm here. Debt servicing, anything that changes the current projections, so we add to it, is going to make it worse, and the snowball is just going to get even worse. Looking ahead at the income statements, revenues are growing faster than total tax revenue at a rate, that's great, and total expenses. And the surplus is growing. And given that, I think actually the proposed 4.9% property tax could be even lower. Let's look at expenses. Over those 3 previous years, 116 million added. In the last 3 years, 386 million. Remember, we're only 1%, not even 1% ahead of population goals, and we're off 3% over household goals. So we're adding that much more debt, but we're really not doing much in terms of hitting our goals or moving forward. Staffing, I think staffing's been managed very, very well. If you look at the numbers, it's only up 5%. But contracted services, we're outsourcing a significant amount of more in contracted services, up 104%. And the number of staff that are now making over 100,000 grew by 18%, almost 1 in 5 employees. This is the opportunity to find efficiencies. Keep building up staffing. You're going to basically just put pressure on the never-ending thing. So department expenses, if we sort of break down these numbers by departments, general government is growing at a rate 2 times as fast as the 5-year total. You see that 75%. The Durham average is 35%. So why is general government growing that? With all the pressures that we're having on public safety, the police are illustrating their points, transit, roads, homelessness. Homelessness as an example, I know they get funding from other sources, but if you look at theirs, 20% versus the 75%, and their portion, their ratio has gone down, much like the percentage of the police ratio has gone down. I know my next presentation speaks to the police, and I commend them on what they're trying to achieve. So while I appreciate the data points are never linear, only 3 years into the 2051 plan, debt, spending, salaries, contracted services are all growing significantly faster than the population and households that it's meant to serve. And the property taxes are the result of it. In 2023 and 24, not including anything this year, the budget increase was up 207%, and the impact on Durham residents is up 206%. Stronger reassess priorities, I think that's what we need to do. Be a slowdown on the use of spending, especially staffing and contracted services and debt. Be wary of moving forward on items that depend heavily on other levels of government. They face, I'm not defending them, but they face the same challenges we do, and at the end, I pay for it anyways. Stop framing everything as a crisis. I hear that quite a bit. We have challenges, but we will have a fiscal crisis if the current unsustainable trend continues. Priorities must balance fiscal
Mr. Glass.
stewardship and responsible
Mr.
social
Glass,
support.
How many more slides do you have?
One more.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So please keep these in mind as you go into today. I know it's a tough job and I value it. And please keep this in mind as I go into my next presentation on the police budget. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I'd just like to take a second to congratulate Whippy and also Pickering for their work on the property taxes at the residential level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a number of members of council with questions. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Glass, for the presentation. Going back to your 4 points on your budget, on your call to action, so to speak, the first one was reassess priorities. What priority do you think this council is weighted too heavily on that you think we should scale back on?
I'm no expert.
Right.
I think the slide that I illustrate with respect to that is general government. I think it's clearly growing much too fast. And I think that, I can't go into the minutia. It's 1,000 pages and stuff like that. I will go into it more. But I think there definitely should be opportunities within that area.
areas where we see contracted services and
Exactly, contracted services.
but ultimately that's work that has to be done though in order for us to kind of do our jobs as a government, right? Whether it's studies that have to be done that are mandated from the province, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like if we don't contract those services, then what we have to do is hire staff to do the work. What is your solution for that? Because I don't disagree. Our contracted services are higher, but typically where they out once the contract services gets too high, that's when we bring on staff, where we see the need, where the savings are there for the end user. The work won't get done otherwise.
Yeah, I use sort of the slide that was in the earlier presentations, and the 10 years out, the dependence on development charges and all of those things. I know we have mandates to grow our populations and so on. I think sometimes we're going to have to say, maybe we can't hit these targets and we got to slow everything down, because when contracted services, as you say, are growing 105%, that's not sustainable, right? I know the work has to be done, but when you're growing, and you're trying to do all this thing, there's a pressure. And the end of the day, development charges are under threat, and the only other viable option is property taxes. And I can't afford it anymore. And many other residents feel the same way. So I'm voicing that opinion. I can't sit and I don't want to extend your meetings too long, but I think there are opportunities, and I think, those are some examples of where they could be find gains.
The reason I ask you, just ultimately, priorities, it means different things to different people, right?
Yeah.
Like, I have a car, I'm not dependent on transit, but some people who are dependent on transit, that is a priority. Someone who's been a victim of violent crime, policing becomes the priority. And it's our job as council to weigh out and measure it as to the best of our abilities. Going on to your kind of call to actions, be wary of moving forward on items that depend heavily on other levels of government funding. Since 2018, the planning changes to governments alone, and not just the Durham region, but across the board, have been disastrous, and you've seen that across the
There has
board.
to be a question.
What is the expectation from you as a resident to us then when we have our hands are tied? Like, we can't do anything except follow these legislated changes.
Yeah. That's the tough challenge before you guys. It's just like this tough challenge before me at home. We're operating now on a household that's short an income.
Right.
And we're getting hit with all kinds of added costs, just like you guys are getting added costs. And maybe I have to trim the fat off. I can't carry the Netflix and the whatever. I have to trim stuff there.
Sure.
I have to have an honest discussion with my family and, find those opportunities. And I don't envy you. That's a tough challenge. But when I make those choices at home, I have to face difficulties with people like my spouse who say, I really need to do this. Well, tell me another way to do this. So we have to find solutions and compromise, right? And that extends back to individuals who are asking for more, or the government, or whatever. You have to come back to people and you say, hey, this is all we can do. The taxpayer can only afford this level, and this is the shortfall. And all of us collectively have to figure out a way to cut back on that.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
My last question is to your last point, and it's stop framing so many things as a crisis. Outside homelessness, opioid, and climate, I'm not really sure anything else this council has really declared a crisis. And I think it's fair to say those three are very much crises. Would you disagree with that?
Yeah. Again, you're putting me in where
Sure, I know. Yeah.
I care more about those types of things than anybody. I really do. And you can come off as cold when you say anything.
And I'm
in
not trying to frame
opposition
that.
of it,
Absolutely, not
right?
trying to frame it. But I'm just
And
trying
our numbers are not good, and they probably will get worse. But choices still have to be made, right? And I do listen to these councils. I've come
Oh, I know you. The
frequently.
past 2 years, you've been
I'm
very active.
And when I say crisis, I'm saying I do hear the language sometimes, and I'm not trying to say that it's happening, but sometimes there's a little exaggeration, and right, and to get the dollar or to get the this, and I think we all have to come at this as best faith as we possibly can. You know what I mean? So I don't envy you again, but I think we still have to find compromise. That's just the thing, and stop framing, because my point in that thing is the trend of these things. The fiscal crisis is going to be, and then the whole thing
Becomes
is
an
at
ongoing
risk.
crisis, right.
That's really my point.
Okay, thanks for the answers, and Chair, thank you for the questions.
Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Glass. Councilor Lee's covered a few of mine. I just want to cover, you are aware that many of the things that we do here are provincially mandated. We don't have a choice whether we provide these services or not.
Yes.
Okay, and you did point out the amount of debt that's going to be needed going forward over the next 10 years, and the 175 million, I think it was, and I don't remember if that was the number, 1,000 in servicing costs. But knowing that we have to do these things, how would you suggest we pay for these? Because, I mean, we have to do them. The money has to come from somewhere.
Well, what I'm hearing is if I look at a lot of those projects and so on, those things are dependent on development charges and other things. And maybe we just have to slow things down in other ways. Or we have to go back, as the gentleman there, sorry, I didn't get your name, sitting beside Sterling Lee, and start to say, hey, we can't do it anymore. And here's the bill. I can't do it. I think what you're trying to say is these are mandated, so I have to pay for it. Well, I'm trying to say I can't keep paying for it. Okay?
Well, actually,
So find other revenue streams. If you're going to get the development charges and be dependent on them, then get those things going. I know their developers are in a crunch right now and such. So if that's not happening, those material revenues are not coming in, then let's slow down. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I didn't say that. I believe our treasurer said that.
No, but
as far as
that's the reality.
The revenues. So I'm just reiterating. Have you read the report that's in front of us? The Cal 52 or whatever it's called?
The what?
The report that's in front of us today, the budget report. Have you read it?
I've gone through a whole bunch of stuff, but I can't say that which report it is because there's so many.
I just want to point out a couple of points. And, page 37 speaks to the 2.75% that's going to be needed annually for the next 8 years based on the business plans for transit and EMS. That equates to about 18% per year, and I did confirm this with the treasurer at the break, increase to those budgets needed for the next 8 years just to keep up with growth. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, your key point there was to keep up with growth, and my key point is slow down growth. Taxpayers have to pay for it.
Okay,
so if you're
but
going to
we don't control growth. Let's use another example. We have significant growth coming in Ajax. The water plant needs to be expanded.
Yeah, it has to be a question, please.
Are you aware that that's in the billions of dollars? I mean, we can't just not provide water.
No, I'm not going to, I can't get into the minutia here, and I understand where you're going with this. I think you guys are in the leadership role. You have to find solutions. Pickering has recently found solutions. It's tough. There are risks associated with that. If you don't replace assets, Whippy has lowered those things, but they've made decisions to say our taxpayers can't continue to support this. So I'm asking this council at the Durham level to do the same. As tough as all the reports to say, the 2% here, the 1% here, I get it, okay? Like my household, I'm having the same things. We have to find a way. It's tough. Today is going to probably extend into tomorrow, and I don't envy the role that you guys have to do, but those decisions have to be made. That's all I'm saying, because I can't afford it anymore.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, thank you very much for coming out. I fully appreciate everything you've indicated today and at other times. I've been there myself, and you're right on many of them. However, I just want to confirm that you understand what you're saying about growth paying for growth.
Yeah.
Yes, there's one taxpayer, but are you advocating that the DCs should not be charged, or that we should increase DCs? I'm just trying to clarify where you're coming from on that.
No, the DCs, they're fine, right? But my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, is that there are risks if those DCs don't materialize, right? And if those DCs don't materialize and we keep going forward with the plans for growth, it's got to be funded somewhere. And that only other viable option, right, is through taxpayers. So I think what has to happen is if it's an increase to the DCs, maybe that's an option. Or we got to get the DCs more the developers more active. So I think we need to just, yeah, sorry, I don't want to go on.
Okay.
I'm sort of saying the same thing.
All right. And I mean, you've been sitting here this morning, and I think you've obviously watched many other times or sat in here and watched the debates many times with respect, and it's been mentioned today, about these mandated obligations, unfunded mandated obligations from the province, largely from the province, about you must do this or you must do that. Also, we heard again today, the trickle-down effect of the poor investments in healthcare. That when one of our officers takes an individual or accompanies an individual to the hospital, the officer has to stay at the hospital until that individual is essentially admitted.
Mayor Schumer, there has to be a question.
There is a question coming. And the same thing happens with our ambulances. They get tied up at the hospital. You'll see them there by the loads. So I'm just wondering, so much of this issue, and we have talked about it, is coming from the province, either through actions or inactions. Have you done anything to speak with provincial MPPs or ministries? Because a lot of what you're saying is the trickle-down effect from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's unfortunate that, you know, whether it's here at Durham or at Ajax, you see my presence. There isn't a solution like this for the public to basically do this with my MP and MPP, which is, you know, Mark Holland and Patrice Barnes. But they regularly hear from me via email or calls to their office or what have you, because it is I totally understand everything that you're saying, Sterling, the Mayor Collier is saying, the pressures that are being put on the municipalities and directly through to me are outrageous. And they need to step up more. And I call on that to continue to happen, and I'll continue to advocate in that regard. So yes, I do try to actively, I wish there was some kind of council like this that I could do something like that, but it just does not exist.
Okay, well, I thank you very much for that because, and please speak to your fellow residents because we are trying to advocate to the province for, well, and all the municipalities are, for a renewed funding arrangement because it has just become a mess of what is on the property tax bill nowadays as opposed to what was on there 30, 40 years ago. So please continue that advocacy as well and encourage others to do it. Thank you.
I just want to add to your point about the residents. I'm very disappointed in our residents as well. Like, this chamber is basically empty. And I hear a lot, and I talk to a lot of residents who have similar concerns to me. And I understand the time pressures with respect to work and such, because it's demanding on people right now. They can't take time off or what have you. But
Mr. Glass, thank you. You have another presentation.
Yes.
And you have 5 minutes.
Go on to that one?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, let me jump right into that. This presentation, as you know, was deferred from November. I did have a chance to meet with senior staff from Durham Police who gave me more insight and shared a lot of great factors to me that I tried to include in this presentation. Please do not mistake my concerns as being anti-police. I'm just a concerned resident about the unsustainable level of spend in Durham. And the police budget really stood out to me when I've been doing my analysis of 9%. So I hope you receive my message accordingly. In September, our chief spoke to many of the pressures that are driving this budget: increased call volumes, crime, burnout, regulation, capital needs. As tough as these are, and I totally appreciate them, these pressures are not unique to our police department alone. In terms of call volumes, I'll start first. Yes, call volumes are up 3.8% from 94,000 last year up to November to 98,000 this year. But when you start to break down the total calls of 3% increase, 53% of all those service calls are what they deem as routine, no risk of immediate harm, and they grew the fastest at 6.7%. That's the 52,000 calls up at the top. And over to the left, emergency calls, those deemed a high risk of harm, have been flat year over year, representing 24 calls a day or 8.3% of all service calls into Durham. Service calls versus total crime types, when you start to layer those 98,000 calls against the 20,000 crimes that have been committed. 5.6% of service calls are for violent crimes. That's 16 calls a day. 15% of those service calls are for property crimes. That's 45 calls a day. And the balance, almost 80% of them, the service calls are for no crime at all, 232 calls a day. This is not to say that non-crime calls are any less important. Well-being checks, missing persons are all vital. But I don't believe that the volumes are at a level warranting some of the chief's recent comments. And it's kind of intimidating standing behind this group here. On September 11th, we heard the chief say, we will never be able to keep up even if we hire 1,000 more officers. And at the town hall, we are seeing a significant increase in emergency calls that are occurring, which is driving staff away from proactive policing. Volumes are up 3.8%. That's what is definitely, but our police are dealing with more things like mental health, but most of the growth in service calls is due to routine, no immediate risk of harm, not emergency calls, as has been somewhat implied. If we look at total crime, it's up 4.2%, 20,000 crimes versus 19,500. But even with the crime increasing, 61 crimes a day, as tragic as that is, I wish it was zero. Trust me, I'm not sitting here saying crime is good. With 760,000 residents, Durham Region is not a region under serious criminal threat. 73% of the crime is property crime, which is tragic. You got a break and enter or whatever, I'm not diminishing that. But violent crime is up worse at 16.2%. But on a proportional basis relative to our population, it's not out of control. The top 5 crimes represent 70% of the total crimes, and none of them, while all terrible, involve any physical injury. Plus, the top 5 crimes declined year over year by 1.5%. The police shared some data for me with 2014 to 2024 numbers because, rightly so, year over year can distort the picture that I'm painting, right? And that increase in crime over the last 10 years is up 47%. But even when you annualize the 10 years, that's 4.7% a year. Very similar to what I'm saying in terms of crime, 4.2%. And then when we look at the recent CSI 2023 numbers, Durham Region, for example, and Winnipeg have a similar population, but our CSI index is 63% less than theirs. Same goes for Hamilton and Quebec City. So in summary, crime in Durham, I don't share these numbers to minimize crime or the impact it has on our fellow residents. I share them to illustrate that Durham Region is a safe community. With over 760,000 residents, Durham averages 61 crimes a day, and 73% of them are property crimes. While Durham Region is clearly reducing victimization, I believe that consistently higher budgets are not sustainable to the taxpayer. Police budgets, because this council has invested considerably in our police department. In 2018, the police budget was $198 million. This year, the proposed is $292 million. That's with a 9.25%. It could go up even more, as Nancy highlighted. This is not sustainable because police budgets have grown 4 times as fast as the population it's serving. Other options should be considered to build a more sustainable model. And in closing, a 9.5% guideline increase is significant and worthy of more review by this council, like every other department. If you have any questions about this presentation or the appendixes at the back, I'm happy to answer them. I thank you for your time and wish to thank Durham Police, not only for their work in the community, but the work that they did with me in meeting with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? First is Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my first question is, why did you choose to present solely on police at 9.25% when transit budget is up 16.8%, paramedic services 26.4%, social housing and homeless 18.9%, 911 12%?
Yeah.
Why are you focusing on the police budget when others are quite a bit higher?
Well, the data is available publicly for the police, all the numbers that I talked about in terms of call volumes and so on. When the chief was here in September, he spoke to the increasing call volumes. And when I looked at the increasing call volumes relative to the increasing suggested budget, there was a disproportionate number there. And in my background in business, whenever there's sort of a disproportionate number and I can validate those numbers, then I make a presentation. I would love to be able to get similar type of data. I think everybody has to be held accountable in terms of whether it's roads or whatever. If there is that data out there that can show me work versus costs versus thing, bring it on. I'll do it. I'll come to the next meeting or whatever it is. But that's why I did it.
Okay. Have you researched at all and read the new Community Safety and Policing Act that came into effect on April 1st, 2024?
I have, when the police chief spoke in September, he made a lot of references there, and I understand the pressures and the increases there. I haven't read it through and through, but I did read a highlighted summary of it. So again, as I say in the presentation, I respect and appreciate all those things, but yeah, so I understand the pressures there.
Okay, so based on that, have you looked at the increases of all of the other forces across the province and seen that they are all in line? I mean, ours is actually low compared to Peel, which is about 24%.
Yeah.
We're all under the same, we're not unique.
Yeah. Well, I don't have an answer for that. I often, you know, again, this is going to maybe come off the wrong way, but since you're hitting me with such a direct question, I'm sure our police departments across the GTA talk with each other, and I think we're always better strength in numbers to sort of bring forth a consistent level of thing. I'm not saying there's anything insincere or wrong in that, but I think that we all have to sort of look at our own backyard. I painted a picture here with respect to the crime call volumes. I painted a picture with respect to crime, and that picture, I think, maybe tells the story. I get that there's regulatory stuff that comes in. You got to have the police, the gentleman from the police force gave me several examples with police vests. You know, you have to clear those and the cost of that, and then you have to keep the evidence, send it on to the Attorney General and defense lawyers, and that adds up significant costs. I get it. And that's something that this council has to also appreciate. You know, if you advocate for police vests and you bring it into the thing, there is an operating cost to that. So, you know, part of my point back to you guys when you're making decisions and priorities, don't just make a decision thinking, oh, that's going to solve it. There's going to be an impact from all of that.
Do you know what the impact is just on the vests that we're required to
The
now
gentleman,
change?
I don't have every number in front of me.
$1.5 million.
Yeah.
That is a $1.5 million hit to our budget that we have no say over, that the province is telling us we have to spend. Just for example. Since you brought it up, let's move to clearance rates. Because clearance rates, you said, shows the picture, but have you looked at our response rate? Sorry, not clearance rates, crime rates. Have you looked at clearance rates and response rates?
Yes.
Okay, and what did that tell you? Because they're both up, which means we're getting there slower and it's taking us longer.
Yeah.
Because there's less officers.
Yeah. Well, I think if you sort of just break out what, and you're putting me in a position where you're asking me to sort of say, this is how the job should be done.
No.
And I'm not, like, when I had to run a call center and I had 4 different language services and different things like that, I had to balance those pressures and such. And if you're getting a high amount, 60% of your calls are on routine calls, and that demand is putting officers at risk of calling on emergency calls, which pushes up the response rate, then maybe the model has to change to some extent. And I know there's regulatory pressures and all of those types of things, but it's not a one-for-one. You can't sort of use it for both sides. You have to sort of say, okay, if we're going to really make response rates a priority and reduce those response rates, then we basically have to not, again, you're putting me in a position where.
I'm not. It sounds like you're saying we should only respond to violent crimes.
No.
No, Mayor,
No, I'm not.
Mayor Collier,
Sir.
the resident is here with the information that he put. He's presented it in the way he is. He's already stated once he's uncomfortable with some of the questions. And the questions have to be pointed to the presentation, or we'll be here for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, Chair, respectfully, the presentation seems to suggest that DRPS should only respond to violent calls, not routine calls
I
with
don't see, Mayor,
no risk of
Mayor
harm.
Collier, I
That
didn't
was the
see
presentation.
I didn't see it like that in the presentation, so.
Okay, well, I'm just asking the question, because to me, the only way to reduce our response times is to go to less calls. That's what it sounded like. So if I'm wrong, I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Yeah.
But I'm just, the reality is, calls are up, which means response rates are down because we have the same number of officers to attend.
Yep.
How do we fix that?
No, I appreciate that. Again, back to my compromise situation, the flip side of that is, the reality of that is the reality of the impact to me as the taxpayer is I'm paying for it increasingly so, and I don't see any end in sight. And so I'm here trying to advocate for some kind of middle ground. That's all I'm trying to advocate for.
Okay. I'll say, I'm sure there'll be many questions after the police presentation. I'll save them for then. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks.
Councillor Lee, you were on the list and then you dropped. Okay, so Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and thank you again for this presentation. I want to make sure that you understand. So I just want to confirm, when you went through and reviewed all of this, and when you spoke to DRPS, did you speak or did you review issues other than calls?
Can you give me an example? Sorry.
Well, for example, we've got officers in our schools.
Yes.
Okay, school liaison officers. We have officers that are out patrolling our roadways. Because I can tell you, in Brock Township, we have a lot of roadways for our population base. It requires a lot for those officers to be there to make sure the people on the road are acting responsibly. No call is responding there. So I just want to make sure you understand that it's not all just about calls to the police.
No. I totally understand that. Sorry. I do appreciate that.
Okay, so because there are other issues in policing, and it's fair for you to be here raising your concerns. But the question, I guess the question to you is, what do we say to the next delegation that comes in, and hopefully there'd be one, that says, I'm not feeling safe on the roads. I'm not feeling safe in my neighborhood. You have to do something about policing. So what do we say to them?
Yeah, there was a great example of that at the budget town hall meeting in October, where a resident said, people are lingering in my neighborhood all the time, and I haven't seen one police car pass through here forever, whatever, right? So I totally get that, and the pressure on those things. I basically used the call numbers because they were a key point in the presentation in September. They were reinforced that the call volumes are growing at an astronomical level. And I know that that's not all entirely from emergencies or other things like that. There's significant pressure on the routine stuff with respect to mental health checks and all of those things that I mentioned. So I totally get it, and you have to have a presence out on the streets. I'm just sort of saying we've got to find a way because, if it's going to be 14% this year, okay, here's the better question that I think you guys have to ask. If we get this ask this year, 14% or 9%, what's next year? And what's the year after? I think we come at these from this year, but I'm looking at this not just that. When I first presented at Ajax Council, I presented a scenario, and that was my question. And that has been my sustained question over again. When do we see this changing? And I can't get a straight answer on that, right? And I'm hoping we can get a straight answer on this. The numbers are showing me that it's not going to change. So basically, are you guys saying to me I should just buck it up and take it?
I'm giving you quite a bit of latitude, and I'm giving members of council a fair bit of latitude. But I want to make you keenly aware that I'm only going to allow direct questions Otherwise, we will be here tomorrow, finishing this budget, and I know that a number of you, and I'm quite prepared to be here through the evening too, but direct questions only to the presentation, please. All members of council, and to the next presentation. Mayor Schumer, you have the floor.
I think you answered that pretty much.
Thank
So
you.
thank you very much.
Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Glass, that exhausts the list of members of council with questions. Thank you for being here today. You're
Thank you,
welcome.
everyone.
You're
I
welcome
really
to
do
stay.
appreciate your work.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move on to item C, which is Chief Marrera, Chief of our Police Services, and Mayor Collier, you have an introduction as the Chair of the Police Services Board.
Roger, to turn that back on. There we go. Thank you, Chair, and I'll be relatively brief. I'll start with this budget increase is being requested for the Durham Regional Police Service is 16.93%. The board recognized the magnitude of its request and its impact on the regional budget and the regional taxpayer. However, in considering the importance of community safety to the vitality and strength of the region, we believe that this investment is necessary. In my letter dated November 21st, 2024 that I sent to all members of council, I provided council members with an overview of the rationale for the budget increase, and I would just like to provide a high-level summary before Chief Marrera delivers a more detailed presentation. So since 2018, and many of us have been here since then and well before, this council has made the police budget a priority. The DRPS has had meaningful growth in staffing following a long period of stagnancy. And I know that is a sore spot, and I know we don't like to talk about it, but the simple fact of the matter is between 2010 and 2017, the authorized strength for police officers, that is the number of officers funded in the budget, did not change. For 8 consecutive years, the service budget was for 871 officers. Not a single new officer was funded over that time frame. And over the same period, the regional population grew by over 12%. We're now in the midst of a period of rapid growth. We have the dual challenge of making up for the ground we lost 10 years ago while adequately preparing for the next 10 years and beyond. I'd submit that the price for not funding our police properly is greater than the budget asked before council today. It must be stated that council's guideline for the DRPS is barely enough to meet the base budget needs for 2025. There would be virtually no new investments, and that includes the hate crime unit that this council urged DRPS to create just last month. Yes, Durham Region is a safe place, but we all know that the community safety challenges in our communities are not diminishing. Human trafficking, firearms, intimate partner violence, fraud, all of these crimes that cause serious harm to our residents are trending in the wrong direction. A failure to address these problems now and to ensure that the DRPS has the capacity and the infrastructure to address them in the future would be an abdication of responsibility. And we're not unique, as I said to the last delegate. All police boards across the province are in the same situation, needing to make significant investments to be able to provide effective and adequate policing as mandated under the new Community Safety and Policing Act. I acknowledge the difficulty in swallowing this pill, and I realize supporting the police budget may not be a popular decision. But to be real leaders, to be true leaders, we have to make these difficult decisions, and our job as councillors, our oath, is to do what's in the best interest of the region. I firmly believe that our duty in this instance is to provide the funding to the organization that is tasked to protect our safety and security. If you wish for the DRPS to be a proud employer that attracts local, professional, diverse talent, then support this budget. If you wish for current DRPS members to work for an organization that values their skill, their commitment, and that places priority on their safety, their well-being, and a healthy workplace, then support this budget. And if you want community safety to remain a high priority for council, then vote in support of this budget. And I'll hand it over to the chief and his team to provide additional information. Thank you so much.
Chair Henry, councilors, would Nancy like to come up here and do the, I don't mind, you answered a lot of my questions, so thank you. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be the chief of the Durham Regional Police Service, and I want to begin today by repeating what I've said in the past, and that I continue to be impressed by the amount of work done by so few people. Yesterday, I appeared before you along with Chair Collier to give Police Services Board Chair Collier to give you my last quarterly update for this year. We talked about the troubling increase in violent crime statistics. We talked about the police officer to population ratio in Durham Region as it compares to other jurisdictions and its impact on things like response times. We talked about the troubling increase in our response times to our most serious calls. We also talked about the lack of elasticity within the organization to deal with the pressures we face daily and that are emerging. The reality is that our latest projection, regional projection, shows that we are growing at a rate of 16% over the next 5 years. And we have a massive residential growth coming into this region with a population expected to double by 2041. That's only 17 years away. Community safety is a pillar of any successful community. The DRPS is struggling to meet the demands of today. Unless we make adequate investments, this will only get worse moving forward. When we talk about the critical infrastructure in a community, it is not only roads and sewers, it must also include community safety, which means building a police service designed to meet the demands of Durham Region today, and even more important, tomorrow. In my time as chief, I have come to see the investment, which is a year and 9 months. I've come to see that those investments that should have been made in the past were not. While those decisions may have been informed by the realities and information available at the time, it is my job to communicate to the Police Services Board, and with their support, to all of you, the realities of policing community safety challenges in this region and the resources that we need to provide the residents of Durham Region with adequate and effective policing. And importantly, continue to build a police service that equally addresses the demands of today and in the future. While often in these chambers, the discussion centers around funding or the lack of funding by other levels of government legislatively, it is the Police Services Board that has that responsibility to provide adequate and effective policing, which is funded by this regional council. Population growth of Durham Region is exploding, and new investments come with increased community safety demands. This is not news to you, myself, or our residents. The nature of this growth comes with its own unique community safety challenges, putting compounding pressures on what is already understaffed service. When we build residences with high-density towers, it presents and creates unique, resource-intensive emergency response scenarios. Homes with 3 or 4 cars per household that are even more vulnerable to auto thefts, for instance, create further demand, not to mention the increased road use. When we engage and build infrastructure such as GO stations expansions, it creates further demand on police resources, and we see this in the increased calls for service. Diversity and a changing demographic with geared income housing requires police to evolve, to be more mindful of cultural differences, and to build relationships with these diverse communities. All of these require additional resources, trainings, and cultural competencies. Community safety is one of the most important pillars when you ask people about the quality of life in a community. Our communities are dealing with social and geopolitical issues that manifest itself into hate-motivated crimes. We are seeing a trend and challenges in Toronto, York, and Peel regions flowing here. We are not immune. If you want to know the consequences of not addressing community safety issues, making those important safety investments today, I encourage you to read Mayor Patrick Brown's op-ed in the Toronto Star yesterday. And I urge you to look at the challenges they are facing in the increased number of home invasions, carjackings, intimate partner violence, and the impacts of organized crime, all trends that are rising here. We are not immune from these issues. They are here, and we are not seeing the same levels as Peel. We are trending in the wrong direction. We do not want our resource vulnerabilities to be exploited by organized crime or be seen as a soft spot for crime in the GTA. I spoke to this yesterday, and I just want to highlight it here, the priorities that underpin everything we're doing as an organization. So I'm not going to repeat it here. I'll just move on to the next slide. I also addressed this yesterday, but it's important to review as it is the foundation of the minimum expectations of this service, the Services Board, and you as council to ensure that we have the right structures, governance, and resources to provide adequate and effective policing that meets the general applicable standard. As I stated before, adequate and effective policing has to take into account the needs of the population in the area, having regard for the diversity of the population in that area. It also means that we're required to deliver in the following areas: crime prevention, law enforcement, maintaining the public peace, emergency response, assistance to victims of crime, and any other police prescribed policing function, which speaks directly to the training and accreditations that every officer must have in order to fulfill their specific mandates. And I have to ensure that I have sufficient number of resources to deliver on all of these functions. Our population per police officer ratio has fluctuated with different census and population data, but the latest figure puts us as at 1 police officer for every 775 residents. The current Ontario average, and I stress current, is 1 police officer for every 585 residents. Peel Region police figures put them at 1 for every 694. And in light of this, they're making significant increases of over 300 officers just in 1 year, with an impact of 21% on their budget. Toronto has 1 officer per every 596 residents, and in light of that, they engaged in a 4-year hiring practice that will see in excess of 1,600 officers. And their hope, their stated goal from their police services board is to bring that number into the 400s. With our budget ask of 16.9, we are estimating that we will have 1 police officer for every 709 residents. All the GTA police services are making significant investments in new members, and they will be actively recruiting from our diverse pool, an increasingly diverse pool that is settling here in Durham Region. And I would much rather have our Durham residents from this region serving us, and I want to be an employer of choice for policing candidates. In fact, the 2025 Regional Statistic Plan speaks to making this region a great place to work, attracting and retaining talent, a goal that I share. I know that the York Regional Police ratio is closer to that of the DRPS, but York Region is half the geography of Durham Region. And as I mentioned earlier about Peel, we can see the results when investments are not made in the region experiencing massive growth and tackling the changing complexity of crime. Just this week, York Region held a press conference and spoke to home invasions being up 116%. Earlier this year, Chief McSween of the York Regional Police delivered an update on crime statistics just in August, and spoke to already a 92% increase in their shootings, 106% increase in their carjackings, and the list goes on of the increases that are happening. This is happening right across the GTA. This isn't specific to Durham Region. Those police services are taking serious action. We are experiencing the same challenges that other GTA police services are. We are not unique, and they're making those capital investments, operating capital investments. Next slide, thank you. The officer journey. We need to make investments today, and this illustration shows why this is important. There's a perception that when we get approval for a new officer, they're immediately hired and added to our front lines, and that's just not the case. Once we have an officer on their books, it takes about 1.5 years before they begin to truly provide the frontline support to our communities. And just interestingly, it cost us, without accounting for the salary and benefits of all the staff to train our officers, it costs us about $84,000 before they ever do 1 minute of patrol. It isn't just about hiring people. When you look at the levels of training and accreditation required, not only during recruit training, but throughout officers' careers, it has a cost. It requires resources when we remove those officers from the road to meet adequacy standards. Everything has an adequacy standard, and every crime has a level of accreditation that must be met. And we've seen this through major case management to sexual assault training to, internet crimes. When a resident of Durham Region calls 911 because they need to police an emergency, they are not concerned with where the funds are coming from. They have an emergency, and we must provide them with the help and security that they need. The reality is that every level of government makes decisions that impact our ability to deliver adequate and effective policing services, and all of them have budgetary impacts. Whether it be an expansion of the body-worn camera program, or an increased disclosure program, or changes to bail provisions, every level of government and justice sector participant makes decisions that have impacts and adds to police pressures. As chief, I am of the view that a well-informed community will never hurt us. We, as a command and organization, have taken the time not only to appear here quarterly, but have taken the initiative to meet with almost all of you individually and attend countless community meetings. You are the elected representatives of each community in Durham Region, and it is in that dialogue that I better understand the needs of our communities. And just as importantly, share the concerns that I have as chief in delivering community safety. While we advocate on these matters at all levels, it doesn't change the expectations of our community when they need help. Advocating for bail reform or enhanced funding from other levels of government, those could come at some point down the line or not at all. But when our citizens are impacted by crime, they only care about getting the right service at the right time. We are equally frustrated with the lack of bail reforms and those impacts on community safety, but we won't stop arresting somebody who continues to ignore court conditions and keeps committing crime, nor does the community want us to. Body-worn cameras come with significant costs and demands. This was a regional decision to fall in line with best practices. However, the cost to redact and store all that video and now meet a 21-day disclosure deadline comes with significant budgetary impacts. When we talk about best practices, I offer the example of Justice Epstein's report on missing and missed individuals. Regional growth and density has significantly impacted on our ability to deliver adequate emergency response. For example, a 300-meter search for a vulnerable missing person does not only involve searching, single-family homes on 50-foot lots, but today, buildings in excess of 30 stories with undergrounds and parking garages, and the 300-meter search extends to every building that is also captured within that 300 meters, and up and down again. All of these things will decimate a regional resource to deal with just one incident, as an example. The new Community Safety and Policing Act has requirements for new equipment and training costs, including accreditations. Just as an example, the body armor vest required for our members comes with a cost of approximately $1.5 million just for the first 500 police officers, and moving to a 7-year life cycle of those instead of the 10-year for the other vests. And I can tell you that the current vests, or the new replacement vests, are almost 3 times the cost of the current vest. In addition, we've spent $285,000 from last year's budget to begin to move on putting the equipment we need, the breaching equipment we need in every single car, another mandate from the new act. When we talk about hate crime, for example, this council passed a motion asking the DRPS to invest in more in the creation of a hate crime unit. This is actually in my budget, but only if it gets approved and we're able to make those investments. Intimate partner violence has been declared an epidemic by almost every single municipal council, and rightfully so. This is an issue we require investment, not just in people and training. I've talked about this statistic yesterday. We've also seen an increase in sexual assault. So we've responded to over 8,000 intimate partner violence calls this year. And 8 of our 10 victims of homicide this year in this region have been women. 4 of them have lost their lives at the hands of an intimate partner. Next slide. The next 2 slides I covered yesterday, but I want to do a very quick refresh. Emergency response times have increased steadily since 2015. The 2024 median emergency response time is 9 minutes and 12 seconds, 30 seconds longer than last year, 2 minutes longer than 2015. And there's many other factors that include officer availability, time on scene, which is increased now in our most urgent calls by 15 minutes at each call. And of course, the complexity of crime, and I just layered over some of the legislative changes and the court requirements now to manage evidence and other pressures that come with just regular response. And as fewer available officers address an increasing number of emergency calls, response times will continue to rise. The total number of citizen-generated calls for service has increased almost 23% since 2014. Call volume increases, sometimes up to 5.6 times that of the population growth. We saw a drastic increase in emergency and urgent calls from 2022 to 23, and emergency calls were up 11% and urgent calls up 14%. This year, we're trending to exceed last year's emergency and urgent calls by a slight margin, but increase nonetheless. In conversations with you and your communities, there are a number of areas that often come up. Police visibility. This is something we hear, that people want more police visibility. I attended almost every single municipal council with the board in their presentations, and this is something I heard from all of you. And I will address this in a couple of areas. If you don't see a police vehicle in your neighborhood, it doesn't mean that they weren't there, unless you were standing there and they just didn't go by. The reality is, what I hear over and over again is that I saw a police car racing to lights on to go here, and then I see them, an hour later going that way. It's because we're responding from call to call to call. And when they're responding call to call to call, what we see is fewer proactive stops. And we're seeing this in the number of impaired drivers that were, the decrease of 7% in impaired drivers that we've arrested so far this year, and the number of guns that were proactively seized through vehicle stops. These have compounding concerns. Hate crime. We have had 81 hate crime and incident reports in 2024, up 113% from last year. And as I said, this council has asked us to adopt and create a dedicated hate crime unit. Internet child exploitation. Online child exploitation rates have tripled in Canada between 2014 and 2022. In Durham, our internet crime exploitation unit launched 549 investigations in 2023. And distressingly, we've seen a decrease in the number of cases this year. It doesn't mean that we have fewer children being exploited. It's a resource issue when we lost two of those members through natural attrition through the unit, and because we have no elasticity, I can't replace them. Cyber crime and fraud. Advancements in technology and the inclusion of AI provide new tools for criminal organizations to defraud, steal, and manipulate. We have seen a rise in cryptocurrency cases and fraud. Between 2020 and 2023, we have had over 15,000 cases that resulted in the loss of more than $114 million just in our region. In 2023, there was a 24% increase in fraud-related occurrences, and our financial crimes unit made 77 arrests and laid 676 charges. This is not only a growing threat, but it's an underreported threat because many of the people who are being victimized are elderly and feel embarrassed and don't want to come forward. Protests and maintaining the public peace. When we think about the geopolitical landscape and the growing tensions, we must be prepared for all of these eventualities. We've seen multiple labor disruptions, including the recent LCBO action right here in Whitby. And I came to learn that the Whitby distribution center is actually the major distribution center in the province and supplies every other distribution center around. So Whitby became a focal point for this strike. And obviously tensions were high, requiring a police response. All of these challenges for police to keep the peace and navigate this fine line between the right to protest and unlawful behavior can be seen in all the geopolitical actions that we're seeing right across the GTA, and we are not immune. Roadway safety. Every one of you hears about roadway safety and speeding from your constituents. I hear it from you. And as I stated yesterday, roadway safety is the responsibility of all frontline officers, but with increasing calls for service and time on scene, officers have less time to do those proactive patrols that pulls impaired drivers off the road and leads to the seizure of illegal firearms. And also targeting the most dangerous driving behaviors on our roads. Offender management. There are currently more than 500 individuals on bail residing in the region. And we actually, this year, because of our investment in the bail compliance dashboard and their cell phones for our officers, we're going to more than double the compliance checks that we did last year. We're over 5,000 checks so far this year. If you're on bail, one of our officers is making it a priority in their shift to go knock on your door to make sure you're complying. Community engagement. This is something we hear from you and your communities often. Working closely with our communities to address local problems and crime trends, to have a greater presence on foot, bicycle, and vehicle patrols. This budget allows us to invest in those areas to be long-term problem solvers. We've seen a large increase in community engagement opportunities in the requests we receive from our community members and stakeholders. There's opportunity that becomes increasingly challenged when we are simply moving from one emergency call to the next. Our school liaison officers. Yesterday I spoke to you about our school liaison officers. 10 cover more than 250 schools. A 2-year study out of Carleton University looking at PEAL officers in schools showed it reduced crime and bullying while providing extensive social and economic benefits 11 times more than the cost of the program itself. These are areas, when you consider the buckets that I have to deliver in crime prevention under the new CSPA, this is an area in which we can prevent crime from happening. And more importantly, prevent victimization of our young people. The reality is that it's hard to get officers who want to be school liaison officers because of the demands, which again speaks to what we're hearing from our members about burnout, which often leads to people being off work. This next slide shows the changes in crime over the last 10 years, and you can see our service has grown by 12% over that period. And you can see that many of these crimes has far exceeded our growth. Violent crimes up 66%, sexual assaults up 172%, vehicle thefts are up, missing people are up, and firearm discharges are up dramatically. The increase in violent crime is concerning. This is just over last year's statistics, and with projected growth of this region and trends we're seeing across the GTA, we have to have the resources to address these concerns. I'm also extremely concerned about the, specifically around firearms, the shootings that we're seeing, the number of rounds being discharged, like I said yesterday, and the caliber of those guns. And I think Mayor Barton witnessed firsthand the devastation that has, the psychological impact on our citizens. Low frequency, high impact in our communities. We know that this is a large ask and that we are at a real crossroads. From 2010 to 17, we remain stagnant in terms of our officer complement at 871. These, and I think it's important to add here, 6 years without promotions. And so that's impacted our ability to move diversity throughout our organization. These two factors have had dramatic impacts on our organization's growth and development. No new staff means year-over-year demand was met by removing capacity or stretching current staff, creating fatigue, including in the supervisory ranks. The demographic and leadership landscape remained unchanged for over half a decade. Since 2018, there's been an increased investment in the service, and we appreciate our board and this council for that support. Demands for policing services has outstripped the DRPS capacity in our region. And our members have told us through member surveys indicating that almost half of the respondents feel burnout several times a month. We have had dedicated members who have given enormous efforts to get the job done, but exceptional effort cannot replace capacity issues over the long term. We do not have the capacity to meet all of our demands today. We can no longer defer adding capital in capacity, and we need to make these investments. Of the 16.9%, 8.28% is for new investment, which adds 115 sworn officers, 85 of them going to our front line, our Criminal Investigations Bureau, and our community response. These are front-facing officers that will help meet the needs of our community, begin to address those needs. The adoption of the region's guideline would mean no new net investments in the DRPS. Let me just be clear about that. We simply could not meet our mandate of providing adequate and effective policing. In looking forward, I want to ensure I provide a clear view of our road ahead from 2026 to 2030. The service will require between 7 and 10% increases just to keep up with predicted growth and address base budget pressures. Base budget pressures will result in about 4 to 6% per year. These address collective bargaining impacts, inflationary pressures, and annualization. To keep up with the predicted growth of the region, strategic investments will be required at a tune of 3 to 4% per year, which means just to maintain that ratio that we have today, we need to add in excess of 60 net new officers in addition to everyone who separates from our organization and about 20 civilian members just to keep pace with growth. What is not included in this discussion is the unavoidable investments that must take place in our capital. Strategic investments of 8.28%, which equals 22.2 million, and 168 positions will allow the service to begin to address capacity deficits and build capacity across our organization. Public Safety Command is adding 85 sworn members to better meet the frontline response, investigative needs of the community, but I remind you, this isn't a turnkey solution. I remind all of you, it takes about 18 months to get somebody fully trained and out there. Serious Crime and Organized Crime Command is adding 9 sworn and 29 civilian staff to build investigative capacity, including the creation of a standalone hate crime unit. And many of those investments will begin to address the deficits we see with the decisions by the judiciary to adopt a 21-day disclosure protocol. Administrative Command is adding 2 sworn and 21 civilian members to improve our wellness support and staff reintegration program, addressing long-standing IT support needs and improving our business processes. Some of the expected impacts of these investments are adding approximately 12 more officers across the region on patrol, or 1 more 2-officer car in every single division on the platoons. Increasing investigative capacity. Improving, not just increasing investigative capacity, but because we're reorganizing, it creates capacity for officers who we already pay for to get back on the road quicker and answer more calls. Improve training and education capacity so that we can meet the mandated training that all of our officers have to go and meet the standards of accreditation that we must continue to increase across the organization. Improve IT programming and support and capacity to improve procurement and audit processes audit programs and processes, and improve member support and wellness to keep people healthy at work and return to work as quickly as possible when they do go off. The process to get to the request before you took a great deal of effort from all of the commands, and we reviewed 46 budget cases, but only brought 33 of them forward. These other requests, while needed, were prioritized and deferred to future budgets, and I think it's important that I give you a sense of what those are. They would represent 41 net new positions in addition to what we're asking for, and budgetary impact of just over $8.5 million. This means that we deferred to future budgets enhancements to our intimate partner violence unit. We deferred additions to our gun and gang and robbery units, where we're seeing marked increases in gun crime and organized crime. And we've also deferred the creation of another tactical team, which would provide 24-hour, 7-day-a-week tactical support. And these tactical officers answer our most urgent and dangerous calls in the region. And what this means is that we are often asking other police services who have TAC units available to come into our region and deliver that service on our behalf. So you can see that these aren't frivolous additions. These are actually important and mandated investments that we must make. And, you know, I think it's important that I just add that it's inevitable that we must make these investments in these areas with a growing region. There's no way around it. Last year, Council suggested and the board requested that the service conduct a complete facilities review. And I could just add, because I've heard some talk about this, we have actually put this, it's been an addition to every single budget that we've submitted. I've only been here for, this is my second budget process, but I saw it last year, and I've been told that every single year it happens. What our review actually did with ACON when we brought them in is accelerated the timelines, because things are taking way too long to build, and the costs become unbearable. And there's many different reasons for that, you know, I welcome anyone who wants to ask me about it, and I won't take up time here, but ACON did an extensive study into our current state of our facilities and our future facilities needs. The result of the study was that they recognized that many of our buildings require replacement for a variety of reasons. The lack of potable water, buildings that were well past the replacement date. I think we heard that about our social housing there. One building is as old as our service. Facilities that no longer meet the community's needs, no community meeting spaces, no space to accommodate officers who need to support community initiatives and programs, no buildings in our communities that need them, such as Ajax and, you know, Oshawa. The outcome is an extensive plan that will see every community in Durham have a footprint of the DRPS in it. Operational buildings need to happen right across our region, but there are actually bigger needs. A dedicated and purpose-built training facility and a headquarters expansion and an expansion of our FIS building are absolutely mandatory. These things can no longer wait. And we continue here in this space here to feel that pressure. More and more space is being taken off of us on the third floor while we are moving in the opposite direction and growing because we need to deliver services. And I'm taking a great deal of time having to not have people just access the third floor. We're not really community-centric while we're in this building. Every community in Durham Region requires bricks and mortar investment in this plan. Next slide. Come to the end. Thank you for this opportunity to address the committee today regarding our budget. As a resident, I'm keenly aware of the fiscal challenges facing our residents, but I know that you share and hear the public safety concerns from all of your constituents. It is my job to communicate to the Police Services Board and with their support to all of you the realities of policing community safety challenges in the region of Durham today and the resources that we need to provide the residents of Durham Region with adequate and effective policing. The fact is, we cannot afford to delay these investments. We must maintain a service that keeps up with the growth of Durham Region and quite frankly, and is keenly able to address the growing crime trends that we're seeing across all of the GTA. Anything short of that poses a real risk to public safety. That concludes my comments, Chair.
We have a number of councillors with questions, Chief. First is Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Chief. When we met last week or a few weeks ago, you had mentioned the concept of a general applicable standard. Can you kind of review what that is?
Yes, I can. Sorry, just taking a little bit of water there. Okay. So the new general applicable standard means that all policing functions provided, and I'm going to read directly from the Act because I think this is important, must be provided to an extent and in a manner that is reasonable having regards to such items as the policing needs of the community, the geographic and social demographic characteristics of the police service in the area of responsibility, the extent to and the manner in which the police function is effectively provided in similar communities across Ontario. This is where we're going to be compared to the GTA services. To the extent to which past provisions of policing functions by the police service has been effective in addressing the policing needs of the community, and best practices respecting the policing function.
So this is a grade that's given to police forces, I'm assuming?
Every
For lack of a
police
better phrase?
service in the province is subject to this, yes.
What happens if we are under that standard?
They now have the Inspector General's Office, Inspector of Policing, and they are already conducting reviews. We've already been the subject of one review, and we are currently one of the police services that has entered into an agreement with the Inspector General to build out this general applicable standard so that we are best positioned this region here to meet the needs of our residents.
Is that review that we had gone through already public?
I believe the Inspector General ends up publishing it. Yeah, it was a review. I can tell this council. It was a review on our capacity to deliver on public order, one of the buckets there, and what our directives look like and what our readiness is to provide that level of service.
At your next available quarterly meeting, if you could share that, because ultimately, if the Inspector General says we're at okay levels, then it would negate your case for a increase, wouldn't it not? If the, you said we did a review with the Inspector General
Yes.
on those metrics you just mentioned.
Yes.
If he says that we're at a very good level, then wouldn't that negate your request for an increase?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So the first inspection that the Inspector General undertook was to explore that. And right now what the Inspector General is doing is reviewing all of the different parameters with a number of different police services to establish exactly what the measurement is against it. And while we met it in the sense of the Act as it existed, and it was actually, the very first time we did it was actually under the provisions of the Police Services Act, not the Community Safety and Policing Act. It actually predates April 1st of this year. But the Inspector General was doing that as a trial run. So when the Inspector General conducts these inspections, and right now they're looking at response times, and we're exploring that with the Inspector General, it'll certainly inform our police services boards in terms of where we stack up to it.
Okay. So this.
And Mr. Lee, I think it's important as well to just point out, we can't parse out one inspection because there's a suite of services that I have to deliver.
Sure.
And so I can be really good at one thing and not good at everything. And what the Inspector General's goal here is with this general applicable standard is that there's a minimum level of all of these services that must be delivered. So I think that that's important to keep in mind.
Okay, no, I agree wholeheartedly. What was cut from the budget ask? So, we go through an exercise where we cut, we say, this is a want to have, not need to have. In terms of this budget that's being presented to us at 16+%, what has been cut?
Well, I explained a couple things. I talked about the lack of investments in particular areas. I spoke about intimate partner violence, 24-hour attack unit, but there's other things I didn't speak about. So, a further investment, we're going to need a further investment on our front line. There was actually a bigger ask than what we brought forward. We trimmed that ask down because the need is much greater than what we're asking for. We can't do it all in 1 year. The other thing is when you look at the general applicable standard and you look at all the buckets of services I must deliver, things like a replacement for our boat, a capital investment, we deferred to a future year because our boat is very old and no longer, meets many of the requirements that you need to have and the equipment that you must have to perform water rescues. And there are a number of different business cases, and I think I have a binder behind me. I could probably go through it with you a greater detail if you wish.
You mentioned in your budget slide this idea that the lack of moving diversity was due to the lack of available promotions.
I'm sorry. Say that
During
again?
the slide,
Yeah.
the phrase was the lack of moving diversity is a result of the lack of promotions.
I said that has an impact on all of the promotions and truly representing.
Okay.
When we weren't hiring and we weren't training and we weren't promoting, that has a ripple effect down the line.
Of course. Obviously that speaks to me. I think we had a recent graduating sergeant class with not a single racialized member. So
But 9 women.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the lack of promotions in general for the diverse groups is very key. But I think you mentioned that yesterday, that going forward, there'll be a path forward in the budget to, I forgot what you called it. Was it a mentorship program? It was,
No, it's a dedicated training program for all of our members so that we can invest in all of them. But, that class that you referenced did have 9 women. And again, I think it's just so important to say, diversity comes in many different ways. Not all of them are visible. And so, we're quite proud of our police service, and we continue to invest in all of our employees to give everybody the opportunity to be successful. But it's undoubted that it had an impact.
Okay. Chair, is it okay if I ask the chair questions, the police chair, or is this only to the chief? I have some questions regarding the decisions the board made.
I'll allow that.
Chair, is that okay? So the issue a lot of us are having is just the abruptness of this increase, which is, the chief laid out a really good case why we need it. I guess we forecast our budgets out 10 years. Is there any sort of forecast that's able to be given for the next 2-3 years? Again, all of a sudden we were working with 9%. Then I would say as of a month and change ago, it became 16%. So from the board position, do you guys work out a long-term forecast of what you think we'll need?
Well, there we go. Yes, that was one of the things that was asked when we started doing presentations and quarterly updates to council, was to what was our long range, and we committed to going and putting forward a 10-year long-range strategic plan, which we've done. The chief talked about during one of his presentations, one of the slides, on the 8-point-something% ongoing pressure that we're going to have for the next, 20-something years till the region doubles in size. So those are all projections that we use. I will point out that the 16.93 that's in front of us today is what we originally came with. We did originally come with this to the region.
To the region, that is.
The
Got it.
region reduced it, gave us a guideline of 9.25. we went back to the board and once again unanimously approved the 16.93 because that is what is required. And certain things were taken out, but that is the bare minimum that was required that the board felt based on the pressures that are on us today.
If this council chooses to reduce the ask from 16% to whatever, not necessarily the 9, but maybe somewhere in the middle, I remember last year, this council could pick, we picked a la carte things to remove from our budget. Would we have that ability from the police budget, or is that something the police board would strictly do?
You don't have the a la carte to do it. You can give a number, and it's up to the police board whether we accept the number or not. There is provisions under the new act. If we don't accept it, there is an arbitration process that can be entered into with the province. I'd prefer not to go that route. I will point out that part of the reason we're at the number we're at this year is because we did that last year. We met the target last year by reducing some of the hiring and the way we did the hiring, which, as you know, leaves a hole that we have to fill this year. So we don't start at zero. We're already starting at several percent this year based on decisions we made last year. Anything we defer from this budget this year is going to just make it harder next year.
If we end up going through the arbitration process, and I'm not saying I want to, I'm just playing this out because I don't know the process. Is there a cost for the region to facilitate that process, or does the region does the province just, in a sense, pay for that arbitration? We are just left to pay whatever they dictate we have to pay.
That I do not know.
Okay.
I know the process exists. I hope we don't have to use it, and I certainly haven't looked into the cost of it because I certainly don't want to use it.
No, of course. And last question, Chair, and thank you. Has any police service board gone through that process in the last 10 years that you know of?
Not
Or maybe
that
the chief
I-
can answer that?
Not that I'm aware of.
The last one was Niagara Region. That was under the Police Services Act. And on the eve of the arbitration, they struck
a deal.
The deal. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm told by the executive director of the board, Chair, it is the cost is split between the Police Services Board and the region in terms of the arbitration.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Lee, in the meeting that I had with the chair of the board, it was a 10-year plan at almost $1 billion, 990 some million.
That's the capital.
The capital.
That's the long-range capital forecast. Yep.
Okay. Next is Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. And I guess this is going to be a question either to DRPS or perhaps to regional staff. But that period of time, which is about 8 years, where hiring was stagnant or just wasn't happening, obviously that represented some degree of savings to the police service, to the region. Has anybody crunched the numbers on what that would have roughly been?
So I'm sure that the chief will follow up with this, but the reason there was no hiring during that time is that the OPG had decided to create their own security force. And the officers from Durham Regional Police that were at OPG came back to the force, where OPG continued to pay their salaries until they either retired or got into the number of 871. So while there was no hiring, there was officers that came back to the region. So the number was actually greater than 871. The problem was when those officers were all either within the organization or retired, the number was still 871. So once upon a time, there were numbers greater than 871, but they were paid for by OPG. Chief, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
You're not wrong, sir. But what I'm told by our staff, and I wasn't here, so forgive me if I've got this wrong. But my understanding is that the Durham Regional Police Service had vacancies. The members that were there came back. There was an excess of 35 officers that we did not have vacancies for, and so they didn't come back. What the agreement was that they would pay the salary of those officers for up to 2 years until we absorbed them. And in an organization our size, you can imagine we absorbed them very, very quickly. So in terms of the people coming back, there was a small period of time in which we probably had 35 extra officers, but it was for a very short period of time in which we did receive the funds. But when the minute a vacancy became available and they became a member of the Durham Regional Police Service, not the nuclear safety team, we absorbed that cost, but that was from existing funding. And the question to your, the answer to your first question, sir, is about $10.9 million not compensated. 10.26% not compounded for my CAO.
Sorry,
Savings.
10% of,
The budget.
10% of the budget.
Yeah, would you mind coming up? I don't know why I'm doing this.
Sorry, through you, Chair. The total percentage would be 10.62%. That's the differential year over year added up, not compounded. We can get the exact impact, but we don't have it right at our fingertips.
Okay, fair enough. But I guess safe to say that the region realized savings through that taking place.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I just want to confirm, you did, because I did have a question here, but I believe you answered it in the presentation. So the average incremental cost of training a new officer, which takes over a year basically to complete, is $84,000 per officer.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
And that does not include the salary and benefits and all the costs of operating a training facility. So those are separate costs.
Of operating our training facility.
Yes, that's
Right,
right.
so that's the incremental cost. Okay. You spoke, and well, we've heard it a few times today, about the facilities, and how many of them are either failing or, shall we just say, not in the greatest shape. Can you elaborate on the current, or obviously the future, impact to our staff or officers of working in such buildings?
Keep testing the air quality in Oshawa. That's an ongoing process for us, for our officers, because of some of the issues that we faced. We routinely run out of water in the North Division there in Scugog. We have industrial size dehumidifiers that are running all the time in Scugog in the summer, and they have to be emptied like 6-7 times a day, all of them. I could go on, and despite the best efforts of facility staff, the reality is that we keep spending money on things that just no longer meet our needs. The other thing I have to say is these are police facilities that deliver emergency services, not unlike the paramedics, not unlike fire services across the region. If I can't deliver services out of those areas during an emergency, say power's knocked out and I don't have a generator that's properly working in these things, this impedes our ability to deliver adequate and effective policing when the community needs it the most. And while these things could be infrequent, we did 2 years ago have a tornado go through Uxbridge, and thank God it wasn't right through the middle of the town. But had it been, that would have been a massive emergency, and I'm delivering police services at some place that I have to truck in water to. Imagine that.
Okay, and my last question, I believe, was clarified on the budget process, because I think there was some confusion between, seeing 9%, seeing 16, and I think there was confusion that the police service board had changed the budget, but just confirming that 16 was the original police service board budget.
That was the first one that they approved, yes, and that's the one that went to regional staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll go to our treasurer for clarification.
If I may, and I just really from the overall regional budget perspective, I just wanted to clarify, certainly there are new staff that have been here in the window of time that you were speaking to, but I'll call it you referred to regional savings by not hiring during that window, and I believe the CAO quoted about 10% of the budget. I just want to clarify, those were savings to taxpayers. The region did not collect that money and have it. It was lower tax bills by not, and I don't have an opinion on what should or shouldn't have happened, but I just didn't want there to be a misunderstanding with the phrasing that the money was collected as sitting somewhere. That was savings to taxpayers by not levying that money to them. Thank you.
Mayor Schubert, you're finished?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had 46 questions, but I'm going to cut it down to 33. Back when you were a young constable and when the unicorn still roamed the earth, you could investigate any kind of crime. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And now with the new Policing Act, there has to be certification for specialty crimes like child IPVs, sexual assaults and all that. Is that true?
Yeah, throughout the years, there have been multiple findings in multiple directions. They all wrap up into this act today, and today we're evaluated on our ability to deliver that.
And that certification is demanded by the Act, and it requires training. Some of those courses, as I understand, are 3, some of them are longer, 3 weeks, and some of them are longer, which means the officers that are going to be investigating those types of things to get those certifications are going to be gone from the service, either up at your learning center or some other department, or maybe at the police college. Would that be correct?
That's absolutely correct.
The other thing is, talk about equipment like the vests. Although it's the new Police Act saying it's got new vests, isn't it important that we provide those? Because doesn't it make our officers safer with those new vests? Same with like the breaching equipment that they have in the cars and all that equipment that now some of it is required by the Act, but isn't that also looking after our people?
It absolutely is, sir. In fact, it's a higher, the vests themselves can stop a higher caliber of a firearm, and that's the whole intent. And the breaching kit, I would suggest, not only makes our officers' job easier in the absolute emergency that they have to breach a door, but it also allows them to get the help to the people that need it, that are behind those doors that need it. So it's good for our community.
Good for the victims, better than
Yeah.
the old sledgehammer that used to be used, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cameras, body-worn cameras. That was a decision of this council that we pushed for to have body-worn cameras. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, sir.
Right. And now that we have body-worn cameras, as I understand, the Supreme Court of Ontario, I guess, or the Court of Appeal, whichever level it was, is now demanding things related to those cameras that require people to do, such as the disclosure within 21 days on an impaired, blotting out some witness or maybe just somebody passerby's license plate. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'll say this, I'll just say the judiciary itself, because there's multiple levels that have all made decisions, and the Privacy Commissioner as well has weighed into what can be included and will not be included. And so we have to comply with all of those.
And from your experience and maybe from what's happening in the police department, that's sort of a never-changing thing. Like I remember at one time we had to start photocopying our notebooks. You probably remember that too.
Yeah, I do. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It continue. It's a never-ending complex changes that put more and more pressure. And I think it's important, sir, you raise a good issue, and this is something I keep reminding, our staff here when we're making decisions. Every time we change a procedure or a directive and ask our officers to do one more thing that takes one more minute, but we do that 10,000 times a year, and officers work on average 2,200 hours-ish a year, you begin to see how many FTEs that actually adds up to. So be careful what you're asking our officers to do. Is there somebody else that can do that? Can we automate a process? But that requires investment in IT and infrastructure and capital.
Right, and now let's go to 911 calls. So 911 is supposed to be when seconds count and people phone in, and they perceive it, not necessarily the police, but they perceive it as an emergency. Would that be correct?
That's correct, sir.
And when we have that and we don't have enough details, it takes at least 2 officers to go to that, because you don't know whether there's a gun at the other end or whatever, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it could turn out to be just a property crime.
It could, yeah.
Right, okay. Length of qualifications. So it takes forever now, it sounds like. I mean, all the dates that you have. It takes, in my opinion, from that slide there, it's at least 9 months. Maybe it's longer, you said a little longer, before an officer's actually out there on his own.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So with the pre-training, OPC,
Yes.
Post-training, and then rides around with a
Coach
training officer
That's right.
to actually get experience, right?
That's
and, And some would do it a little quicker, and some would do it take them a little longer, right? Depending on the individual officer.
That's right. Yes.
So in that 9 months, once they finish that 9 months, from your experience, I know from mine, is there a need at the end of that 9 months where the supervisors are called more often? Because just because he's finished 9 months, or she, they don't know everything, right?
And that's why I said it's about a year and a half before they are completely working independently.
So
And this is where it's important because we are seeing an increase. And when we don't do that, what we find is we have public complaints, we have adverse findings in court, all of which impact, our reputation. And that's one of the things, part of my job is to protect the reputation of the organization. And we're not delivering the best service. So the quality control of it, these officers are often making mistakes that require more work later, and we're sort of doing the same call twice.
Right, and some of that would just be based on the experience level and the
experience
supervision level.
That's correct.
Right.
Adequate supervision.
So we used to talk about before, in order to get one officer on each platoon, 4 officers basically 24/7, we needed 5 because of illness, because of time off and all that sort of stuff. With all this certification training and such, all this new training and all that stuff, and it's not just the certification, I understand the not use of force, but the yearly training
Yes.
that officers have to do compliant with the act is going from 2 days to 4 days. With all that, how many officers would you say it takes to ensure, in normal circumstances, I might say, to have those 4 officers, 1 on each platoon, if you will, 24/7?
We've averaged it out to about 6.8 officers.
So almost 7 officers.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. So the other thing is, we heard earlier about some people suggesting like there's some people roaming around their neighborhood and they very seldom seen a police car. So if we had more frontline officers, part of deterrence and crime prevention is seeing police cars drive through your neighborhood whether they're on a call or not. Would that make sense?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So here's another question for you is, with the length of time it takes, I mean, you're not hiring all these people tomorrow if the budget proves, because it won't be approved till next Wednesday if it's done anyway. You're not hiring them to start the 1st of January. And you say it takes a year and a half on their own. So really, the increase in officers you're talking about is what's going to hit the road and start serving our community in 2026.
That's a very accurate way of looking at it.
Right, so what we're paying, so it's the old pay me now or pay me later type idea.
Councillor
If
Chapman.
we put it in the 2025 budget, am I out of time?
You're out of time.
Oh, okay, well, I'll just push in to go again.
Well, push your button again.
Yeah, I will.
and I'll come back to you.
Fine. I've got 28 more questions.
Okay. Councillor Crawford,
Thank you, Mr.
push your button again, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for your report. I'm curious, does DRPS have the ability to have reserves?
I think the only reserve we have, and I'll, come on up. The only reserve we have is for our helicopter Air 1, but go ahead.
So through you, Chair, so that's right. The only reserve right now is for the helicopter. However, there has been discussions and direction from the board to have to work with the region around looking at utilizing those more often.
Is that, is it because you've never really needed them, or is it legislatively or not allowed? Like, I mean, even library boards have reserves, right?
Yeah, I think it has just been the practice and policy of the past. Some police services do use them, and others don't. And in this case, the board gave direction a little bit over a year ago to start investigating, and we've been working with, but that work's still to be done and is on schedule for early 2025.
Yeah, it seems logical, especially in capital, right, to be able to do that. Okay, so with the new Police Act, and let's say your budget goes through today, what foreseeable changes in this act do you think will happen over the course of time? Like, this obviously isn't going to fix everything. This is like right now you've got a one-time fix right here, right, that you have to do so to be in compliance. So what are the other kind of big ticket items in this new Police Act that you see are going to have to be addressed?
It's really going to come down to what evolves within policing. We're going to need more people just to keep that cop to pop ratio, the population to police officer. And that, what we project right now is in excess of 60 net new officers every year for the next, several years until we see the majority of the growth happen here in the region.
But that's not dictated by the Police Act, though, is it?
No, that is not dictated by the Police Act. But what is that as these officers come on, I'm going to have to buy more vests. I'm going to have to buy more breaching kits. I'm going to have more cars. I'm going to have all of these things. All of the requirements of the Act don't change and aren't stagnant and continue to increase along with the officer growth. I'm going to need more investigators that are accredited, more major case managers, all these things. And this is before we even begin to discuss what's new in the crime world, right? AI and what's the impact it's going to have, and what other skills and what other training is the province going to step in and mandate for our officers to have. And this is something that continues to evolve. The other thing in here, outside of all the training, remember that the general applicable standard talks about the fact is to the extent that these functions are performed by other police services and the best practices within policing itself. So as training becomes available, whether it's mandated or not, to deliver the services that our residents need in emerging trends, I might have to invest a lot of money in some of these courses. And I'll give you a very brief example. We are required in our TAC unit to have, they call the officer a bomber, but somebody who can blow out doors and you work with explosives. That course is only offered at the Canadian Police College, and that course is in excess of $20,000, and I have to have one on every team. So if we increase that to have one, and if I only have one and they're on holidays or sick or whatever, it's premium paid. So I have to budget for all of these things. So it's these unintended consequences of the accreditations and training that we have to have that can add up costs. So it's not as easy to say this is going to cost us this. There are ongoing pressures and costs.
And forgive me if I'm not understanding, is that part of the Act, or is this something that we haven't been doing over the time?
So this is something that also existed within the other Act. Today, what we have is a general applicable standard. So if you have an incident in which a bomber was needed and you didn't have it, that exposes the organization to risk. And so today, with the Inspector General checking on these areas, you can see that just having somebody available somewhere down the road is okay. Remember, we have to deliver this given the socio-demographics and characteristics of the police services area of responsibility and the geography of it. So we have a big region, and our residents, and when we're compared to Toronto and every other place that already has all of these things 24 hours, we are going to be measured against that. That is the standard now.
Do we have a bomber?
Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah. We do.
That's
But
all I
as
know.
we increase these things, these are all more things we're going to need to get.
And how many retirements are you expecting over the next 12, 24 months?
Great question. So I think at any given time, about 18% of the service could be on a beach somewhere.
Lucky
but
them.
I'm not sure what the actual... So we're right now, we could have 75 sworn and 25 civilians leave today.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you agree that that the province is good to help fund the OPP or the municipalities that have OPP, but completely ignore other municipalities with policing?
Well, I'll be careful to answer that question, but because I will say this. The province did step up and give us $32 million to buy a helicopter and operate it for the next several years. So I want to be very mindful of that. And I want to make sure Regional Council knows that. The money that was dedicated to the OPP was really tied to the, not the CSPA costs, because I've heard that. Some of it may be, but what I heard was driving it was the salary increases that the OPP got in their contract negotiations, because municipalities couldn't absorb that in 1 year segment, hadn't budgeted for it.
Okay, that wasn't, sorry, when I was at AMO, they did not say specifically that's what it was for.
Okay.
So I'm not saying
Yeah.
you're wrong.
No,
but
no.
God forbid, I
Yeah.
would never call you a liar. But,
No. I've been known to be wrong once.
No, I'm just.
And I can tell you that we as I'm a member, I'm on the executive board of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, and we are having those conversations right now with AMO and the services boards as well to petition the government for some help in terms of the costs of these. But it's really, really hard to be nailing down all of the costs that are actually associated with this act because you have to think out every eventuality and the growth of an organization.
And it can't be grant funded. It has to be stable funding. Like, it can't be something you have to apply for every single year.
Grants are not a
No.
sustainable way to grow an organization.
Yeah, no, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Wu?
Yeah, and to the chair, thank you. And thank you very much, Chief. Just talking about new hires, and one portion of that journey is 13 weeks at Ontario Police College. And we're looking at other police services that are looking to hire, I think Peel, would I be wrong in saying 400?
300 is what I heard.
300, okay. Toronto. So if you are to get X number of hires, is there a spot, or how does that, what's the capacity of Ontario Police College?
Right now, they're running just under 500 recruits through every intake, and they have 4 intakes a year. I know that sounds like a lot, but it's really not. And when you look at all the needs of all the police services, OPP is hiring at an unprecedented rate, as is Toronto. They're probably the 2 biggest. They'll take up more than half of every intake, just those 2 services, if not more than half the intake. So this is where I need to have, what would be very helpful for organizations to have this funding set. And it is there that we are having these conversations with the leadership at the Ontario Police College, with Associate Minister McGregor and some others who are in charge of the Ontario Police College, or it falls within their purview, to secure those seats and make the case that we need to increase hours this year. And then we got to be put on a regular schedule of being able to plan all of our other hires for the future years and secure those seats up front. This is why Toronto's moving to a 4-year program to hire officers, because they want to have that predictability and set it all out throughout the calendar for future years. And it's a very wise thing for them to do.
Okay, through the chair, and a follow-up to that. So there's 4 intakes, 500. Now, is that 500 one time, or is 125 each intake?
No, it's 500 at one time.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the other question I have, and again, with your public order unit, and I think they've been probably busy this year with protests, hopefully peaceful protests. And usually that's probably, you had a request from the Toronto Police Services. How many officers go?
It usually works out around 40 officers altogether, including, the command and control of those officers.
Okay.
In addition to that, there are other units that go as well, like paramedic services and some others that also go along.
Now, what's about the length of time, and how do you backfill it for that time?
Great question. So it's usually for the entire day, sometimes longer. We've been asked to help, but because of some of our own protests, we haven't been able to go, because my number one requirement is that I provide that service here. And in addition to that, we the cost recovery, that doesn't exist there. I know the board has asked, so we're not getting costing back. The decision to backfill really relies upon who is on duty at that time doing that work. And not every officer is public order trained. What I've done is I've increased the number of public order trained officers so that we can have a bigger pool from which to draw. So when I am drawing, it's not from on-duty resources, so I don't impact my ability to deliver my core policing function.
Okay. Now, as a follow-up to the, and I'm assuming it would be through the public order unit, it's going to be coming up in this border strategy that may be happening with the bilateral U.S.-Canada issues. We're not on a border, but could Durham Regional Police be called upon to supply officers?
Yeah, the agreement with public order units, and we saw this during the convoy protests right across Canada, is that there's a limited number of public order units, first of all. So if police service doesn't have a public order, they need to enter into a service agreement with another police service in order to deliver that service when needed. But we do have one, which means that we are often asked to go assist. And I know the Durham Regional Police Service is part of being deployed in Ottawa and in Toronto during the convoy that happened here a few years back. So, you know, could we be asked? Absolutely. Have we been asked? No.
Okay. And I want to just lead into it. I know we're talking about budget issues, money, and I want to speak about a couple where I would say for those, and I think one of the speakers spoke about victims, and if you look at the victim and what the police services, but I will also give credit to the EMS and our fire services, first responders. And another thing I would like to see come back, and maybe I'll ask for it to be in the budget next time, the lightning bolt. But where officers go over and above, and those that have attended PADAN, question would be, and certainly victim services, what do you say, you know, for those officers that, and I'll look at the one issue that happened back in July 28th, 2020 in Whitby. The woman that was attacked, sexually assaulted, left for dead, and scoured, I don't know how many days that area was scoured. And I will mention his name because it's not private. Detective Constable Nicholas Marchand. That woman now is alive. I look at Victim Services of Durham, the ones that your unit have been able to, let's say, bring in the victim.
Counselor, everything you're saying is important, but
Yes,
it's
it
not
is.
a question.
Okay, the question is, to the officers, to the victims, do you think that is, for those that are the victim, priceless?
I think so. I think saving a life is an incredible privilege and honor that we are in a position to do that for our fellow citizens. I'm incredibly proud of the work our officers do every single day, and I think we change lives in many different ways, whether it's literally saving a life or engaging with them in a way that gets them to help or to a hospital or to a loved one, or return a missing kid. All of these things are incredibly rewarding to our officers, and there's a cumulative impact to this job, and I'm just so proud of our officers and the work that they do, and I'm hoping that through this budget we're able to do more of that work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. I'll try to keep to just two questions. With respect to your slide on buildings and structures, was this the first time putting together a 10-year vision on those capital assets?
Last year, it was part of it, and I'm told that in previous budgets that I was not involved with, that it also formed part of the budget package.
So my question regarding, this is infrastructure related versus allocating budget towards hiring staff or equipping them. And I'm not sure if this is for you or for the chair, but do we have a picture or understanding of how many times capital infrastructure with respect to buildings has been deferred from a budget? Or has it been maintained?
We'll have to go to to Nancy.
So if I may, I'll answer globally. Many regional assets, including DRPS assets, have had significant deferrals on capital refurbishment and replacement and repair. It is a balancing act every year because of those constraints that we recognize on taxpayers, as well as sometimes we have opportunities in some areas for unanticipated funding through, one-time announcements. In other areas, that opportunity doesn't come. So it is pervasive throughout, that asset management challenge that we have.
Okay, and just further to that, then, if some of these buildings are at an end of life, when I hear comments that we're bringing in potable water for our employees to function in a job, are we meeting minimum employment equity standards? This sounds quite egregious, and I don't want it to sound contentious in this meeting, but are we not regulated to provide basic necessities like potable water on site at a public facility?
Through the chair, I'm not really sure if I can answer that. I'm not an HR professional, but I'm assuming by bringing in drinking water, we must comply, otherwise the Ministry of Labor would have issues with us. That being said, certainly in any facility, that's not favorable. In my previous life with small hall boards, for example, not nearly the same level of importance or criticality necessarily, but there was a lot of drinking water issues in many of our rural facilities. That being said, obviously I'm not comparing the importance of that to this, but I think the obligation is to have sufficient clean drinking water that's brought in. Doesn't necessarily satisfy the obvious concerns of DRPS.
Right, thank you for that, Commissioner. I think it's something we shouldn't take for granted as a whole, drinking water. It's not just elsewhere within the province, it's clearly right here in our own region. Shifting gears a little bit into the definition of policing that meets the needs of community. In your budget, I mean, you've already touched on that the region has mandated very specific things like the creation of a hate crimes unit. We declared IPV an epidemic, and rightly so. Like, there's lots of things that we have brought forward to you. Within this budget, are we complying with the duty to the definition of needs of the community or public safety through preventative measures versus just post, like almost like acute care and healthcare? What have we stripped away, those softer services that policing provides, that is not necessarily clearing the definition of meeting the needs of our community?
That's a good question, and I'll go back to the Act. One of the things I must do is support victims of crime. It's right there. It's one of the things I have to do. So I have to be very careful not to strip away those soft skills that people have to have. In addition to that, the crime prevention component of a service I have to deliver, we're not doing enough. And I don't have the capacity because I'm trying to answer emergency radio calls. Is the reality, and increasingly so. And you mentioned IPV. At minimum, I need to dispatch 2 officers to that and a supervisor. So there's already 3 officers going to that call. So you can understand how that can really stretch the capacity for an organization to deliver upstream preventative support to potential victims. Our school liaison officers have a very difficult job, and they're out there delivering, sexting presentations to predominantly, the victims of that are predominantly young girls, but it's not always, it's not exclusive. I want to be careful with that. But every single time we do that, it's the potential for one less victim of that, because once it's out, and it has impact, can devastate a young person in our region and make them susceptible to other crimes and further exploitation. So there's a need to do both, and I don't have the luxury of picking and choosing between the two things. I have to invest in both because it's a requirement. And I report on this on a monthly basis to the board in a variety of ways, but you raise a very important aspect of it that we haven't discussed here today.
Staying on that theme with sexting or cyberbullying, is that going underreported?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's so underreported, and it really manifests itself when you look at the rates of children experiencing mental health crisis in our region, throughout our region. You can really, really see that. And when officers finally get up there, what the schools are reporting to us, it's very, very telling. It is underreported, like many crimes.
And could you just repeat the number of school liaison officers? I think yesterday you said there was 11 serving 225 schools?
I think it's 10 serving 250 schools in our region.
So they visit a eighth of a day per month?
Yeah, I wish. But one of the investments in here is a community safety well-being investment, where we are investing in people who can deliver at least part of that program, in addition to other crime prevention tips. I can't make them all school liaison officers, but I do want them to be out there and engaging and forging those relationships.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Chief. As somebody who recently received support from your victim services team, thank you. I know it's a tough job and definitely a tough ask to come ask for a large dollar amount. So thank you for your team as well behind you for putting the work in. Appreciate it.
Councillor McDougall, you are up, sir.
Thank you. I'll try and keep this brief. Thank you. You've made a great case for your budget requests, and I thank you for reaching out and explaining, taking the time to explain. My question is just with regards to, just so I understand in terms of the I'm trying to think of the exact term, but the professional standards in terms of where we are in terms of what we need to provide. And so my question is in terms of something such as a breaching kit, which we're putting in all of the vehicles, are those breaching kits need to be standard in Cambridge the same as they are in Pickering? Because to me, this just seems like Durham is a dichotomy, and it doesn't really seem like the same kind of policing.
It absolutely is. That and this is part of the Act. One of the general applicable standards is I have to deliver the same level of service to Gamesbridge as I do to Oshawa. And so you can understand the challenges that presents, and given population frequency of calls in Gamebridge, for instance. But every officer will have it, and every officer will be trained on how to use that, and every officer will be expected to use it in the event that they need to help people.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm chuckling because as we talked before, up in the north, we would refer to it as cop per acre rather than cop per pop.
I'm going to adopt that.
I'd like to take this opportunity to direct a question to the chair of the Police Services Board, if that's okay. Thank you. So I just want to understand the process correctly from what you had stated. It was basically the police services, or the police department has brought forward a budget for us to approve. Should we not approve the budget in its totality, it's then up to the Police Services Board to decide whether they accept that or not. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because I'm known as the quiet and, sometimes don't get to the point, I'm going to accuse Ms. Taylor of doing the same or not. Nancy, you had mentioned earlier there was a question about deferring expenses on assets at the police services and the condition of those assets, but you noted that across the region of Durham, we are doing this on a regular basis. Can you give us any hint? And I mean, as an example, I know that we are underfunding what needs to go into roads. There is a limited pot of money. We need to decide how to divvy that pot up. But do you have a hint as to the assets outside of police services that would be deferred? Because we've got a balance to try to figure out here.
So if I may, through the chair, you can wait with bated breath for a report in the summer, before summer recess. Two things. The regulations that we all love about asset management from the province, there is another report required to the province for July 1, 2025, that is required to have a financing plan attached to our infrastructure deficit for all categories of assets across the region. So it started out with hard services, and now it's laying in all services. So that is definitely something that you will see as we come forward. Particular to roads, we've mentioned, for example, in the budget report that we've managed to squeeze $3 million into this particular budget. We needed 4, and we need 4 incrementally for the next 10 years to get to the level, just to try to get us back up to a 65% pavement condition index. Now, that's the top of my head, so I might be off a little bit here and there, but those are the kinds of things in each service area we are having a challenge with.
And I mean, I suppose the budget document provides information on all of that, but can you give us any guidance? And Chief, I appreciate your needs, but of that limited pie, what we push your way takes away from something else. And I'm having a very difficult time understanding what the adverse ramifications are of not supporting the police budget, which will have, you know, detrimental impacts somewhere else. Can you help at all? And it's a big, vague ask, but can you help?
I'll let our CAO comment, and then I also have a comment that may help.
Just to remind Council, the increase before you today for regional services is 2.7%. So you can imagine we sent the departments back many times to really trim wherever possible, and we have pushed out delivery timelines and capital projects to achieve that ask. Nancy's talked a little bit about roads, which is a big issue we will need to turn our attention to next year. The state of our social housing stock is another one, as you know, where in some cases it is so bad that rebuilding is the only option available to us. So there are pressures across the corporation, many of which do impact more vulnerable populations. And I'll turn it over to Nancy to take it from there.
So the only thing I'll add, and I have this as a recommendation in the budget about doing a multi-year capital plan. And some of you have said to me, because we've done a multi-year capital and operating for a number of areas, and some of you have said to me, well, why do we do that? Because we can't make that number anyway. We do that because we need to be aware of exactly the answer to your question, and we need to have ammunition to lobby and apply for grants that we're told about, and we have 3 weeks to submit, and we have to have a certain. So my objective with bringing the police into that same structure of having a multi-year plan is so that between the Police Services Board, who have their decision-making authority on the how the funds get utilized, but to bring to this council an understanding of what multi-years looks like and allow you to look at that prioritization of how much is a goal over a number of years, because there is no doubt that the assets need to be addressed. Council also, of course, is very aware that we can't replace every asset in the first 2 or 3 years. So we need to give you some information so that you have an ability to try to try to balance those objectives. So that would be my goal with that multi-year operating and capital plan, and that's the reason why I still strongly believe in the others, even if we can't meet that number every year.
Great, thank you. And Chief, for your work, I don't have a question for you. You're getting off easy, at least for this tiny little bit.
Well, I have a comment to your your comment, if I'm permitted, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, to me, I've never suggested it's an either-or proposition. Our friends in all of the other departments are doing, you know, God's work, really, in meeting the needs of the region. But not having a road paved, driving over a bumpy road is an inconvenience. Not having police officers to respond to emergencies in under 9 minutes is cost people lives. And I completely agree with the CAO. What they were handed back in terms of social housing with things that meet their needs, I agree. I have the same issues, and this is where I think we have to have that uncomfortable conversation. Like I said yesterday, I totally respect the difficult decision this council has, but I'm not talking about inconveniences and making it easier for our officers. I'm talking about emergency response to the most serious things.
Respectfully, Chief, there is a limited pie. Some of those inconveniences, Mayor Carter and Mayor Ash and I talked about this morning, are people living in tents.
Yes.
Some of those inconveniences are people that don't have access to the help that they need to get access to. So
Yes.
while I might use a road as an example, some of those inconveniences are just as important. And I'm not denigrating the work that you are doing. You are doing the work of God. We do have difficult choices to make. We have very difficult choices in terms of where those assets go beyond inconveniences, sir.
Okay. Councillor Brenner, first time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have a question to the chief, and it has to do with, if you could expand a little bit more on supporting victims of crime. as a requirement under the legislation. And maybe in your response, what I'd like to do is just sort of frame a scenario, which is probably a typical real scenario in a community, and how your resources currently are being impacted and how they may be impacted without achieving what you're hoping to achieve in terms of increasing your staffing power. The scenario, which is very typical, is a house is broken into, a complaint goes in, and from that point, requests are made for video cameras in a neighborhood to provide additional information. How do you, as a force, handle that? And what are the stressors that you're currently facing? And how would they be achieved if you manage to achieve what you're hoping to get in your proposed budget for this year?
Chief, before you respond, Councillor Brenner, your quality of your call is not great. I'm going to ask that you turn your camera off.
My apologies.
Thank you. We heard the question, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Councillor Brennan, I'm going to read directly from the Act because I think it's important, again, to be specific. So the following standards for adequate and effective policing with respect to victims of crime are prescribed. The victim of crime shall be offered assistance as soon as possible. The victims of crime shall be provided with referrals to, and as appropriate in the circumstances, emergency services, healthcare professionals, victim support agencies, social service agencies, and other appropriate government and non-governmental and community organizations. Every police chief must provide victims assistance to victims that reflect the Victims' Bill of Rights, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, and set out responsibilities for all members to assist victims of crime. Thank you. So that is what is the driver there. And so you consider that, and within my budget ask is for enhancements to our community safety well-being team to reorganize that group so that they can be delivering that level of assistance, target hardening those who are not victims yet on things like break-and-enters, who have been the victims of break-and-enters or other crimes, to be out there and assisting the school liaison officers with reaching as many of our children as we can to provide that crime prevention information and with regards to sexting and intimate partner violence that increasingly happens, to provide mental health supports and to ensure that people who are frequent users of policing services in the mental health world have and understand the access to and connection to all of those services. So this budget actually incorporates my requirement to deliver on the mandate that I just read.
Councillor Brenner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief, for clarifying that. So what I'm hearing from you basically is to achieve the expectation of the legislation, it would be essential for council to consider what you're asking for.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. First time, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chief, something of a summative question, just one. You know, out of all the many metrics that DRPS is subject to from various levels of government, on a scale of, let's say, A to Z or 1 to 10, whichever is easier for you to place, we don't expect this budget, by the sounds of it, to take us from 0 to 10 after this year. So where would you suggest that this budget would place us on that scale so we could be working towards 10 or Z?
Again, a great question that has so many different factors that are built into it. But if we were to take a snapshot today of where the region is, I think we'd be somewhere around the 4 mark in terms of getting there. I think that where we're starting from, there are some massive gaps to get over and to begin to address and fill. By no means have I asked for everybody I need in order to address today's problems. I can't do it all in one budget is the one thing that I'm going to stress. We're trying to spread this out, and as a taxpayer, I'd like to spread it over as long as I can. And so what we're trying to do here is basically, this is, stop the bleeding, begin to put us in a path where, we can have some sustainable expectations in terms of what staffing is going to look like moving forward, and tie that to the growth that's actually happening in the region. I don't want to grow faster than the region. It's not Champagne Police Service here. I understand the limitations of it, but we have to make significant investments today, and this budget begins to move us in that direction. But, I think 4 is probably a reasonable number to put on it.
Thank you. So we can't get there all this year. We have to get there sometime, and so this kind of a move is necessary to get us to where we need to go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple more questions, but one that came to light from, I think it was Councillor Crawford's question about retirements. The number of retirements that the CEO said, those are people that would be eligible to go on sort of under the OMERS process. That's not people that have said,
No.
hey, I'm retiring.
That's correct, sir. Yeah.
Right. So a question, because I know you do exit interviews when people retire and all of that. Would it be fair to say that because of burnout and because of some of the things that you're trying to fix through this budget, that might lead to more of those 75? I think it was 75 officers, I don't know, 75 and 25 or something like that, leading them to leave?
Yeah, my concern is actually not with the people who are eligible because they're in it already. My concern is for the people who won't even reach 30 years. And we're seeing that. And people are leaving policing totally because of exactly what you say, the burnout, the excess work. It's just not worth it, is what many people say. And they're not going to another police service. They're just leaving policing completely. And many police services are experiencing this. Somebody who's given me 30 years, I thank them for their service, and I wish them the best. It certainly creates a gap. But to be honest, many of them are well entrenched in the organization and quite happy doing the work, and they do excellent work, and I hope they stay for many more years to buy us that time. But if they all decided to leave, in addition to everybody who doesn't have 30 years, we're going to be in big trouble.
Okay. The other thing was about, you mentioned police college, like 500 intakes 4 times a year. It sounds like back in the days when the regional governments were doing, I know, I told Mayor Carter the other day there that when I went to police college, there was, 5 classes. In those days, training was a little shorter of 500, right? And we're doing the same. Yeah, when unicorns roam the earth freely, right? Now you've put me off my train of thought, you bastard. Oh, so listen, all the departments that are looking, we've heard the biggest one we've seen in the paper, biggest 2, I guess, would be Toronto. That at least this year they're talking about 400 officers, right? And the Peel's talking about a similar number. And of course, all you chiefs got together and said, yeah, we need to do this all at once. No, I'm only kidding you. My question is, back in '79, when I became a police officer, right? That was the time when you applied to 6 or 7 departments because everybody was hiring. As opposed to, but what we're looking for is the best candidate, and if we don't have vacancies for them to hire them in that case, we may miss out on somebody who's involved in our community going to Toronto. It's not that far a drive to Toronto, right? Would that be a fair
Yes,
statement?
it's one of my biggest worries. And in fact, and we see it later. And so experienced officers that live in our region who have been in other organizations wanting to come here will help us fill this gap that exists. And we have to be careful there too, to only take the very best of those experienced officers. But I want to invest in those officers from our communities today, particularly because I have a responsibility to be reflective of the community we serve. So as more people move in here, I want to grab the very best out of all of our communities and make sure that they are the members that make up the Durham Regional Police Service.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, if I have a little attitude, Chair, just the question that came up earlier about arbitration. There was no arbitration back in 2006 when I worked for the Solicitor General's office inspecting police departments, but there was one police department that had to do some retrofitting to a building that was ordered through the Solicitor General's office, and the community had to come up with the $250,000 to do it immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you pushed your button again, Councillor Chapman. Okay. Mayor Schumer, second time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. I guess this is a question again to either Commissioner of Finance or to DRPS. And it's a follow-up, I think, to Councillor Crawford's question regarding reserves. In 2024, we funded some capital in DRPS with about 7.8 million from reserves. And I know I'm testing your memory here.
No, you're correct.
What reserve would that have come from then?
So through the chair, while the police doesn't hold their own custody of reserves and reserve funds, my comments remain universal that I mentioned earlier. The regional holdings of financial assets are, in my view, to be utilized for the benefit of all of the regional departments based on council's determination of that need. So a reserve fund usage in this past budget, I can't recall off the top of my head which exact reserve fund it was. I'm getting a note saying it was from the capital project reserve. So we do utilize those for all the departments, including police.
Yeah, and I was just kind of wondering, what was it money that was being dedicated to the, replacement or new capital? And then, of course, there was a major capital allocation last year. So, but I know I might be getting in some information you don't have readily available. But I just tried to reconcile that. And was that something that the Police Service Board requested be put into funding for the capital? Is that something your office did to help the budget?
So we have two things that happen. For major capital requests, it comes through and we work to put some financing in for it. We also try to make sure that on the police side, they have funding for capital rehabilitation that is in their base budget that they work at trying to escalate because of the condition of their facilities. So that doesn't necessarily come from a reserve fund, but they have in their budget not sufficient monies, but funds to deal with capital, sort of, we call it not big C capital, right? Sort of that ongoing maintenance of capital facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Carter, welcome back from the principal's office.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My apologies if I ask a question that's already been asked. Of course, I appreciate the support of council to be able to attend an important announcement earlier on. Chief, good afternoon, and to the senior leadership team, thank you very much. Chief, just a reminder once again, what is the percentage of mental health calls that your officers are engaged in?
That's a great question. I have a number of numbers.
Did you just say that was a great question?
I just don't. I want to say, what was it? 50. Yeah, I think it's somewhere between 45 and 55%, somewhere in there.
Do you recall what the time period of the officers attending those calls is? Do you know what an average is?
Yeah, it has dropped because of an initiative that we had with the hospital, but I think it averages out to like 1.8 hours.
Okay, and does that also include your officers that have to attend Lakeridge Health or one of our other health facilities where they have to wait with a patient? And by the way, it's not one officers, I believe. Is it two officers that have to be on site?
Yes, that's correct. It's two officers, and that also includes Lakeridge Health.
Okay,
so Ajax Pickering and Ajax.
Yeah,
Health.
all of our
all of the
hospital
hospitals,
facilities.
yeah.
But I did see that there is kind of a wide area between 2 hours and 13 hours that you could possibly be in an emergency room with an individual that is suffering a mental health crisis, and you have two officers. What's the hourly cost of an officer to be sitting at Lakeridge and Carr?
What are we? Yeah, I think. I think we're probably going to be around everything in probably around the $80 mark.
$80 an hour?
Yeah, so it's like salary, and then you have to include like the fact that the car's there and you drove there.
Yeah.
Like you put all. What does that cost? What does that call to be their cost? About that.
Okay. Okay. Of course, I'm losing my train of thought in regards to that call. Just out of curiosity, why do you have to assign two officers? Why can't it be just one officer? Is that legislatively required, or is that under the Police Act?
Yeah, it's our own directive and
Okay.
procedure to have two officers. We're apprehending people who are a danger to themselves or others.
Yes.
And so to leave that up to one officer creates a risk that is mitigated by the second officer. And in addition to that, sir, when we're at a hospital, oftentimes you have to keep that person away from everyone
Yes.
else because they're causing a disturbance to the normal operations. And so
Yeah.
it allows the second officer to go and try to get that chart started.
It would be amazing if you had a designated emergency room for mental health and addiction.
Imagine.
I'm just saying.
Imagine.
I don't know if that was ever been thought of before. I do want to ask you about the new act. While they were going through that process, did they come to the chiefs and say, by the way, this is the act, this is the proposal, this is what the impact will be on your service, and by the way, we're going to legislatively put it in place, and you'll just have to absorb the cost.
So the act actually, I think, was first drafted in, I think it's 2014 or something like that. And then there's been a number of iterations that have happened to it. And then there was suddenly a date announced of April 1st of this year.
Yeah.
And then there was all this work done on creating the regulations that went around it. So by the time we got presented, it was baked. This was going to
baked,
happen,
yeah.
and this is what it looks like. And while we may have seen different iterations of it,
Yeah.
the actual final product was something we learned about really in the 11th hour.
So it's hard, it would be hard for the department to predict what kind of cost impacts that you would have to kind of, I guess, guesstimate that it may cost you. I mean,
Yeah.
that would have been a hard calculation to make, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're guessing until it's
Right.
proclaimed.
Right. Is there another service? I'm just trying to. I feel like Columbo here, just for a second. Another service. Just one more thing. Yeah. Was there a recent announcement about $77 million that went to the OPP?
Yes.
Why was that money allocated to them?
It was for the municipalities that contract services with the OPP, and there's been some debate exactly what it was to cover.
Yeah.
But the costs associated with
Implementing this new legislation.
yes, maybe not all of the money is for that
Right.
specific reason, but yes.
Now, is there an opportunity for municipal police forces such as Durham Regional Police Force? Do we have an opportunity to advocate or to be able to receive any funds? Has there been any indication from the provincial government that they're willing to do so?
Those conversations are happening, sir, and I'm a member of the Ontario Associations of Chiefs of the Police.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that we're working with the Association of Police Service Boards
Yes.
across the province, Lisa Darling and AMO representatives to draft one letter to the government that illustrates our desire to have that happen.
In your 30-plus years as a peace officer, even in your senior leadership roles, you're always a peace officer or a police officer first. Have you seen this amount of significant change, accountability being brought forward at one moment?
No.
My next question really goes to how policing has really changed in regards to the requirement of evidence-based. Today, based upon, and I don't know if you have a simple equation you could give us, but in regards to an investigation, the requirement for not only evidence collecting, but also paperwork and proper documentation, has that really added much to the job at all? Has it added, have we been able to say an average officer we have to count an hour and a half or 30 minutes more or 2 hours a day? Idea? You could say no.
No, I can't even begin to add up the time that we've added to it.
Okay.
To policing through all of these.
But it has changed because of the requirement that based upon what is now required to bring a case forward.
Not
It's
just
changed dramatic.
that's right. Not just legislatively required, but the
Right.
judicial findings
Right.
and all of the inquests and everything else that drive everything.
Okay, so that goes to my next question is how important are these strategic investments you're making in regards to leadership within your divisions? How important is that, based upon all of the changes that are happening in police, and why this is the moment that this needs to happen?
I'm struggling right now to meet the threshold of adequate and effective. Our response times continue to go up. Violent crime continues to go up. I don't have enough properly accredited and trained officers in areas. The training continues to evolve and change in terms of what officers are required to do. Proactive time is going down, and so there's more. There's a higher rates of violence and impaired drivers. Like, all of these things are adding up, and all of them are driving the needs. And so this investment begins to address some of those issues, because I can't look around corners and I don't know what is the next change that's going to happen to police.
My time is running out, so I just want to ask this. Is there a requirement under the new act that there has to be a certain level of supervision that needs to be implemented through this act?
Yes, it's one of the requirements in the other policing functions.
And the benefit of that is not only in regards to abiding by the legislative and the act itself, but it also goes to supporting younger officers through the organization. So down the way, we have the type of leadership that's necessary to have the type of roles that wear white shirts.
Absolutely, and quite honestly, we deliver better service to our community.
Chief, I appreciate the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, good to see you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask those questions. If I have repeated any questions that have been asked, please accept my apologies. Thank you.
No. Mayor Roy.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to make it very quick. I know some of the questions have been asked, but I'm going to give a little bit of concentration when you talk about Cops for POP. But it's also not just about Cops for the POP, but it's also about the geographical area. And within the geographical area, and I know I've raised this with you before, if the hiring of the officers takes place and we early 2026 have the officers in place, will there be a realignment of the areas for responses?
Not without significant changes to our facilities. So I have to wait until facilities come online to move people out of the Oshawa station in order to put more people in there. I have the deployment, and I have no more room in certain buildings, and so I have to create that capacity. And this council's very, very gracious direction for us to buy our Covert building has created a little bit of that, and so there will be soon, within a year, more space at the Whitby station, for instance, to put many of these officers. So, this is the benefit of this. In addition to that, I'm going to create, and we're undertaking this right now, is to see where all the growth is happening, realign our patrol areas to better reflect. Right now, Oshawa only the Oshawa station, the officers that work out of there, only service about 29% of Oshawa.
Okay, so then continuing on the conversation about the officers coming on board, in the day one, and from your slide that you presented, what essentially would be month one within the 2025 year?
Month one is it's taken up with 3 weeks of online training that the officers. Oh, sorry.
I'll correct my question. No, month one. Which month of 2025 would be month one? Would you hope to bring these recruits on?
I think we budget for, is it half year? Yeah, half year. So, we're looking at June.
And that's incorporated fully into your budget as well.
That's right.
You haven't done a full year? Okay, perfect. All right. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chief, that exhausts the councilors who have questions. Thank you for your presentation. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. Members of council, I'd like to deal with 3.3. There was an additional item that was sent out last night that you may not have received. It's item F. It's the Kawartha Conservation guidelines. They meet guidelines. So it's actually, you can refer to it as F. And I'm looking for a motion to refer all these to Cal 53. Okay, moved by Councillor Cook, seconded by Councillor Lee, on referring items A through F to 2024-Cal-53. I'm going to call the vote, Mr. Clerk. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Members of council, you've been at this for a while. I suggest a break before we get to 3.4. I'm gonna go 10 minutes. Stretch your legs, top up your coffee. I need a mover. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Mayor Barton, on a 10-minute recess. All those in favor? In opposition? That carries, and I do mean 10 minutes. Mr. Clerk, could you take a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
So just as soon as we get the roll call. So we have quorum, Mr. Clerk. Mayor Ash?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not here when the meeting was called to order, and I lost the opportunity to declare an interest. And the nature of my interest is in regards to the works budget, in regards to the business plans and budget, as well as the property tax purposes, which would be under E. And the nature of my conflict is my son is an employee of the Works Department.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Members of council, the intent with the rest of the meeting will be as follows. We're entering into section 3.4. I would ask that there are no motions during this portion of the budget. You can make your motions at the budget, which would be coming up after that. I'm also going to ask whether the chair or the commissioner or the director of that department wishes to say a few words. So I will go in order. We will start with A, Durham Region Transit 2025 business plans. The chair of transit is Councillor Crawford. Would you wish to say a few words?
In the interest of time, I don't need to,
Okay. Mr. Holmes?
except that we need the money.
So to Mr. Holmes, did you wish to say a few words?
Through the chair, no. We had our discussion this morning, and thank you.
Okay. Councillor Jubb on transit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Holmes. Bill, thanks for your presentation earlier. I didn't get a chance to say thank you to yourself and the team. In regards to on-demand, looking forward to 2025, last year you kind of split it up with new service hours for both rural and urban. I might have missed it. Do you have that for this year on how many hours are proposed in this budget?
Through the chair, I don't have that split today because we are undergoing a number of adjustments in 2025, including the introduction of a scheduled route to Beaverton. That will, again, really make a significant change to the dynamics and the capacity. So we haven't broken it out yet for the purposes of the budget, but there are 11,000 new service hours being added to the on-demand network in 2025.
Okay, is it fair to say that the North and Brock will also be seeing some of those on-demand hours? It's just you don't know yet because of the new scheduled service.
Yes, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, I'd like to say thank you for that new proposed service. Jack explained it very well to me yesterday. It's very, very exciting. So I'm definitely in support of this portion of the budget. Last question. Key targets for 2025 said 99% scheduled service is the goal, but I didn't see a target for on-demand. Did I miss that or no?
Through the chair, with the introduction of the new platform and starting to report on that at the start of the year, our intent was to review the on-demand performance and other metrics for on-demand at the end of this year and then come forward to the Transit Executive Committee in the spring with what our performance metrics will be. So I'll leave it at that. So we will be coming back to tech now that we have 1 year of data and understanding how the system works and the platform. So we'll see that in the spring in terms of what those targets for the on-demand network are.
Okay, would have preferred it now, but I do understand given the new platform. The service provider for on-demand, and it took a long time to get cars and resources in 2024. We actually just seen them come online about a month ago. Is there a plan in place if this budget's approved to expedite that? specifically for procurement and staffing?
Through the chair, the delivery time for any vehicles, be it the vehicles that are used by our on-demand service or our buses, the delivery times are, we're at the mercy of the manufacturing sector. Last year, as you recall, budget wasn't approved until the end of March, so we couldn't initiate any movement until April, which contributed to the extensive delay. Pending the outcome of this year's budget, we'll have a head start and be able to start before the end of this year to start that process with our vendor.
Okay, that's all. Again, thanks for all you're doing for everywhere, but for the north as well in this budget. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Schumer, on transit.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you. And I echo the need for those metrics to be developed ASAP. And the only question I have, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to confirm that the vehicle operating costs for the fleet have been adjusted in this budget to reflect savings that we would realize with our electric vehicles, but yet I guess also are not going to realize because we're not going to have as many electric vehicles as we may have wanted. So if you could just elaborate and confirm that.
Thank you. And through the chair, based on our financing agreement through the Canada Infrastructure Bank, in terms of the loan that we're getting, we will not see from a budget perspective, and I'll ask the Commissioner of Finance, she may need to correct me if I'm mistaken, but we will not see those actual savings in terms of a reduction of operating costs until those financing obligations have been repaid. So it'll be likely within 10 years until we'll actually see those hitting our budget. At this point in time, any of those costs are going back to loan repayment.
Sorry, no, I just wanted to make sure that in the line items for, operating a diesel bus, maintenance, fuel, those kinds of things, that has been recognized, right? I mean, I see, obviously, we'll have some additional costs in financing, but we have recognized any operational savings with respect to fuel and maintenance, as the new electric buses don't require as much.
So, through the chair, the electric buses are being funded through this special model with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, where we calculate those savings. That's what's used to repay the loan. So we have to calculate the savings on that differential, but that's what's used to fund that loan.
Right. I just want to make sure we're not accounting for, fuel for a bus that doesn't need fuel.
Oh, no, not at all.
Right,
Not at
okay.
all. Yes.
Thank you.
On transit, Councillor Wu.
Yeah, through the chair to, I guess, Nancy, specialized service, or to Bill Holmes. I don't see, now we're looking at the budget here for operating expense. I see that hasn't really gone up. And so where are we going with specialized service? I thought there would be more of a demand, and I'm hearing from people that we've had issues with specialized service.
Through the chair, as you may recall, we have integrated through the on-demand network and the on-demand platform. We've integrated our demand response services, which includes customers registered with specialized services. When we take a look at the actual travel that is being completed by our active customers registered with specialized services, we are on par at actually increasing the number of trips they're taking on a monthly basis. So in terms of we've talked previously about the pressure on the network, that is real. In terms of the capacity we have, we're delivering the full capacity each and every day. But at times, people are unable to access the system because we don't have capacity on the system at that time. That's why the various actions that we're taking in 25 in terms of adjusting the scheduled network to free up some on-demand resources, as well as the addition of 11,000 hours into the on-demand network, will be beneficial to all on-demand customers, including those registered with specialized services.
So as a follow-up to that, are you saying that some of that specialized service, those dollars are integrated or part and parcel of the on-demand?
Through the chair, you're correct.
Okay. And now my understanding, some of that specialized service, for those that can, they would be dropped off Would it be a door-to-door service, or would they be dropped off where there's a conventional bus service? Because that's not an option for them.
So through the chair, this council has invested millions of dollars in accessibility in the transit network, be it vehicles, be it hard stop infrastructure, bus stops, et cetera. And part of the AODA requirement is that when people can, they should be using the scheduled service. When they can't, and they have barriers, that's when specialized services is available. There are a segment of our population within customers registered with specialized services who do have that ability to use a scheduled bus for part of their trip. And you hear the term, we call them integrated trips, and that's what that is. There may be a long distance to the bus stop, they just can't get there. Or there's another environmental barrier perhaps that they have to getting to a bus stop. And that's where this integrated service comes in, where we pick them up from their door. We may take them to a bus stop where they'll take the bus from Oshawa to Pickering. And then if they're not able to reach their destination, we would pick them again and take them to their final door. So it is a door-to-door service using all of the accessible resources we have. And it only applies to those individuals that can take a trip in that manner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to health. Mayor Roy, did you wish to comment?
I'm just going to keep it very brief as well, too, just as with the past budget for, for transit. I want to thank the staff for pulling together the budget, both for health and for social services. And as we can see, there is a memo that has come from our medical officer of health, Dr. Kyle, and we had the presentation at the beginning of the session today. And if there's any questions, happy to work with council to have the answers.
Thank you. Dr. Kyle, did you wish to say anything?
Chair, as you heard from Mayor Roy, nothing to add to the presentation, which spoke to continuing to invest and build capacity in paramedic services in accordance with the 10-year master plan. And on the public health side, I think it's fair to say it's a status quo budget. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Questions to health. The first is Mayor Foster.
Mr. Chair, you're going to be delighted as I'm reviewing my question that I found my own answer.
Thank you. Councillor Jubb.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't as resourceful as Mr. Carter or Adrian.
Councillor Jubb.
Yeah.
Quality of your voice is not great. Turn your camera off, please. Or it might be your microphone. Try again.
Is that any better?
Try. Keep going, please.
Any better, Mr. Chair?
Continue.
Okay. My question is going to be to Mr. Cheeseborough. As long as you can hear me. Stop me if you can. Mr. Cheeseborough, can you remind me where the North Durham Paramedic Station is going?
Yes, through the chair. So if I heard your question correctly, you're asking where the potential new North Paramedic Station is going. Right now, we're still in the process of land acquisition. So we haven't actually landed on anything, ironically landed, with respects to where exactly that's going to be. But it's likely going to be somewhere right along Highway 12. That's kind of where we're currently looking right now.
Okay, and Highway 12 and where? Sorry, just in context. Or not?
Through the chair, we don't have an exact location. Highway 12 is a pretty big highway, as you're well aware, but probably somewhere, obviously, we're looking between Port and a little bit north of there, but not too much further north because we have the new Sunderland station already.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you. And in regards to the addition of this budget of 3 12-hour shifts, can you just put in context how that's going to help with, we still see a lot of Simcoe County buses or York Region and such. How is that going to assist us in this budget?
Yes, again, through the chair. So again, we're looking at 36 hours. It's not necessarily going to be 3 12-hour shifts in the essence of expansion of 3 12-hour resources. We're likely looking at one additional 24-hour resource and the enhancement of an existing 12-hour resource to 24 hours. So we can then further support the region as a whole on a 24-hour basis. We're going to be transitioning to the new MPDS dispatch algorithm starting in May of 2025, and we feel that's going to have a significant impact on our ability to continue to service calls in a more effective and timely manner. So we're confident that the 36 hours that aligns with the master plan will put us in good position to adequately service all the areas, including the north and along the 401 corridor.
Okay, thanks for that, Chief. Chair, that's all. I'm going to try to look for a new head site. Thank you.
Thank you. We're still having difficulty with your sound. We'll move on to social services. Mayor Roy, did you wish to say anything?
I'm just reiterating from what previously was presented by the Commissioner about the Health and Social Services. I know that within our recommended gross expenses, it is one of the largest areas, but of all the work that has been done, I'm really grateful for the work that our staff have done, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Staldanis Popkinstino, would you wish to say a few words?
Thank you very much, Chair. I did present this morning, so I do appreciate the time I had this morning. I'm ready to respond to questions.
Thank you. Questions? Mayor Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner. You're behind Councillor Kerr there, so I'm just trying to look around. I'm wondering, do you have the number of recipients that are receiving OW at this time?
Through the chair, yes, I do. I have it here somewhere. We're in the 9,000 range, just over 9,000 benefit units. Those are like 9,000 families, not individuals.
9,000 families?
Yes.
A family is
It could be a
four?
single person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's, okay. And do we know what the percentage of growth of 2024 was for our OW?
I know we were at just over 7,000 in early 2024, late 2023.
Wow. So it's
Yeah.
gone by 2,000
Still continues to
recipients on OW. Okay. The business plans that you've brought forward, you're confident in regards to what you're going to be able to deliver in this budget, and you feel that this budget fairly represents the resources you need to be able to meet the challenges of the day?
Well, through the chair, that is quite a question. Certainly, we are in need of additional shelter space for the folks that are living unsheltered today or living in housing that's not appropriate and acceptable. We need supportive and transitional housing, not just the capital, but the operations for that as well. And through that, of course, if we have the additional staffing attached to it, outreach staff, that would be very beneficial too. And since I have my colleague, well, he left, Chief Chusborough, certainly our Peacock team, we have the two teams. There's always room for additional support.
So I want to make sure I clearly understand what you're saying is, based upon the budget that you've presented this council and to your colleagues, you have confidence that you have the resources, the enough amount of money to be able to meet the needs of 2025 within your department. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I don't.
Okay, so maybe you could expand on that. What type of increase would you need to be able to address the needs, the growing needs that are happening in social services and the complexities of social services?
I will ask my CEO to start, and then I will add to the conversation.
That's a really hard question. It's a good question. I think the first thing we'd say is the nature of social services is it's supposed to be cost shared. So we continue to advocate aggressively for provincial, especially, but also federal resources, not only to support those that are on OW or ODSP, but also to get the funding we need to develop and build supportive and affordable housing, but also to operate it. So while we would love to have all the resources in the budget to do that, it's not practical, and we do require the province to come to the table with its cost share ratio, which, as I mentioned earlier, has been falling behind fairly significantly. So while we will do our best to address the needs of the community in 2025, no, we will continue to be short in this area, and we will continue to advocate.
So I appreciate the CAO's response, Mr. Chairman. And I'm wondering if I might be able to also hear from the commissioner. There's a reason why I'm going down this path, so I just want to find out. What I'm concerned about, Mr. Chair, to be absolutely honest, is this portfolio has some of the most complex emergency needs. And based upon this budget, and what I'm hearing is, if an emergency comes up, we're in one heck of a pickle. So I'd like to hear from the commissioner, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'd have to come back with a better plan for you, Mayor Carter, but I could tell you right now, I know that we need, if we were to provide a rent supplement, for instance, to everybody on our by name list, that's about $8 million. But we do know that not everybody on that by name list can live independently. About 400 of the 800 would require supportive housing. So we know supportive housing is, I think, about 35 million. I'm looking at my colleagues. Oh, about 35 million for operating. That doesn't include the capital. So I'm giving you bits and pieces. I don't have a full plan for you, but I can certainly share.
That's fair. And I don't mean to put you on a spot. That's fair. The reason why I'm raising this is I was part of an announcement this morning. There's an opportunity for shelter money coming forward. The issue being is shelter money also means staff. The reason why I'm asking this question is based upon this budget that is in front of us. Even if we're successful at getting $8 or $10 million for shelters, we have to take into consideration we're going to have to hire a whole bunch of staff. This budget will not allow you to do that.
Through the chair, yes, we would have to come back with the plan to be able to staff it up, whether it's internally or through a community partner.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess that's what my concern is about the budget. It's not just, we're trying to do our best estimate as we look into 2025 in all of our departments. And our people have done a tremendous job of bringing their business plans forward and understanding the resources that were necessary to deliver the services that are necessary. This council, many times, we make decisions in regards to, throughout the year, other initiatives that we'd like to see come forward in those departments. The reason why I asked specifically of health and social services is there's a realization, even if we do get these dollars, we need the people power to be able to implement them. And I think that concerns me all the way through everybody that is presenting budgets today. So I'm happy about the money that was announced this morning. The problem being is how do we actually now say we're going to apply for those dollars when we can't execute it? And that's problematic.
So I'm going to ask a question first to Mayor Carter or Mayor Foster or Mayor Ash, because we weren't at this event this morning, and then the CAO is going to comment. It's my understanding the announcement today still has to pass, but the government recessed today.
That's correct.
So the earliest that this will pass is when the government comes back 2 months from now.
That's right, in February.
They get 2 months off.
Yes.
Just 2 months
Yep,
seems like a long
yep.
time on an important issue, but that's
work
just
if
my
you get it.
opinion. So the earliest that this would come back to us, and in the meantime, staff will have the opportunity to prepare a plan, because we assume it's a majority government that it will pass.
Yes,
But people will be out in the cold for 2 months.
that's correct.
I'm just want to make sure I wasn't
Yeah,
there.
but we made our stance quite clearly. We find that unacceptable.
And I
So-
appreciate how far out in the limb the three of you went.
Right.
So thank you.
The only thing I was going to add, and it's not ideal, but if we are able to access the capital dollars, and we will certainly pull out all the stops to try to do that, we would come back to council with an in-year operating request, as we have done for other special funding opportunities in the past.
I appreciate it. It's food for thought as we go through this process, Mr. Chairman. Again, I applaud staff for doing a tremendous job in regards to the pressures that are here today, but the reality being is I think we're going to have some challenges, not only financially, but also resource-based. So thank you, sir.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. And normally I have the pleasure of looking across the chamber at Stella, but the light is really bad in my eyes, and the chair gave me a great suggestion to sit in Mayor Roy's seat, so thank you for that. It's way better. Maybe I'm getting cataracts in my old age, I don't know. So my question to you, Commissioner, revolves around metrics. And we heard earlier from, when I asked the chief, that he's subjected, the Durham Regional Police are subjected to many metrics from many different levels of government, and they're expected to come up to the bar, if you will, in terms of performance. And his answer was that to go from baseline to 10, this budget gives them about a 4. And we have to keep working towards that in subsequent budgets. So my question to you is, what kind of metrics do you use in your department, and what kind of qualitative results can you produce that you perhaps don't already produce that would indicate where we need to go in terms of achieving the kind of metrics that may be out there? Where are we short? Where do we need to expand? Where are we doing well? And if you put that, your budget on a 0 to 10, where would you place it at this particular point in time?
Through the chair, that is quite a question. Councillor Kerr, thank you for that. We do have metrics. We have metrics that are expected of us from the federal and provincial governments who are funding us. We have our own metrics, that we have our own standards that we have in place as well to ensure that we achieve the various outcomes. Today, based on what I've presented to you, I would say right now, I could, if everything passes, I will be at a, depending on the area, 5 or less, especially because there are a few things that are out of our control. For instance, I've talked about the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program and the fact that we don't have any more childcare spaces to expand. So the demand is greater than what we have, and that is a very big problem for us. So that is a wait and see. We know what we have to do, and we are supporting our providers to make sure that they have what they need to be successful, but it is a wait and see game. With homelessness, what I can do with the money we're getting is sustain our current situation and ensure that we are supporting our supportive housing, Beaverton, microhomes, our shelters with the people that they're supporting today, and ensure that we can hire, we have hired the 8 part-time staff to help the 24/7 services that we're doing. So it really is, and that ebbs and flows. Every month is different. People come into the system and people get housed as well. So we are pretty much sustaining, unless I get some additional money to be able to further advance 1635, as you heard yesterday. We've applied for some funding for that, and additional funding to expand our shelter system, which is very much needed because people need to come indoors in order for us to work with them to be able to move them into their housing. Long-term care is doing well. We have the staffing. We continue to hire because there's always changes to legislation, and we need to ensure that we have the right service standards to provide supports to our seniors. We have the emotional model of care. So that is on its way. So I would say long-term care is the one area with the funding that we're getting from the province and the region. We'll be able to move forward in that one. We're in a better place for sure in that area. And social assistance, we can continue to do what we're doing and deliver, the benefit each month to people on social assistance, and we can continue to provide the case management supports. But in the end, unless they get really good jobs and can move along in the system, and we have seen advancement, people are getting employed. We had about 1,300 people who got employed this year and are off the system in Ontario Works, which is pretty big for us. And that's, of course, a lot has to do with the fact that we're the employment system manager. So we're moving along in that area, but when you're living in poverty, it's very difficult. So that is one area that we're like a 1 or 2. And we're not going to move forward unless the province helps us with that.
Yeah, and that's an important metric. And the funding from above is, from a different level of government is certainly important. With respect to affordable housing and the housing portfolio, can you comment on that in terms of numbers that we have, numbers that are coming, and where we may still need to go on terms of a scale?
Yes, through the chair, we have 6 million in this, 1.6 million, sorry, in this, well, no, that's the bigger one. Sorry, 1.6 billion is the bigger budget for housing, for all of our housing costs. For this budget, I'm sorry, I'm just going to pause for a moment because I need to ask my colleagues here. Yeah. So we'll be coming back with our plans through Gary in the new year to add any additional funding that's needed for our program. However, I'm just looking at my colleague to see if we want to talk about the housing reserve funding that is in the budget. I think that's coming from you, Nancy.
Certainly. We have had, as the Finance and Admin Committee is aware, the Region of Durham went prudent, which is a funny expression, from our investment portfolio side. And leading up to that, we had started to expand our investment portfolio from a long-term perspective and purchased some longer-term investments at a very good price because the rates were very high. When we transferred to prudent, that meant that everything beyond 3 years, we needed to sell and convert into, to put in the hands of the one JIB, as council approved to be a prudent investor. So we were very, very fortunate for 1 year only that we sold those ones beyond 3 years that we hadn't planned on selling until we went prudent, and making this sound more complicated than it is. Essentially, we made capital gains of in excess of $55 million as a one-time success in 2024. And our recommendation in the budget, because there is no foundational money for housing, is to put that entirely into the housing portfolio so that we can move forward even more aggressively on Christine Crescent, Malaga, Ritson Road, and all of those. So that's one of the really, really good news items, a once-in-a-lifetime kind of event, and kudos to the investment staff for making that happen. So that's our best news from a housing portfolio that we'll likely ever have, if I may be so bold as to say.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, one more question, if I may. I know I still have some time, but I won't need all that. With respect to the goal from a few years ago when I first came on Regional Council of having 1,000 affordable units by 2024 was the stated goal. Where do we stand there, and where perhaps does this budget advance us towards achieving that goal?
Sorry about that. Through you, Mr. Chair. My team and I will be coming back to the Committee of the Whole in the first quarter, Councillor Kerr, to provide an update on the At Home in Durham plan and to also talk about our findings for the new 10-year housing and homelessness plan. So I'll be able to give you a fulsome update at that time.
Thank you. I'll look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of comments and questions. Nancy, I will expect the front page of a newspaper somewhere applauding you for finally becoming prudent with our investments. Oh, come on, that was funnier than that. So just, I mean, I think everyone understands the process, but council unilaterally came up with a number for the budget. We unilaterally came up with a number for the police services. Madam CAO, help me out here. The balance of the guidance was what was the balance of the overall that was given to departments?
The total of the 4.9% increase, proposed increase, 2.7 goes to regional departments, 0.02 goes to their conservation authorities, and the remainder is targeted for DRPS.
Okay, so the budget that we have in front of us is not a budget based on need. It's a budget based on what we are allocating. So staff have not necessarily been able to address their need, and I will be asking a question of the commissioner in a moment, but it's based on what we unilaterally looked at, not in terms of long-term needs or growth.
Is that
No,
fair?
we did obviously consider the 10-year plans that we have in place and tried our best to meet what was in them, and we did not achieve that. We were slightly under in both paramedics and transit. But we had our budget town hall. We've certainly heard a lot of community feedback through the budget process, and we were very aware of the affordability challenges that residents were facing. So we unfortunately tried to balance the affordability with what we need to advance through the year, keeping our strategic priorities going. But yes, I'm sure every single department would rather have more resources than they do through the budget.
Thank you. And affordability, I mean, Mr. Chair, we have heard you speak a number of times that, you know, there is a limit. To the commissioner, we're hearing some bright numbers, but Mayor Cardo's asking about OW, and we've seen OW go, I think he said, from 7,000 to 9,000. If we look at metrics like the waiting list for affordable housing, I've only seen that but increase over the number of years. I'm assuming that the numbers continue to increase for daycare facilities and any number of metrics that year by year we seem to be falling behind. Are you suggesting, I think I heard the long-term care and perhaps our retirement homes, that the wait times, that we are making progress on some of those metrics? I had coffee very late in the day, so I'm still grumping, but are we making progress on any of those metrics in terms of reduced time waits?
I don't believe so. With long-term care, I think Stella did mention that financially with the homes that we do operate, we're in good shape, and the province is contributing their share, but there is still a long lineup, and I would have to defer to social services to talk about the wait list. And as you heard Stella say, we do have an insufficient supply of childcare spaces. Council has, thankfully, and I do thank you all, approved the detailed costing for both Christine's Crescent and Ritson Road, and that will really move us forward this year in advancing our affordable housing developments. But as you know, it's a capital project and it will take time.
So it's going to be a long day, so perhaps a discussion for another day, but it'd be interesting graphically to look to see where we are falling too far behind and hopefully where we're making some progress. Commissioner, to your staff, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, thank you.
You're welcome. Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Commissioner. Just looking for some elaboration on the item, I guess it's about 2.6 million for an increase in regional funding for community provider payments, mitigating a federal funding reduction. Just if I could get some clarification on it and the nature of the time frame we're looking at here. Is this potentially going to be a permanent, or are we advocating for anything on the federal government's part?
So I'm going to say first it's related to childcare. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a long day.
Sorry, I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Schumer, which area are you referring to?
Be page 35 of 78 of your budget papers, details of the changes, and there's a $2.6 million line item for increase in regional funding for community provider payments to help mitigate the decrease in federal funding of $2.1 million.
Right. Through you, Mr. Chair, I will ask Director Aaron Vallant to speak to this again, and it has to do with the end of operating agreements.
Oh, I apologize.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, that has to deal. So this morning we mentioned briefly about the end of mortgages. That pertains mostly to end of operating agreements. So that relates to housing providers and projects that were funded through the federal government at the time that housing was downloaded. So that's those providers have come to the end of those operating agreements, and the corresponding federal funding has ended. We have subsequently entered into rent supplement agreements with those providers to maintain the affordability.
Okay, so it's not as though the feds cut funding.
No.
Okay, because that's kind of how I read that. So that will be an ongoing line item or increase in a line item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jubb, you were on the screen and then not on the screen. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just trying to understand something. If you go to page 49 of 78 on your budget thing, or 302 of the 1233, transfer of 19 senior customer service representatives to Service Durham from social service or social assistance. So, I mean, the first thing that I think about is that you've got 19 customer service people in social service to assist with social assistance, and now we're going to move them to the general 311. How's that working? You're moving 19, you're losing 19 staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, this is, that's correct. They did transfer to Service Durham, and they are doing work for the Social Services Department. I'm going to see, sorry, see if Elaine wants to add to that.
So is that just like a line item where their pay is, but they're still working on social assistance stuff? So when somebody calls a number for social assistance, one of these 19 might answer?
Yes, that is correct, but I think Commissioner Goodwin wants to say a few words too.
Go ahead. Through you, Mr. Chair. There's a new area within Service Durham called Human Services, and so when somebody calls 311, they would be able to pick that area and then work with a part of the group that came over from social services. So they have the expertise to answer the calls, answer the questions, and help who's calling in. If it's a higher level question, it'll be transferred to the department.
Okay, so it's a 311, somebody will answer and they'll transfer it to the appropriate customer service representative that would have the knowledge to work on that stuff, right? Because I'm assuming that somebody who's a customer service rep in social assistance has some kind of background to assist with social assistance as opposed to somebody that wants to know about their water billing, right?
So if I could just jump in, the calls to 311 are tiered, and at different times in the process, they will revert back to the department because it would need a greater level of expertise. So yes, 311 will answer the questions as far as it can, and if it can't go any further, it would make a warm transfer to the department. But what is important to note that as those staff move to 311, a chunk of work moves with them. So we're not leaving the departments understaffed.
Yeah, no, I figured that out. I just wanted, I was looking about the expertise, how the expertise
Yes.
moves, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, if we moved ambulance dispatch someplace and somebody's phoning ambulance dispatch and we got just somebody who knows nothing about ambulances answering it, you know, that throws people into a dizzy, right? So that's all I was
Yes.
wondering about.
And
Okay.
that should absolutely not happen on 311.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Chair, just a declaration on items relating to the Northwoods Business Park, as I have family members who live in the area and may be affected by the budgetary decisions made. So
it's related to a works item?
likely works in transit.
Okay, all right, thank you. Members of council, that exhausts social services. Now we'll move to planning and economic development. Chair Chapman, if you'd like to say a few words.
Yeah. No, it's the most efficient department in the whole corporation, and well below, it's not the 7.1%, it's around 1%, I think, of the overall budget, and do a great job. The only thing I am concerned about, and I've been talking to the commission about it, is some of my colleagues from the north are a little concerned about the new bill that changes how their planning is going to come with the change of our planning department not doing the assistance that they do right now. So, but I know the commissioner's working on that. As to the budget, yeah, it's good.
Okay. Commissioner Bridgman?
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on that, so on terms of the Bill 23 proclamation, we are still working through that. We addressed that in the budget book, that it's Still not exactly clear what the full impacts will be. We're having active conversations with our lower tier counterparts right now. I think in the last less than a month, we've had, I think, 12 or so meetings. We've got an MOU that is being prepared that'll set out exactly what aspects will remain and what aspects of upper tier planning won't, and so on. So it's all underway, and as the book says, it would be premature to make any structural changes just yet.
First question, Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Chapman for your leadership in the most efficient department in the region. I thank you, Mr. Bridgman. We'll give you a tiny bit of credit. I'm sure you've got a great answer with the loss of planning requirements. I'm on page 345 and looking at planning net of ECDEV, so it's split up in two ways, that we're still seeing an increase in the budget on that. So I think some of us would have expected some shrinkage in the budget based on reduced responsibilities, and it's not a huge increase. Thank you for that. But I'm curious as to how we're seeing the numbers going in the other direction.
Mr. Bridgman. Through you, Mr. Chair. In part, it's the economic increases that occur annually through staff increases and salary increases, et cetera. That would be part of it. Beyond that, there's no other additional body of work that's to be done.
Okay, well, Chats, I've got a billion questions that I'm not asking today, but I do see, on that it's a 3.2% increase, which I guess is pretty much in line. But we'll talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll stop.
Councillor Jubb.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me any better?
Not great, but continue, please.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you to Mr. Bridgman. I do have concerns in the north and everywhere that as of January 1st, we know that this is all going to the lower tiers. I know it's a little bit premature to get rid of some resources out of the region, but I do think it needs to come. That said, as planning vacancies come to the region, are we planning on not filling them as some sort of an immediate measure, Mr. Bridgman?
At present, sorry, I think the question is, in light of the vacancies that we have at present, as the CAO mentioned, are we planning to not fill them? I think that's all part of a live conversation examining whether there is opportunities to redeploy certain individuals to other aspects and to fill needs elsewhere. So it's just part of an ongoing examination right now, so I can't say for certain.
Okay. And when we're trying at the region to farm out of this work here, am I assuming that's going to be no charge because the taxpayer is already paying for planning services?
Through you, Mr. Did you want to
go ahead, Mr. Bridgman?
All right. Through you, Mr. Chair. No, that wouldn't be an accurate assumption to say that it would be at no charge. It's standard practice in service agreements that the region has in other areas that there would be a charge. And I would point out too, Mr. Chair, that as it is now the case that the North is the approval authority for things like subdivisions and condominiums, they can charge a fee to process and approve the application. The Planning Act allows that the full anticipated reasonable cost of processing the application can be charged. So I would suggest to the northern municipalities in particular to be mindful of that, review their fee bylaws and address that as well.
Okay, thank you. And we would normally charge at the regional level to the developers as well. Is that?
Councillor Jubb, you have to turn your camera off. Your quality of sound is terrible.
Okay, sorry, it's only on Easy Conference Connect, to be honest. So, but okay, I'm not sure if you caught that, but the region used to charge for the development fee for our staff pretty much, right? So we won't be able to do that now, Brian, is that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be charging a review fee As we always have, the region will become a commenting agency, and we've been in commenting agency for the southern municipalities for 25 years, and there's a fee associated with that. There would be similarly a commenting fee as we coordinate and will continue to perform that one window service through this department as we coordinate comments from other departments and forward them off to the municipalities. But there is a commenting fee, and we'll be reviewing that fee in early 2025 as well.
Okay, and last question, would it be safe to assume that more levy would be required if we keep the full complement of the planning department now, moving forward?
I don't understand the question, sorry.
Please repeat the question.
Yeah, so during this new model, is our planning department at the region going to be assuming more of the tax levy compared to what developers used to pay?
No, I wouldn't say that's the case, Councillor Jubb.
Okay, no, that's fair, and that's good to hear, and I'm looking forward to this review in 2025. Thanks, Brad. I don't want to demean anybody. I just needed those in.
Thank you.
Councillor Gerard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll withdraw most of the questions. Councillor Jubb just covered most of it, and the reassurances from my friend across the way here. I don't usually spend a whole lot of time looking at planning, as the mayor across from me would say, and a couple of the other general managers and commissioners that are behind me might say I spend a lot more time with them. So I'll leave it at that. I do have the concerns as work comes to the municipalities. We don't have much in the way of growth, but there's a lot of infill and that type of thing happening. I'll just say that if work is coming our way from the region, then some funds need to come with it to support that work that's seems to be drifting up. It's interesting, though, that it looks like there's still, if my numbers are right, $13.5 million from the levy that's going to funding finance, if I'm funding the department. One part that I'm truly appreciative of, I'll just throw in here, is from an ECDEV perspective. We get a lot of help from an ECDEV perspective, so that involvement I'm thankful for, and after that little ramble, I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Dave, thank you. Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm following up on those previous questions. Just for clarification, under the operating revenue, revenue from municipalities is jumping up dramatically to 1.1 million. I take it that is to account for the services that would probably or possibly be rendered to the municipalities under the new scheme?
Excuse me. No, through you, Chair, that's money that we're collecting for the Meadowway. We brought reports forward about that work that's going to be done. So we're collecting money to do environmental assessment work from Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, and Oshawa.
Okay, so we're pretty confident that we're going to be doing some support work for, let's say, the northern municipalities, and there'll be a charge for that, but we're not accounting for the possible revenue then?
No, we're not. As I say, as part of where we're at right now, we're of the view that it's still early days. It's to sort of be able to quantify any of that. We've been in regular discussions with your staff and so on to get an idea of how much service they're going to need from us. Happy to assist, but we haven't quite quantified that just yet.
Okay. And then I'll go to the previous page and up to the top, and speaking to, I think the last 2 or 3 speakers to, how's this really affecting the operations? But, we've got personnel expenses estimated for 2024 of about 8 million, but we're budgeting going up to almost 10. So that seems like a little bit more than an inflationary increase. I'm just wondering if the department is going to be doing less, and I understand we're going to be, trying to evaluate what that really means, it still looks like a heck of an increase there.
So perhaps, would you like me to assist temporarily and then?
Yes, please.
So if you take a look at the column, the 2024 approved budget is 9.4. So the proposed budget isn't as dramatic as an increase as you're comparing it to the estimated actuals, and Commissioner Bridgman mentioned how many vacancies he has. So that's where you see the differential of the 2024 actuals and the 2024 budget is that differential. But there's not a big difference between 24 budget and 25 budget beyond economic increases and I think that's pretty much the bulk of it, economic increases and their allotted share of this headquarters, because as we mentioned, that gets charged out to across.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just with a substantial change from the province on how it operates. I am looking at, how we were operating. It's going to be different on how we will operate, and I get the budget to budget, but looking at the actual to where we're going to forecast or spend, that's a considerable difference. So I get what you're saying, but it's going to be a whole different ballgame next year. We're leaving out revenue. We're leaving in expenses. It just seems like a double whammy. Thank you.
Perhaps if I may, just as a close to that, there's also the regional, I'm going to say the words wrong, the Rapid Transit and Transit-Oriented Development Office also resides in planning. And so that's the Go East work and those kinds of things. So there's additional funds there this year to continue with that work. So planning isn't just the standalone planners, there's other bundles of work that fall under that planning total. So that also has a bearing, just as an overall comment.
Okay, thank you. That exhausts the questions. So now we'll go to Works. Mayor Barton, did you want to say a few words?
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Happy to speak for a couple seconds here on Works. First, thanks to the team that put this budget together. The Works team obviously do all the glamorous work, garbage, compost, roads, bridges, etc. And we know that every time we turn on the tap, it's because we have people ensuring that we've got safe drinking water for us. So thanks to them, thanks to the team for ensuring the water's purified before it heads back to the environment. And the budget that we created falls within the target set by finance. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Jagannathan, did you want to say anything?
Not really other than thanking the CEO and the finance commissioner for a bare bones budget. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to reiterate my congratulations to Councillor Chapman as Chair of Planning for being the most fiscally prudent. I don't think those were, sorry. So just a really quick question, and again, I will bug you, Commissioner, with some more. I was looking at page 373, and we are looking at just 2 new cameras under the automated speed enforcement. If I'm reading that properly, one of, I think, the priorities of council and what we as politicians hear regularly is around traffic calming. Can you speak to that and perhaps a broader budget on traffic calming and what we're doing towards the Vision Zero?
Through the chair, we are pretty much holding on par. We are not expanding any automated speed cameras nor the red light cameras, but in 2025, we are looking at reviewing the outcomes from the 12 red light cameras we've installed, as well as we're going to do a study again. It's about 5 years old since we did a red light running observations in the entire network. Same thing with the cameras. We have about 16 cameras now. We don't have any new cameras coming in 2025 because the main priority for 2025 with respect to cameras are really transitioning into the automated penalty system. And there's also a little bit of, I wouldn't say uncertainty, but, it's in a state of flux in terms of the joint processing center and the load on the codes and so on. So the short answer is in 2025, we are not expanding the cameras, but we are certainly continuing to expand our Vision Zero strategy, and that includes more pedestrian-oriented improvements such as ladder crosswalks, more guide rail expansions. So that's the investment we are making, but it's really holding the base.
So I'm looking at page 373, and it does say that it includes 2 new fixed locations, which I thought meant we'll talk about this more. And I understood that we expect the process to collect the fines to be completed in 25. So as I understand it now, if we add more cameras, we're not going to be able to process more fines, but there is an expected change to that shortly, no? You know what, we'll follow up. I won't take your time now. So give me a call and we'll follow up then, all right? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question with respect to also on the Vision Zero, so page 114 of 119. The UPS installation program for $500,000, is that, can you just give us an update on the status of that? Is that started? Is this continuation funding? Is this the entire funding for the entire program, or what all is happening with that?
Well, through the chair, the UPS program is basically for traffic signals. We have about 600 traffic signals, and every year, we do a quantum of them based on criticality. And it's a program, I think, we pretty much will be completing the critical list of locations over the next 3 to 4 years.
Right. So how many would that do in 2025?
I think it's order of magnitude about 20 every year. That's what we've been doing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to expound a little bit on what Mayor Foster spoke about regarding cameras. I don't see why we wouldn't expand them. They work, the police verify that they actually work, and to be quite honest, I get 2, 3, 4 calls a day about speeding, especially on regional roads, the concessions, etc. So I am just wondering, why wouldn't we be doing that for community safety purposes at least?
Like I said, we've had these cameras operating for about 3-4 years now. We are coming up with a total evaluation, and let me talk about one at a time. Red light cameras. Red light cameras, we've had 12 locations operating for 3 years. Yes, they have worked, but really, red light running is not a significant problem in Durham region. So we want to do another evaluation before we expand that. In terms of automated speed enforcement, again, 16 cameras may seem like a small number, but many of them are rotated across many locations. We got about 35 to 40 locations, and like I said, it's a choice we made, and certainly we are open to council direction. In 2025, we are just holding that count, and the 2 fixed cameras, I'll have to check Mayor Foster. I believe they are from previous years. It just takes about a 1-year lead time, because I'm pretty sure in 2025, I had this back and forth with staff, and we decided we're going to hold off for a year.
Yeah, so I hope you would look at that or revisit that, because it actually works in calming speeding, especially. And we have had, as the chief alluded to, accidents have increased and fatalities has increased. So I'm not sure why we wouldn't be expanding that. Anyway, second question to the chair. I noticed, I forgot what page, that Bowmanville Avenue, I believe from baseline to Highway 2 will be being expanded to 4 lanes. When is that going to start? When that expansion will start, and when will it be completed? Do you know?
Through the chair, yeah, we are doing quite well on that project. At this time, based on the information we have, we are expecting construction to commence sometime in 2025, but part of that is going to be subject to about $20 million in funding from the core housing enabling servicing funding. So it's roughly a $45 million project. We are only putting $20 million. If you look at the financing pages, you would see it is contingent upon getting $20 million from the program I mentioned.
So if you don't, through the chair, if you don't get that additional $20 million, is this work not going to be done? It's very crucial. It's vitally needed.
Yeah, we are expecting to be tender ready, in early 2025. And if we don't hear back from the province by then, obviously I'll be talking to Ms. Taylor and our CEO, and we'll have to make a call then.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. I'm on page 474 of 1233, where it comes to traffic projects, proposed traffic projects. There's traffic signal design and construction and it's 18 locations for traffic lights, and the budget's $2.6 million, and I'm trying to figure that out. So I'm wondering if you could help me, because in this council chamber, as you know, we have looked at what is the cost of a traffic signal. We were told $250,000, and then there's an additional $250,000 that must be budgeted for maintenance on that over a 10-year period. So I'm wondering, out of these 18 projects, we've got $2.6 million allocated, but just at the $250,000 mark, it's $4.5 million. So I'm wondering, what is it that I'm not clearly understanding?
Well, 250,000 is more like a minimum cost for a full signal. But if you look at things like, manning at HEPC, it is more like a pedestrian crossing, and that has a 50% funding from Whitby. And you look at King Avenue West at North Street Baldwin, again, it has 50% Clarington share. If you look at Deer Valley at Thornton, so 2.6 is the regional allocation, and then you've got other contributions as well.
So that also includes the $250,000 in regards to maintenance that's built into that budget also?
No. This is only capital, and we have, operating and maintenance budget, that's separate. And the one that you're referring to through the chair, Mr. Mayor, is about a cost shared signal. When we have a private developer installing a signal, we get them to pay the capital cost and the 25 years O&M. Similarly, on a cost shared signal with the local municipality, we have the same concept as well.
Okay, so the $2.6 million for these 18 projects are those cost sharings. That's the reason for the $2.6 million.
Yeah.
Great, thank you very much.
And
Thank
they
you,
are
Mr.
not every signal is same. Some of them
Yeah.
are just a pedestrian crossing.
Beautiful, thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to finance. Mayor Ash?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to decline to have any opening comments save some time. I do have an amendment to the budget, so do you want that done?
No, we'll come to that in a minute.
Okay, can you put me in the queue for that? Or it'll be moved by myself and seconded by Mayor Foster.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, as we get to it, we'll do it as the third part. Okay. Somebody brought me a treat. Thank you. I and Councilor Garrett. Oh, come on. I got a brownie. Okay, so thank you. Ms. Taylor, do you have comments?
Through the chair, no, I won't worry at this point, given you're still going to hear a lot of my voice. So thank you.
Okay, questions, any questions related to finance? None? Okay, we're going to move on. So we're on the next page. It's item 3.5, Mr. Clerk. There are items A, B, C, D, and E. Police, Durham Region Police Service. Sorry, I'm just going to, give me 1 second, please. Okay, so there is only one here where there would be a chair that would wish to speak to it. I will give Chair of the Police Service, or Mayor Collier, do you want to speak to the Durham Regional Police Service 2025 business plan budget, or did you want to speak to it? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm only speaking to it because I didn't get to do a close at the presentation, and I just wanted to address a few of the things that maybe came up during the discussion. I just want to start by thanking everybody for the great discussion today, for your attention, for your questions. I know this is not an easy ask. I'll start by saying I'm supporting the regional budget as a whole. I do acknowledge this is what's needed to move the region forward, and in some cases, as Mayor Carter pointed out with our housing, the bare minimum, and not even that in some cases. I think it's important to understand the pressures on nearly every department. I've spoken briefly to some during the delegation, but the transit budget increased by 16.8%, paramedic services 26.4%, social housing and homeless supports 18.9%, and of course DRPS 16.93%. The police budget ask is not out of line with asks from the other departments. I can't speak to how the 9.25% guideline was established, but what's in front of you today is the same amount as was the original submission from the board that was unanimously approved twice, because this is what is required to move this region forward. What I think is the issue here is the fact that policing has a bigger property tax impact than the other that I mentioned. And you know, it's not like DRPS doesn't generate income, because obviously there's tickets, fines, all these other things that go through the POA. It's just the way the system is set up, that's not reflected in our budget like transit fares would be. So we do have that significant impact showing, and that's just the way it is. I want to just point out again, page 37 of the report speaks to the multi-year business plans of transit and paramedics, and that those are, and these are approved policies of council, are going to require 18% on average increases year over year till 2032. That's what's been approved by this council to keep up with growth. And that's right in the report on page 37. Police have these exact same pressures, and we all know the population in Durham is going to double with growth, and this means significant investments in EMS, transit, water, sewer, road infrastructure, social housing, homeless supports, and healthcare. Policing is exactly the same, and respectfully, I will suggest higher priority in some cases, especially as we're mandated to provide effective and adequate policing under the new Community Safety and Policing Act. So I'll ask for your support of the budget as presented. Any proposed amendments to reduce is just going to make this more difficult in coming years. And I'm just going to close with an article that I just received regarding Halton Police and their budget decision as of yesterday. They submitted, and Halton is a similar size. They're 100 sworn members, smaller than DRPS, but they're probably one of our more similar comparators. They went to the budget, to their council yesterday with a 13.8 ask, which was declined. Their council recognized that the 13.8 didn't meet what was needed for the region and gave them 14.3, a higher increase than what was asked for, because they recognize from the chief, I believe this decision clearly shows that elected representatives are listening to the concerns of our community with increasing serious crime, including home invasion of late. It also sends a very positive message to our members that both the Police Service Board and Region Council are concerned for their safety and well-being and with the increasing levels of stress in which they work and operate on a daily basis. I'll close with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Collier, I assume you're supporting the regional budget, but you are also supporting the full ask. So the full ask of DRP, not what is suggested in the regional budget. So, Ms. Taylor, I wonder, I think, and I'm using my memory, which is a scary thing at best, probably helpful for us to understand the percentage increase in excess of 5, as well as the dollar cost. And I think we need to move away from percentages. And I see tax rate, that this drives me nuts because, they're really meaningless. But if we are to accept this, it would be interesting. And I understand the need, but I do have some concern that an edict came from above for every other department. Had we given the same latitude to every other department here, we would have seen a significantly different budget in front of us. But some numbers would be helpful. Thank you.
So through the chair, if council accepts the police budget submission, that would put us at 7.19%. So you'd have 4.45 for police, 2.72 for the region, and 0.02 for the conservation authorities. So that would be $237 for an average residential homeowner.
So before and after, please. So if we accept the regional budget as presented to us versus the 237, what's in front of us now?
So if you accept what's in front of you prior to any amendments for the police, you're looking at a overall 4.9% increase, which is $163 per household.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Gerard?
Thank you, Chair. I have one question. The police have mentioned numerous times about the doubling of the population in a certain time frame. No other department has mentioned that. We hear different things anecdotally, some from developers who are saying growth has virtually stopped. Even with the recent cut in interest rates, we're hearing that development's not going forward, and there's all kinds of issues there. I'd just like to get an update. I'm not sure if, Commissioner Bridgman, I'm not trying to beat you up and not have you a chance to get ready, but are we still on that track to double, or has that projection been pushed out further?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is the long-term forecast to 2051. So the information you're hearing is correct, that the pace of development in the last couple of years hasn't been, of a pace that's been projected, but it is a very long-term forecast, and, for the time being, it's expected to accelerate as conditions change.
So, sorry again, the timeframe is 2051?
2051, yeah.
So my math's not too good. So 27 years for a doubling of the population. It's not particularly aggressive growth is what I'd suggest. So fair enough. Okay, I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other speakers, second time around, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Joe. Just to add a little more to the question about what the increase would be with the 60.93. Ms. Taylor is absolutely right with the full amount. The difference is $74 per year on the average homeowner, which equates to $6.17 a month. Just if you want to look at it that way, that is what the impact is of the difference between the 9.25 as presented and the 16.93 as presented by DRPS. Just procedural question, Chair. What's in front of us today? Is that the 9.25, and will I have to bring an amendment to bring the 16.93 at the appropriate time? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that exhausts the speakers. Members of council, I know I need to step out for 1 minute. Is there anyone else needing a break? So may I suggest that we take a 10-minute recess? Moved by okay, moved by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor McDougall on a 10-minute recess. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, we're in recess for 10 minutes, Mr. Clerk. Members of council, I'm about to call a roll call. You need to be in your seat. No, would you, actually, we'll note you're here. Don't push the button because that's Mayor Roy and you. You can have, but Mayor Roy's online? Mayor Roy's online, he's seated there, he's good. You can push the button if you want. Okay. Okay. Mr. Clerk, I'll call the meeting back to order. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Okay. Councillor Shahid's online. Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Clerk, we have quorum. Members of council, we have quorum. Members of council, we're on to item 3.6. 3.6A, we've moved to the end of the meeting. The next part, B, is the 2025 Regional Business Plan, Budget Plan for Property Tax Purposes, including General Purpose Solid Waste Management, Durham Region Transit, and Durham Regional Police. Members of council, there's going to be a lot of moving pieces to this. I'm going to ask for your patience so the clerk and I can work through this. First of all, the first thing I need is a motion to get the item on the floor. Moved by Mayor Ash, seconded by Councillor Lee, that item B, COW 2024 53 is what we're voting on. So I'm going to call that vote now so it's on the floor. All those in favor? Oh, wait a second. No. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, it's been a long day. wouldn't that cause some challenges? It almost, boy, you guys are on your A game now. Okay, so the item is now on the floor. I'm going to go to, I know, Councillor Crawford, you'd put your hand up in the air, but please push your button. Thank you. I'm going to go to Mayor Ash first.
Chair, I have an amendment that's moved by myself and second by Mayor Foster, and it was developed with the commissioner. And I've talked to some members of council. I think the clerk's office has the amendment, and it's in regards to amending the net property tax requirement and adding a 0.25% increase on the region's overall property tax levy to be dedicated to the Durham Region Community Investment Grant funding, and increase Durham Region Community Investment Grant funding from $6.220 million to $8,469, and that all the tables be adjusted accordingly. I'm sure there'll be other amendments, but this is in regards to beginning a process to replenish the grant that we give to our hospitals. And the whereas, as you read, Mr. Chair, speaks to our commitment to the Bowmanville Hospital and Uxbridge Hospitals. And Lakeridge has recently announced tremendous increases in healthcare in our city, which would include a new rehab hospital in Pickering, a new general hospital in Whitby, perhaps changes to Ajax Pickering Hospital, and I understand also some changes in Oshawa as well. So I know if I could speak to it further, Mr. Chair, I know we're at a critical stage in regards to our discussions on the budget. We're at 4.9. The impact is fairly modest. It does get us over the 5, and I know we'll be having a discussion about police in a moment or two. But I think we really do need to start rebuilding that fund. We've given money to Grandview. We've given money, as I understand, to Bowmanville, 50 million?
50
Mayor? 50 million. So we really need to start rebuilding that fund, because there'll be tremendous request from our communities for the local share in the future.
Mayor Ash, I might have given you the wrong amount. It's 55 million.
54 million or something?
50. Madam Treasurer?
Through the chair, council approved 35 and then an additional 17 on top of that, so 52 and change.
52 and change. Okay. So the amendment to speak, Mayor Foster as a seconder?
So, Mr. Chair, just a quick question. We are on Cow 53. Should we not have voted on 52 first?
No, you were not here this morning. It's been moved to the end of the meeting.
So okay, perfect. So I will speak briefly to that. So between, I think Finance and Admin dealt with an issue related to the hospices just a couple of days ago. Clarington and all of Durham Region, because people don't stop at municipal borders when they need health care. But we are so deeply happy to see Bowmanville move forward after 3 decades. Again, Uxbridge, the needs that we have committed to as a council cannot be satisfied if we don't start putting money aside, unless we're prepared to have massive levy increases on the years that the money is available. I will recognize that Mayor Collier tried this last year. Could have been last year and the year before, could have been last year and the year before and the year before. Council at the time did not support. Quite frankly, we should have. We can't put our heads in the sand, pretend that money is going to exist without putting the money aside, because that money is not going to magically appear. The other is the cost escalation that we are seeing on these facilities is significant. So I would truly hope that that we'll see support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lee on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to the Commissioner of Finance. Outside of this amendment, was there a plan to replenish this fund? And if so, were we behind, or would we have been on schedule by the time the funds were needed?
So I can try. Okay. Well, let me try and see if my mind is where it needs to be. We had utilized the funds in that reserve and spent funds greater than the reserve. It's in our base budget. It would have been, we spent the reserves to 2029.
So through the chair, that's correct. There's a reason why there's a moratorium on any more draws on that fund, because we are essentially have about, I'll say about 30 million of the 55. So we need another 4 years or so to get the last, that for the commitments that we've already made. So that'll bring us essentially to zero, 28, 29, depending on how much interest revenue we can earn.
So if I may ask then, why wouldn't this have been included in the budget that was presented to us before? Why is it requiring an amendment to get to this point?
So through the chair, I'll certainly answer from my perspective. And maybe that's not important. I'm trying to, my goal as Commissioner of Finance is to focus on our core responsibilities that we're mandated to provide. Council's has a broader interest, and so that's why it's coming through this way.
Okay. No, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Roy, on the amendment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to support this. I think it's just as the announcement that had came out just in this past summer that with the healthcare needs that will be going forward, I don't think the expectation was to be as large of an announcement as what was made. And for any local contribution, each one of the municipalities will be having to have to step up. And I think it's better to be the proactive approach, knowing that for some of the projects that are in the works or they are going to be moving forward. And this is the best way to move forward, I believe.
I see no other members of council to speak to this. On the amendment, a recorded vote has been requested. Mr. Clerk, I'll call the vote now. Oh, I've already called the vote, Mayor Collier, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the amendment is starting now.
Okay, the amendment carries. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. I also have an amendment. It's been provided to the clerk. I'm not sure if you can put it on the screen, please. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Wu, that Part W of the report 2024 Cal 53 be amended to approve an overall increase of 16.93%. So it now reads as follows, that the 2025 business plan and budget for Durham Regional Police Service be approved at a total net property tax requirement of $313,332,000, including both operating and capital. And just to speak to it very quickly, not to prolong the meeting any further, but to use the words from my colleague at the end that just said, we can't put our heads in the sand and pretend money is going to appear. Thank you, Mayor Foster. We've I was happy to support the percentage for the hospital funding, even though it is not a regional requirement and is not something that we generally collect property tax for. It is a provincial requirement. However, there is the municipal payment piece that we do have to do to support this in our community. So I do support it. I would ask that my colleagues recognize this when it comes to policing as well. This is absolutely an essential service in the community. It's something we are legislated and mandated to provide. And I would ask for your support on this budget that is required to be able to move forward and keep up with the growth that's happening in our community, just as we are with the other different departments. And a recorded vote, please. Thank you, Chair.
Recorded vote, Mr. Clerk, at the appropriate time. Councillor Wu is the seconder. Do you wish to speak to this?
No, thank you, and I'm glad to second this. And there's been a fulsome discussion between certainly today and then the chief presented yesterday. So
I don't have any more to add other than I hope my colleagues around the table will support this. Thank you.
Mayor Schumer, you were on my screen and disappeared. Did you wish to speak to this? Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this? Oh, Mayor Ash? Okay, Mayor Ash, an amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, well, I don't want to butcher this, but the intent of the amendment would be to, and you'll have to help me with the numbers. My intent is to increase the regional levy by 1% overall and to dedicate that additional monies to Durham Regional Police. And else, Mayor,
I'll second.
Mayor Barton will second.
Mayor Barton's the seconder. So Mr. Clerk, I'm going to need some help here. So
in the interim, I have a mover and a seconder. Could I ask the clerk, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Commissioner of Finance, what that means in terms of dollar figures, what 1% means, and what 9 point whatever to 16.93 means in terms of real dollars?
So through the chair, I'm kind of doing this with a lot of moving parts, so Nicole may correct me as needed here. So if I understand correctly, you want, instead of the 16.93, you're looking at going from 4.9 overall to 5.9 overall?
It's 4.9 plus 0.25, and then we'd have an additional 1%
plus 1%
adjustment, which would go to Durham Regional Police.
So that would bring us to a 6.15. So I'm just going to have Nicole do a quick math for me. At the 5.9, it was going to be 196 for an average resident. We need to add $8 to that to deal with the hospital. So that puts us to 204, give or take, for an average resident. $204.
And that 1% is approximately how much?
$9 million, $8,999,000.
Okay, $9 million extra to the police. And what that $9 million, what is that? What does the delta between what is in the recommended staff budget and the 16.93? What would the $9 million extra mean in terms of? Is it 12%? Is it 11.5%? Is it 13%?
So the delta is about 20,500,000 and change. So 9 million would get you to roughly, it's about probably 13.5%. Oh, 12.6. I'm getting messages here from Nicole.
So that would mean the amendment would result in a 12.5. Sorry, I didn't get 12.6.
12.61.
12.61% increase, which, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to get some middle ground here. I know the police is important. I served on the board for a number of years, both as a private citizen and then as a councillor, and I know that the needs are important, but I know there's some angst in this room about budgets and budget increases, and I'm trying to find some middle ground. So, and recognizes that the resources that are needed for the police are of importance.
Mr. Clerk, are you still working on the numbers? I can proceed with speakers while you're working on that. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You have to push your button.
I just wanted to confirm with the clerk if this amendment to this amendment is in order. It's changing the essence of the.
Well, I could, if I might, I can change the number from 16.93 to 12.65%, which is what the 1% means. If I could repeat that. The 16.93 is in there. I want to amend it to 12.65%, which is a 1% levy on the overall.
Mr. Clerk?
I think it makes more sense with that number in, but the intent is what I wanted.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're having that debate amongst the clerks ourselves as to whether this amendment is in order. The amendment can be approached as a standalone motion in the same vein. It's simply an amendment to the number. Another way to approach this would be to have a a vote on the original amendment, and if that amendment were to fail, then to propose this amendment instead. I think that might be our preference. However, it is, within our rules, an amendment needs to be not contrary to the amendment itself and germane to the motion, and I think within the definition this is. It's maybe not the cleanest way to go about it, but if this amendment were to simply swap out 16.93 with 12.65 and adjust the actual dollar value, it could be in order.
Okay.
So they still need to work on the dollar value, so I'm going to continue with questions while the clerk and the treasurer work this out. So Mayor Foster.
I'm not sure what I'm speaking to.
Well,
Am I
start
speaking to
start by saying,
the
well,
amendment or the amended amendment?
Speaking to the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor Ash, for this. I think perhaps some middle ground, if possible. I'll make the statement, Mayor Collier, that my head is not in the sand on this. I don't think that there is a member of council here that does not understand the need. We are struggling with the cost of that need. So middle ground, perhaps, whether this is the middle ground or not, I suppose we'll see how it goes through the vote. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm, with all respect to my friend across the way here, this is not how we do budgets, picking a number just arbitrarily and trying to work around it. This is not how we do budgets at the region of Durham or anywhere. And I say that not only as the chair of the board, but also as a practicing accountant in the past. The number we brought you is a well thought out with business plans to back it up. I don't know, and I don't mean any disrespect to finance. I don't know where the 9.25 came up with. I don't know how that was brought up. I don't know what the reasoning was behind it. But we came with the 16.93, the 313 million that you see before us. And, or sorry, it was 330. I think they changed that number. And that is what is required to meet the needs of the region and of the force going forward. To just, and again, I just saying it lightly, to throw a dart at a dartboard, for example, isn't the way that we do budgets here. That is not scientific. I'm the chief, I had him come down. So what this would mean would be reducing our ask from, Chief, is this, maybe you want to come speak to this. Is this a reduction of 74 frontline officers or reducing our ask by 74? Okay. So basically this wipes out what we're trying to do. The new frontline officers that are needed and the supervisors gone with this stroke of a pen in this chamber if this amendment to the amendment is ruled in order and goes ahead. All the things we talked about for probably 3+ hours today with the amendment to the amendment if this is ruled in order. I just want everybody to think about that. I mean, if it was something that was thought out and we could look at the budget and go, okay, I think maybe we don't need this, or I think maybe we don't need that, and reduce by that amount, and we could know and go into this educated wise and say, okay, we're making an educated, informed decision that we can live without these things. That's one way of doing things, and I could probably go along with it. But to just raise taxes on one instance with the motion before for something that is not a regional responsibility, might be a priority, but it's not a responsibility to be putting on the property tax owners or property taxpayers. But now to cut something that is such a vital importance to the region, I just cannot support the amendment to the amendment respectfully. And I, again, don't want to be put in a situation where I got to go back to the board and we've got to make a hard decision on whether we accept something like this or not, because we will have to look at the numbers. And once this decision is made, that's the decision. That's for the year. And we are under very, very intense scrutiny by the Inspectorate General under the new act. I don't know if anybody else knows the training and everything that we've had to go through. Member Carter does, Mr. Wu does. We've had the Inspectorate General representative at our last 2 meetings. they're looking very closely at us. I asked the chief the other day if the cop to pop ratio was something that's putting us in jeopardy of not providing adequate and effective policing, and he said yes. I mean, we don't want to be the municipality. The inspector general comes in and well, they'll could dissolve the board and put other people on there and basically do what they want. That's an option. And I don't think we want to be putting ourselves in that situation. I understand it's a tough decision. As I said, what we've asked for is a difference between what the region treasurer has brought and what we're doing is $6.16 a month, $74 a year. That's the difference. I'm okay telling taxpayers that that's the cost for us to provide effective and adequate policing and to keep the community safe. I hope you'll agree.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marin Pietri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Chair of the Board articulated my sentiments very well, and I think the sentiments of a number of colleagues around the table. I would just add that this should be an easy decision when considering the need. And if you break it down to need, there's no disrespect when considering the number, but we have a reality that we need to meet. The expectation in the public is one that we have to translate, and we do so in support of the chief and the service provision that is not just required that, today, but we expect to be translated in a tangible way in the community. I have confidence in the transformative efforts that are being made by the service under the chief. I expect to see the results in the form of, capital improvements to facilities and new facilities such as a North Oshawa police station. But above all, the safety in the community, which I think, as Canadians, we would expect in a way that we've, been accustomed to or, afforded in the past. And that takes a great deal of thinking in terms of resources, and I think the funding that's required to do that, that sort of proposition has changed in a very short period of time. I think yesterday there was discussion about how quickly the speed with which crime and the type of crimes and the need for police services to be as nimble as those who are engaging in the crimes and committing them, not needs to be, but must be, like absolutely must be. And I think we looked at, the discussion about growth in a way that was related to projected numbers, and I get it. I've never been a big fan of projections and targets because I don't think that, we're being honest with one another in just looking at those. But if we look at the reality and how much I think we've foregone in terms of investment in the past and where we are now, I think you're already, meeting the need in the number that was presented by the board. And I just wanted to end on that, we have a police services board with a number that was presented to us. This is not the first time they've come back with the number. This is the second time. So it's very clear that this is something that we must support in order to effectively provide the community with the public safety that is expected, not just in time, but now. And I'll just conclude by saying, the word expected is one that, we don't usually use in this chamber, but I think the average person, the general public, deserves the kind of attention that I believe we need to provide when it comes to public safety. And I believe we've done that in many aspects of our budget. This is one aspect that just needs more critical support, with the understanding that there are challenges that we've never met in our time, and I think that this is a period where we need to just, put our support in the hands of the police services and the board.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Foster.
So I don't know if Councillor Cook or Mayor Schumer, this will be my second time around.
Okay, thank you. Just push the button again, please. Councillor Cook?
I'm going to take an entirely practical approach. What is the cost to the region for time loss or injury when we have officers who are working in a building that is potentially harmful? I don't need a direct answer. What is the cost to the region from a perception of the public point of view when we are no longer an employer of choice because we allow our employees to work in a building with non-potable water and mold? How do we attract and retain top talent and best talent if you were to tour them into a police headquarters facility and this is the condition? I think we have a perception problem and an image problem to also combat that we should not take lightly, because this is a great region to work in. We are a top employer. We should be sought out, and we should be conscious of the effects of our infrastructure failing within the police department, and it shouldn't be overlooked. Some of these costs that are being asked for are to fix facilities. It's not just about buying gear and bodies. It's about an infrastructure that we have not maintained for decades. And that's my piece.
Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I won't support the amendment to the amendment. And I'm not going to echo what's already been said a lot, but, you know, the Police Service Board, the chief, has made a number of presentations outlining where the stats are headed. They're not headed in good directions. I don't see where this is going to help. And I think it's time, as other municipalities in the province have, that we, you know, turn the tide on what has been happening with respect to funding, yes, a core service of this region. So, you know, I won't go on anymore other than to say I can't support this for the reasons already outlined and others.
Thank you. Mayor Foster? Or, sorry, could you push your button again, please? Councillor Chapman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things, just a couple of points I'd like to make. I know some people that maybe perhaps in the council might think that I'm biased towards the police because I spent 31 years there. And just so everybody knows, I don't get a police pension, I get a pension from OMERS. So if they don't get their money, my pension is still solid, right? Believe me, I was challenged by some people suggesting I shouldn't vote on the police budget because I get a police pension. It's not a police pension. I get an OMERS pension. I earned it through the police. But all the things that I've said this morning, all the questions I asked, I want to let you know something. So I attacked the chief, actually, a couple times over the last couple of months about his budget, right? Because I probably, in this room here on council, I'm probably the one that has the most experience and the most knowledge about policing, including the changes that the Police Act made. I went through a number of those when the Police Services Act came in from the Police Act and all those changes going. I've actually read the new Police Act and what has to be provided. And I've challenged the chief on that. Well, you know, do you really need this many people to provide this? Do you really need this many people to do this? Can you really do this? I mean, one of the big questions was in my mind was, if we give him that many officers, can he actually get them trained through police college? We've heard the answer that you can, right? So, I mean, I really questioned him on a lot of this stuff as to why it should happen, why do we need it, and he proved to me, and I think we had 3 or 4 meetings, he proved to me why we need these now and how it aligns with the new Police Act. And that's why I wouldn't support this amendment here and why I would be prepared to support the original one that Mayor Collier bring up. It's got nothing to do with me trying to be a good guy and the police to like me or there's a bias, because it's been explained to me and I have the understanding from my experience, and I worked on police budgets. Before I retired, I worked on the police budget, worked with the regional finance people and all that and how it works, and we did those things about what you need, what you don't need, and you know, needs versus wants, and what's nice to have. Do we need to include this and all this? But the changes in the Police Act and what's happened over the last, and I don't want to speak badly about some of the chiefs before the chief we had here, but there's a lot of things that could have been done both by the previous chiefs and by previous councils, and unfortunately, I was on that council as well, and we kept some of those costs down. But this is a need for the community safety. From the challenges that I've done with the chief, I don't think he can provide the services that he's required to provide under the new Police Act, or more importantly, the services that our community deserves and what this council wants. We're the people that get the calls when there's police issues, right? Oh, how come it took so long for a police officer to get here? How come there's so much speeding on my street? And it's got nothing to do with ASEs and things like that. How come I don't see a police car driving up my street and there's people prowling around, right? Those questions we get those calls. I'm sure perhaps the chief gets them too, but we get them, not just the police board. Councillors get them about traffic safety, about there's another stabbing in my neighborhood. Oh my God, there was a gun call. You know, we had a shootout here. How come? What are the police doing? All those questions we get. And what the chief has proved to me over the conversations that I've had with him, and maybe I'm a little luckier than some of the other councillors because of two things. One is that I can actually go and talk to him about this, and we can talk on a level of that understanding. But I did challenge him, and I believe what he's asking for is what he needs to keep this community safe. And as I said before, the officers that are being approved aren't going to be here till 2026. So he's got another year of Band-Aid policing, I'll call it, to make things happen to keep the community safe until he gets to the level that he should have to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy?
Thank you, Chair. My only question is around this. So I prefer the original proposal from the chief, but I just want to understand if we're cutting this $11.5 million, what exactly are we losing? Mayor Collier mentioned about 74 officers. Is that essentially what's happening if we don't? What are we losing with this? Or is it too hard to, and it's also okay if it's too hard to predict.
Well, yeah, this, give me a bit of latitude because this is not in any way absolute. This is an estimate. My understanding of this would be basically status quo. We would be able to hire those that we're going to lose through attrition, but is not going to do anything to grow the force at all to keep up with the growth, as well as the new supervisors that are in here as well. Is that accurate? Right. Okay. So yeah, it says, I don't want to give bad information. Do you mind, Chair?
It's not part of the process, but
Okay.
I'll allow it. Come on down, chief.
Yeah, whisper.
Line essentially is eaten up by the amendment to the amendment.
Whereas if we defeat this and go to the original proposal, we'll be able to hire those 74 officers that you're looking for. Okay, perfect. That's so, yeah, I won't be in support of the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Foster, second time around.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we all want to support the police. We all understand the demands and the needs. I have a prediction, Mr. Chair. I suspect that this amendment is going to fail. I suspect there's going to be a recorded vote on the original. I suspect it's going to be very close to unanimous, if not unanimous. But I will point a couple of things out. And, you know, my misgivings, if they didn't come through loud and clear earlier, is the suggestion that we throw a dart at a board and come up with a number. That is exactly what we do. Ms. Taylor didn't come up with a number. Direction came from council. The direction from council went to all of the departments and said, live within this number. Now, the police board, the police have rightfully said, to do everything we need to do, it's blank. We asked Stella, does this do everything that you need to do? And the answer was no. We could go to transit, and the answer would be no. So, understand, and I do think we need to look at the budget process, that if we are doing this, we need to treat each department fairly. We need to understand what we are losing by not providing the latitude of the commissioners to say what they need. So the police are saying what they need. I think we are going to put our hands up and say, it's good, it's all yours. But this is not how we have done budgets in the past. We have pulled numbers out of thin air and provided direction to staff, and staff typically come within that number. Moving forward, we need to understand, and out of fairness, provide the commissioners with some latitude. I don't know how we fit that into guidance so we are being fair to taxpayers. I honestly don't know how we do. But we've got a number of departments around the table that did as they were told. And I appreciate the gravity of the police services, but you know, someone might have pointed out that not putting enough money into bridges, you know, might be really, really important as well. So I have a prediction. I will support the full amount. I am fully supportive of the police. We all are. We all understand the nature, but we are dealing with a limited amount of money that we can extract from the taxpayers.
Okay, Councillor Gerard?
I just have one quick question, if I can, Mr. Chair, is that we just made mention that if we make this cut, that the quick answer was we'd take 75 frontline officers out of the equation. Councillor Cook, however, was just talking about some of the other things that would need to be considered. So I think it's more than, it isn't all about 75 officers. It seems like we've gone straight for the jugular and said that's going to be the reaction. So wouldn't the Police Services Board look for a way to both augment the staff and look at where other areas would need to be cut?
Thank you.
I would like an answer. So I'll direct that to the chair.
I assume that was to me. Yeah, happy to answer. Thank you. And just to clarify, this budget doesn't do everything that we need. This is the budget that we brought that gets us part way, but this does not do everything that we need. I think the number that we've got, because this just came, I didn't have any notice on this, the 74 officers was a very quick. Obviously, we're going to sit down if that's what happens, if the amendment to the amendment, and at this point, I assume it's in order. Okay. Goes forward and passes, that's exactly what we'll do, Councillor, is we would have to sit down and go through the entire thing and make those decisions. I think the 74 is just an immediate, this is like the immediate quick calculation, just for example. I would much rather, you know, and I don't think we have the time, but like last year when the guideline was reduced at finance, I had our staff put together exactly what that impact would be, and I was able to report back as I had time to do that. I don't have that this time. But absolutely, we would have to sit down and go through everything. And like Councillor Cook said, the capital has been pushed off for so long. Now we're in a position where potentially, and they're probably watching this, the association, very honestly, could say we're not going in those buildings.
And then what?
You know, they're not, because we have a good relationship with them, and we're trying to do some things to move some things forward, but very honestly, that's the position we're in. So I've toured them all. Thank you.
Mayor Barton.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And you know, this is a struggle. You know, we've got the police that their job is to keep us safe every day. They're out day and night, walking into tough situations. But we also have to make sure that the water, when we turn it on, is clean. We have to make sure that our roads are safe and plowed. Everything we do is compromise. And what I'm struggling with here is that 12.65%, if we vote for 12.65, we are not supporting the police, when the rest of the organization are running on 3 and change. It's a struggle. And my real concern here, folks, is that if we continue to increase taxes the way we have been, and this is pretty high, we're going to end up with a whole bunch of people sitting in these seats that will try and do zero. And the long-term impact on 0% increases will be devastating to the entire region. So that's the concern. We always have to find out how to do more with less. We have to take an entrepreneurial spirit. Every one of our commissioners have found a way to do that. And I'm asking the police to do that as well. That's all. Again, I support them. We work with them all the time. to me, 12.65 has to be enough. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask everybody to recollect my one question to the chief a little earlier today. And that was from a baseline of 0, applying all the metrics that are applied to the service from the feds, the province, multiple metrics. We need to get to 10. We're not there. This budget, whilst Mayor Collier said is what the police have asked for, will get us to 4. There's more coming. And the longer you hold off on this, the bigger the number is going to be and the lower the service that our residents are going to have. So that's the question that needs to be answered. Are we going to give the police the 16 point whatever it is and get us to 4? Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts the list. Mayor Ash to close.
Thank you. I just have one question through you, Mr. Chair. We're now at 5.15% tax increase. What does 16.93 do to the overall tax increase, Madam Commissioner?
So through the chair, if you're asking if if this amendment fails and the first
Yeah.
amendment
What does that mean?
proceeds, then that would put us at 7.44%, which is 247 on an average home.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I can see where this is going. I obviously will support the middle ground, which is 12.65. I'm a bit, to be honest, surprised that a 12.65% is deemed to be status quo. When we just heard from the Commissioner of Social Services, we heard from Transit, and the like. So I'm not even sure why we have a budget guideline meeting anymore. You know, council gives direction, and here we are having difficult conversations, no doubt. And it's hard to vote against the police. I'm a big supporter of the police. But I can't support a 7.44% increase to the taxes. And I'm surprised my friend Mayor Schumer is going to suggest that is okay. Because it's not okay. People are hurting. I've just done my budget in the city at 3.75. And they say that's too high. And here we are going to have a water increase, et cetera, et cetera. So I urge to reconsider here because I really think the middle ground is an acknowledgement of the guideline that we talked about. It acknowledges the hard work that finance and the employees at the region have done. It acknowledges that there is great needs at the police. And I had an opportunity to speak with the chief in my office, and I think he's doing a great job in being a transformative leader. But the reality is people are hurting. We have lineups at our food bank every day of the week. And we're talking about a 7.44% increase. My friend, the mayor of Oshawa, had his budget 7.87%, I believe, not to get it wrong. These are big numbers, folks. And I recall a long time ago when I was first on the board and the budget was $50 million, and now it's $313 million. I'm old, I know. Thank you, Linda. I acknowledge that, yes. Anyway, that's it. I urge the in-between number. I can't support an overall increase of 7.44%.
So, Mr. Clerk, that exhausts the list. So I'll call for the recorded vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Confirm the seconder.
The seconder was Mayor Barton. Okay. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the amendment to the amendment is starting now. Looking for Councillor Mulcahy remote. Thank you.
So the amendment loses. Okay, we're back to the main amendment. Is there a need to go around again, or can I call the recorded vote on the amendment? Mr. Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarifying with, I guess, the clerk, if this amendment passes, because Regional Councillor Jubb and myself had a couple of amendments not changing the expenditures of the police budget, but perhaps methods to fund some of it. So if this passes, are those able to come forward? Or should they come forward now as amendments to the amendment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think they should come after this amendment is dealt with.
Okay.
And just before we go on, does the clerk have the amendments?
I was going to send them through once I heard the answer to my question.
So, Mr. Clerk, we can vote on the amendment now, and then I'll go to Mayor Schumer after that. Okay, so a recorded vote has been called on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the amendment is starting now. Looking for Councillor Crawford. Thank you.
So the amendment carries. Mayor Schumer, you have an amendment.
Actually, there's two. I don't know if they should both just be merged together. There might be a motion to divide anyway, so I'll leave it with the clerk on if he wants to just roll them together.
Yeah, I need to see the amendments before they're allowable too, so it'll just take a second. Yes.
This report is going to council next week, correct?
Yes.
So amendments would be, similar amendments could be debated at our council meeting next Wednesday.
Would that be a cleaner way to do it?
I'm talking about the last motion, but yes.
Yeah, let me just see.
Great, okay. So we do amendments next week.
Yeah, this is not a simple amendment.
That's why I was asking originally if they should come through separately.
I'm going to suggest that if you have two amendments, not knowing what the second one is, I would suggest that you converse with the clerk and they come to council. Is that acceptable to you,
Come to council next week?
Mr. Clerk?
Sure.
So we can do that.
Okay.
Okay? But and can you please send both of what you're trying to do, both items to the clerk?
They have been.
Okay, all right. Oh, excuse me. I'm just gonna straighten my legs, stand up, and if you want to take the opportunity. If not, we'll go back to business. Okay, Mr. Clerk, the amendment is carried, so we're on the main motion as amended. There's a couple things that we need to do, members of council. There are some conflicts that have to be recognized. So I'm going to ask for a motion to divide a couple sections. Mr. Clerk, we've gone through this. It's Part B. No, sorry. Yeah, can you read them out, please?
Certainly, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, members have declared conflicts on Recommendation A, Part I, and Recommendations B and C.
Okay. So we'll do a, just let me follow up with the clerk. So then, do a motion to separate after that. Am I only separating that? So let's get the conflicts out of the way. So, Mr. Clerk, I need the motion. Who'd like to move that? Councillor Chapman, thank you. Looking for a seconder, Councillor Cook. So we'll divide those items out. And we'll call the vote on those items? Okay, so I need just a show of hands on the division. All those in favor? In opposition? None, that carries. Okay. Is there any member of council that would like to move a motion to divide W, which is the police budget, out? See, okay, Councillor McDougall would like to move a motion to divide W out. No, it's the, okay, sorry, this is a little more complicated.
If they don't want to vote on police budget separate, okay, you don't need to do it here.
Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, we're going to call the vote on all items excluding those. Okay. And then we'll call for a vote on the item.
Do you want to do the vote on the balance first?
Okay, members of council, I'll call for the vote on the balance, recognizing the division's taken place. So we have divided, Mr. Clerk, the items that were divided out for conflict are?
Parts, recommendation A, part I, and recommendations B and C.
That's all, okay. So we're going to vote for all items excluding those now. Yes. Okay. Mayor Schumer?
Just for clarification, so if we have any other amendments, we'll bring them next week?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So everybody understands what we're voting for? Okay. We'll vote on those items and then we'll vote for the items that have been, okay. On the first vote, all those in favor? Opposed? None, that carries. Now members, remember members with conflicts, we're going to vote on all the items that have conflicts. It's your responsibility to make sure whether you're voting or not. You know, why don't we call a recorded vote, and that makes it easy. So the recorded vote is called by Councillor Lee. If you have a conflict, signify conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first recorded vote will be on recommendation A, part I, and the following members have declared a conflict on this item: Councillors Crawford, Wu, and Ash. So please use the conflict button on your panel when the recorded vote starts.
Okay. 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 Okay, I'll call that vote now.
Thank you. Recorded vote on recommendation A, part I, is starting now.
Okay, that carries. We'll now call for the recorded vote on Part B.
We can do B and C together.
We'll do B and C together.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This recorded vote is on recommendations B and C, and Councillor Marin Pietri has declared a conflict with respect to these items. Recorded vote is starting now.
Okay, that carries. Mr. Clerk, we're now moving on to our water and sanitary sewer business plans and budgets. Member Council, I'm just going to look for a nod. Are you prepared to push through this right now? Okay. I don't know how long, Mr. Clerk, we have any expectation on time? Do we need to order dinner in, or? Who says, somebody has 14 questions. So let's, we'll just push through it. Okay. Does anyone, members of council or staff, don't be afraid, does anyone need a break?
If we continue, we can order pizza and just get it.
Yeah, I just don't know how long it's going to take. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. All right, members of council, we will move along. Item 4.1 is a presentation by our Commissioner of Finance, Nancy Taylor, and Nicole Pincombe, our Director of Business Planning and Budgets, on the 9-year capital forecast for consolidated water supply and sanitary sewer. When you're ready, please start, Nicole.
Thank you, Chair Henry. So I'll try to be very quick. So apologies if it's not quite as polished, because I'm just going to hit the highlights as we go. And if you've got any questions at the end, we're happy to answer them. So we'll just skip on to the next slide, and I'll just speak to, there's really three components of the, sorry, Roger, one more. There's just three main components to the water and supply and sanitary sewerage budget that you've got. You've got the works component, you've got utility finance, and then you've got some corporate items as well in that budget. In terms of our customers, there's the customer growth that's projected for 2025 is about 1.5%. That's both water and sewer. From a consumption perspective, we're basing it on 2024's projected actuals, and consumption per customer per year is increasing from 220 cubic meters to 225 cubic meters. And again, overall ICI, so the industrial, commercial, institutional consumption is increasing by 4.3% for water and sewer. So that helps mitigate, as the next slide shows, that helps mitigate the user rate impact as a result of those increased consumption and growth in customers. So you can see in the top part how the budget expenditures plus customer growth and the customer trends impacts your overall rate increase, which is proposed at 5% for both water and sewer for 2025. In terms of what the impact is on an average customer, average residential customer, the next slide indicates that it's $14.79 per quarter per residential customers, or annually it would be an increase of $59.16. The next slide shows how our rates compare to that of our municipal comparators. So the top slide is those of other regions and single-tier municipalities of comparable size. And you can see we're sixth lowest in that comparison. And then when you look at our residential rates compared geographically to our neighboring municipalities, we are the lowest. And I'll switch over to talk about some of the budget pressures that are facing the water and sewer budgets this year. So overall, the gross expenditure is proposed at $659.4 million. You can see that that's proposed to be funded about 44.4% from user rates, development charges, reimbursement from the Region of York for their portion of the co-owned Duffin Creek Water Pollution Control Plant is there. In addition, we're also forecasting use of debentures to the tune of 10.2% to finance some of the major capital works proposed in 2025, along with reserves and reserve funds. The next slide highlights some of the budgetary pressures facing mostly the Works Department for their portion of the water and sewer budget. So there's a small provision of about $1.3 million for new staffing positions. You'll recall last year we had started a phased increase in our internal fleet rates to bring them in line with full cost recovery. So this is year 2 of that at 0.9%. Again, there's ongoing investments in information technology in order to ensure that we're operating efficiently, and that is 0.8%. There's an increase of $1.35 million for the impacts of Bill 23 on our capital plan. And there's a section in the report that speaks more to what those impacts are. And those directly impact next year's capital program as well, those contributions. And overall, there's a net increase in debt servicing costs, and that is reflective of the debt that was approved in last year's budget. So the increase in 2025 for those debt servicing costs is about $1.12 million. I'll turn it over to Nancy to talk about the 10-year capital plan.
Good afternoon. So we promised to be fast, so we're chopping a lot out, and I'm sure you'll all want to read this in detail at your leisure later. The 10-year capital plan, really just the message here is that the capital and the forecast out to 2024 or 2034 is $6 billion. So we have a huge infrastructure plan in front of us. That number is increased from last year's $5.3 billion because we're advancing projects forward to meet the housing targets. So more is moving into this 10-year window. The only other thing I'll say here is that, of course, it's the current year capital budget you're approving. That forecast is for information purposes. On the next slide is the proposed financing of that 10-year capital plan, and this warrants a few more minutes of conversation. So for the 2025 water sewer capital, we're looking at development charge usage of about $128 million. We're using about $49 million in reserves and reserve fund draws, and we're looking at $67 million in debenture financing for various water sewer capital projects. In the long term, to meet the $6 billion in totality that we're looking for, we would be looking at $2.26 billion in development charge financing. We're looking at $716 million in debenture financing. We're looking at $473 million in total from reserves and reserve funds, which pretty much draws everything out. And then there is going to be required steady annual increases in the user rates, both to fund the non-growth related share projects as well as Bill 23 still hits water sewer much harder than the remaining of the regional budget. On the next slide for the debt servicing costs, as I say in the last slide, we're looking at about an additional $783 million of future debt borrowing. Annual debt servicing costs then are looking to probably grow to almost $71 million by 2034 in absence of any change to major funding opportunities, whether they arise in those timeframes. So that will chew up between 17 and 21% of annual DC payments, because as we talked about earlier, we won't have that DC money up front, so we borrow and we pay with development charges, and we have to be careful that we don't hit a ceiling there where we're not collecting enough development charges in order to pay the debt that relates to that. This will all be refined every year, and it'll be refined whenever we find any new funding opportunities, any new upper level chances there, and we have certainly taken advantage of that where we can this year. The next slide just shows you that split between the water and sewer. So about 48% of the projects are growth related, 47% for state of good repair. So just a high level information on that one. And certainly the works team is here to answer any detailed questions on those. So I'm going to jump to the summary slide. So what you have before you is a combined 5% increase, which translates to just over $59 annually for a typical residential customer. A reassurance that we have leveraged all opportunities on funding. So we've applied to the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund and been successful, and we've applied to the Municipal Housing Infrastructure Program Fund as well. Building Faster Fund is not open to upper tiers. We are also having some very fascinating discussions with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and they have some new innovative financing strategies they're looking at under their Infrastructure for Housing initiative. So we have some very live, active discussions there for some much better debt carrying costs. The federal government, I mentioned this earlier to Chair Henry's question, the CHIF funding, that is not feasible for us because we have to freeze development charges. So I won't repeat all of that, but that's a key message that that's an opportunity that we do not have. So thank you. That is speed reading through providing a summary of a pretty big budget. Thank you.
To the presentation. Start with Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I've got 5 minutes for each question, so if
Yes,
I
you
want,
do.
so if I
No, you-
wanted to extend this by an hour, I would need 12
So you
questions.
have 5 minutes. The clock stops when staff
Oh,
responds.
what if I did 12 separate comments?
No, it doesn't work like that.
So I do, I've got a couple of, yeah, I've already lost it, I know. And I'm happy to. So a couple of quick questions, Ms. Taylor. One, the federal funding, we don't qualify for because of the, as of right, the fourplexes anywhere, anytime. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's the same funding for the DC freeze. Both of those provisions are required, the as of right as well as the freezing of DCs.
Does Durham Region need to buy houses in Durham if we're buying? Because I'd suggest we find where the Minister of Finance, federal minister, lives and buy the property on either side of him. We could build fourplexes. I thought it was Sean. No, this is a federal program. Oh, finance. Sorry, I'm talking about housing. Anyway, I won't. You get where I'm going on that, and I'm thinking the answer is no. So, Ms. Taylor, again, there was a small chart. I can't recall what page it was that indicated exactly how much money the shortfall of development charges was related to water sewer. Are we looking at, as people are upset with increases, are we looking at communicating, perhaps both here and more broadly in the budget, costs that are imposed on the property taxpayers by these losses of DCs?
So through the chair, in the property tax budget, I think the number was 330 million. Nicole's just looking up the
So
dollar effect
I don't need the
on this
number.
one.
It's in there, but.
So our challenges will certainly continue to attempt to communicate. At this point, we have hit an exhaustion level with respect to anybody being prepared to listen about development charges.
Well,
But we will certainly keep trying.
Yeah, so I don't think the public understands the changes in rules. I don't think the public understands what is happening with upper levels of government around planning in DCs. I honestly don't think they get it. But anyway, my opinion. So the last is with the debt financing that we absolutely need on water, sewer, and so many other things. Am I correct in that debt financing is paid by every resident of Durham Region? Debt financing related to growth means that our existing residents are paying for a portion of growth that is yet to exist. So growth is not paying for it. I know there's some maintenance in there and whatnot, but are our residents being burdened? We're perhaps unfairly burdened.
So on the water sewer side, there is no cross charging. So speaking of debt particular to water sewer, it all flows through the user rate. So
No,
all the
yes.
customers,
Yeah,
which
fair
aren't
enough.
all of Durham, but certainly a good number of them. And yes, they would still be covering costs of shortfalls. So things like the exemptions, the freezing, all those kinds of things. Yes, that comes through as a rate increase to all water user rates, regardless of whether it's a growth or not.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And again, Mr. Chair, I honestly don't believe that our residents understand what is going on, their property tax bills. We get blamed for that when a lot of this is flowing through by decisions from other levels of government. And thank you.
Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, and I would agree with Mayor Foster. The public probably doesn't understand. The public probably doesn't care right now. And they won't care until the water doesn't come out of the tap or go down the drain. That's pretty much what it comes down to. I've said that before, I'll say it again. They're not going to care until it actually impacts them. They don't care about roads until they hit a pothole and blow out a tire. But on the DC, funding, and you stated we're putting 1.3 million in this year to cover Bill 23, but that's not covering it, right? Like, what would theoretically have to go in this year if we were to cover all of the shortfall that we're being burdened with?
So through the chair, it's a little bit of a terrifying question. If we do the projections now based on the full shortfall over the capital window that we're talking about, we'll be shy about $540 million. So at about, 2 million in total from the both water and sewer is a 1%, then you'd be looking at, 250 million, 250 percentage, like you get into really wonky numbers. What I will say though is the 1.3 that we're building in that we've included this year isn't actually necessary. It's not going put away to fund that 541. It's actually going to fund projects next year that are having that shortfall. So it's not that we're putting this away for a 5 or 10 year window. We actually need it for the shortfall that's occurring as we speak. So it will be applied to next year's capital budget. So there's actual projects identified that require this year's money for next year. So it's not this long future loss that people think we have time to accumulate and find resolve for.
Yeah, so either way, we would have been short, right?
Yes.
I mean, and I guess that's where I'm going with this, and I'm just thinking out loud at this point because I'm trying to figure out on a regular basis, and for disclosure and information for the public, how do we go about monitoring and allocating anything towards that eventual shortfall? I mean, we're short right now, but like the eventual shortfall just gets worse. So I'm just trying to figure out what we should be doing to really account for it. And yeah, it's probably unrealistic, but I kind of wonder, would that be the wake-up call to the public? Short of the water not coming out of the tap, the bill for the water goes through the roof. And then finally we can say, well, thanks to your provincial government, who has shorted the region long-term on its capital financing for water, which we have limited ways to fund. That's about the only way I can think that we're going to get the public's attention because, once again, to Mayor Foster's point, the public doesn't care until they actually get impacted. But I don't know. Do you have any ideas for how we can do it?
So two things. I mean, certainly, we will try through any communication means possible to keep expressing this. What I will say to you, and perhaps I'm being inflammatory here because it's been a long day, so I'm gonna walk out on a ledge here, and perhaps hopefully my CIO will support me in saying this. But one of the things that the province is suggesting is that water sewer should become a municipal service corp and be standalone. Well, if you do that, there is no debate in open forum on what an acceptable water increase is. Their other philosophy around that is that you should borrow for the entirety of your capital program and charge through so we should never try to have reserve funds to smooth out the impact. So at risk of being adversarial late in the day, it just gets worse depending on what pathway you follow.
Yeah, it's really not going to be solving anything.
You can continue to be adversarial. That would be fine.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, on the Municipal Service Corporation for Water and Sewer, I can't imagine how that will affect the cost of water in the region. I also can't imagine after today's announcement what the cost of roads and waste will be, because in Peel, today it was downloaded to the municipalities. So they're now responsible for all of the roads, regional, I'm correct, right? All their roads, and they're also responsible for all their individual communities' waste pickup. But that's a story that you can read in tomorrow's paper. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. So just a couple quick questions. On the capital side, you mentioned about the 17 and 21% piece around debt financing. Is there not any opportunities to do that a little bit higher to try and lower the impact right now? Like, I recognize that there's a gap, but can we not look at extending and increasing the amount that we're borrowing over time to have a lower impact?
So certainly, when we look at this capital program, and I think I said it was $783 million over the 10 years that we will be
Yes.
debenturing, we certainly, our goal typically is to try to reduce how much we debenture so that that repayment isn't a problem. I did allude to the work that we're doing through Elaine's office on the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And typically I say to you, when somebody just wants to borrow, have us borrow through them, that we get our AAA credit rating, why would I care? The Canada Infrastructure Bank is looking at a program where we would actually see a lower interest charge than the market currently does. So that's why that's a very exciting opportunity for us to try to reduce the repayment of whatever debt we incur.
Absolutely. So that part's great. So just looking at that different piece, and then we're at 5% again, and I know on multiple things we're definitely above inflation overall. Do we have a sense if we're going to be able to keep it around this range in the upcoming years? Because I know we're hiring another 24 staff. I know they're working on infrastructure projects. I know there's a lot of work to do. Do we have a sense that we're going to be able to keep that around there, or is it still too unpredictable at this point?
So I will be a bit of doom and gloom, notwithstanding that I said earlier I'm a painfully optimistic person. Water sewer is more impacted by the housing targets. And so the risk is greater by the moment in the capital plans, and the escalation of the capital costs for major facilities, particularly if you factor in what may or may not be happening between the US and Canada and the costs of those facilities. And then we often forget that the more facilities that we have and the more complex they are, you need more staffing to make sure because they have to maintain a clean water under the legislation. So all of that goes hand in hand. So I would suggest to you that water sewer is not going to be a pretty picture going forward unless there's a dramatic change in the amount of growth that we're going to be trying to manage.
No, fair enough. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate staff's works to get it where it is. 5 is not bad. It's not great, but it's something I think we can live with, and hopefully we can keep it within a reasonable range moving forward with all of your great work. And lower interest rates are always welcome. So I appreciate those efforts. Thank you.
So, Ms. Taylor, just to follow up on what you said earlier, it's $6 billion of work that needs to be done over the next 10 years. $6 billion, that's with a B, not an M.
That's what's in our tenure. Would be more beyond that. 10 years is $6 billion.
Yeah. Councillor Wu?
Yeah, through the chair, and I heard earlier, and I think it was Mayor Foster that mentioned under the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, we would have to have adopted the 4 units as of right, and we don't. So we're not eligible for any funding there.
That's correct. Between that and the DC freeze, both of those issues are linked to that funding.
Okay. But now for the housing enabling water infrastructure, supposedly there's $1 billion in the fund. There's no restrictions on that?
So for right now, for the programs we've applied for, we comply with the rules.
Okay.
There is a new announcement at the province in the last week or two with respect to a new Infrastructure Ontario lending program, and I make reference into the report that we need to follow up more on that, because if we're trying to sort out, is it the same market rate as we would get, or is there some leverage there? That, because it's just been announced, we haven't quite managed to delve through what information is available to sort out whether that's of benefit. So we'll be pursuing that question as well.
And I think the same could be said about the municipal housing infrastructure program. Same.
Yes, yeah. So the ones we've applied for, we qualify for, and we're hopeful of. So I think the one reference in the tax levy budget was to Regional Road 57, but we have applications in the water sewer budget. I want to say, and I'm looking to my friend Mike, were we getting 29 million towards our water sewer, our water maintenance asset improvements in order to do the future expansions?
Correct. The fund was a 73% split. It was a $50 million project. We got, the province kicked in 73% of it. We had to kick in the remainder.
Okay. And again, through the chair, and my good friend, Councilor Leahy, said something about interest rates being low, but we want it high because we have the prudent investor. So we want it. Now, the other one, and it does make mention, we do not qualify for the Building Faster Fund because we're an upper tier municipality. But if I can say, even the municipality of Clarendon doesn't qualify, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, members of council, that exhausts all the questions. So thank you for your presentation. We'll move on to delegations. There are none. There is no correspondence. We do have reports. Could I get a mover and a seconder for report 2024-COW 54, which is our business plans and budgets and 9-year capital forecast? Moved by Mayor Foster, seconded by Councillor Shahid. It's on the floor. Seeing nothing, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Record a vote by Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on report 2024-COW 54 starting now. Just looking for Councillor Wu. Thank you.
He's just right there. That carries. We'll move on to, I need a mover and a seconder for report 2024-COW 55, which is the recommended 2025 water and sanitary sewer rates. Moved by Councillor Leahy, seconded by Mayor Barton. Items on the floor. Councillor Neal?
Yeah, just recorded vote.
Recorded vote at the appropriate time. Questions? Call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now.
That carries. We'll move on to members' council. We moved presentation 3.1A. Does anyone want to see that presentation?
Will it take 1 hour?
And so I take that you do want to see it. No, I'm kidding. So we'll just move past that. I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder for report 2024-COW 52, which is our strategic property tax study. Moved by Mayor Collier, seconded by Councillor Cook. It's on the floor. Record a vote by Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now.
That carries. Mr. Clerk, that is the business for the day, so there is no need for tomorrow's meeting. So members of council, you've gained all that time back. Just before we call at the end of the day, to our staff in the room and to the staff that helped prepare the budget, I wanted to say thank you. The budget was almost at 1,250 printed pages for us. That didn't include the thousands of pages that staff had to go through and the hours that they worked late into the night to get it all done. The budget process next year starts in February, I believe, for next year. To the team for the great work that you've done, and on behalf of council, I just want to say thank you. On the decisions of the budget today, it's important that when you see our MPs and our MPPs, you have to tell them the cost of their decisions. The cost of what the taxpayer pays is about 33% of what they pay in us in property taxes for things that we're not responsible for. and yet we still have to meet the needs. We're underfunded in asylum seekers. We're underfunded in mental health addiction and homelessness. The police will do a great job, but the judicial system will let the criminals back out on the road faster than the police officer finishes his shift. There is a problem. There is a problem. And, you know, we are at the pointy end of the stick, and our taxpayers talk to us about the challenges they're having, and I absolutely agree with them. But we're just putting Band-Aids on the problems that are out of our control. And I just want to say thank you. It's been a long day. Before I call for adjournment, unless this is adjournment. So my rant is short and over. Thank you to the chamber today. I'm proud of the fact that it was calm and passionate, but didn't get out of control. And from me to you, I want to say thank you to all of you. To our clerk, thank you. Councillor Marin Pietri has decided that he's tired of hearing me, and he's put forth a motion to adjourn. And seconded by Mayor Collier. So on adjournment, all those in favor? In opposition to adjournment? There, it's carried.